Greetings, Rummies. You are watching WromWrom, and soon the memorial race for Drive for Dean, the Kick Cancer in the Short and Curly's race. And I won't really be the host today. I'm going to be here at the start and at the end, but mostly it's going to be Mike from Canada. Hi, Mike.
Hello, everybody. Some of you know me,
And-
some of you don't.
And Gigantus. Hello, you giant.
Hola, como?
So, we are waiting for the server to start. Then it's going to be 20 minutes of practice. And then the race per se is going to start. 12 hours of NORDSCHLEIFE, which is not the easiest of tracks. On multi, what is it going to be? GT3s, GT...
Yeah, I was going to say GT3, GT4, and M2, I think.
Right. So three classes that are not that different. It's not the difference that would be with whatchamacallit, prototypes. But
And so we're not bringing in the GT snow racers.
And what did I want to say? Oh yeah. This is of course a great stream to show you a race, but the most important thing of this stream is we are collecting donations for Cancer Research UK. And it's fantastic that we already raised £170. Thank you very much, Adam, for the £10. Saying from 76 to 81, penalty message Yeopa. IFWL.net, £50 from 81 to 76. SG3 message, F this, I'm out, kind regards. Dave Alt, £100. Well done, everyone taking part. Absolutely, I agree. And Barry Mnemonic, £10, middle finger to Cancer, which we wholeheartedly agree.
Indeed.
So you will be able to see on the stream all the time how much money we are collecting and who is donating. We have set up a first goal of 500, but of course we want to get at least as much as in the Drive for Dean first race that we did 1 year ago. And there we collected 3,800 and change pound against cancer, or for the fight against cancer.
Destroy cancer.
Yeah.
The only time we won't be able to see the donations is, of course, if I put up the technical difficulty screen.
Which we hope will never be the case, but yes.
Hoping not, but prepared.
Technically inconvenient.
And we'll have some people from the teams popping in for commentary purposes, as well as a couple of other commentators throughout the 12 hours, so that I don't go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs doing this on my own like I did last time.
That's my job.
Actually, last time was particularly bad, because I was having stomach issues, as well as being the lone commentator. That was a very bad idea.
Yeah. We got Throttler in chat. What's going on, Throttler?
Still just waiting on the server.
Yeah. As are all the racers, because they're going nuts on Discord saying if what server, who server, when server.
That does happen.
So, as Chairman Mao said, every long race starts with technical difficulties.
Correct. Is it time for me to whip out animal facts?
I mean...
Oh, go ahead.
Might as well.
Serta, I have a wild animal fact for you that you may or may not be aware of, based on whether or not you already know this. Did you know that giraffes have the same amount of vertebrae in their necks as human beings?
No,
To
but
me, that is
do
still
we
wild.
have? Do they have?
They're just long.
Do
They're
they
like
have?
super long.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was going to ask because they don't have the smallest necks in the world.
Not at all. But the human beings and giraffes have the same amount of vertebrae in their neck. It's just the difference between having a human vertebrae and having like a human femur for a vertebrae.
We have
That
Luca
would
in
be
the
a
chat.
long neck.
Luca. It's one of my favorite songs.
Mhm. Wishing for a clean race for the 1-2-3 car.
So we are not taking sides,
I
but
am.
go 1, 2, 3.
I'm taking sides. I'm immediately adopting
Speak for yourself. I'm going to be here for 12 hours. There will be side taking. It is unavoidable.
We will be rooting for and against you, depending on the humors of the situation.
By the way, one thing that you quite surely don't know, one of the special rules that have been set up is teams can donate money so that other teams get a penalty.
Oh,
I like that.
Yeah,
I like that a lot.
it's cheating for cancer.
I'm cancer cheats. I'm in favor of cheating in reverse.
So there, I don't know exactly what the numbers is. The organizer will be here to talk to us in a while. But yeah, that's why we saw these first two donations, 10 and 50 pounds, from 81 to 76 penalty and from 76 to 81 penalty. It's so that they already have issues in the race.
Excellent.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if we can't get that boosted up quite a bit so that the race doesn't ever officially start. You just penalize each other. You just penalize each other into oblivion, and we literally have to sit here with no action.
What is the nature of the penalties? Is this a weight penalty or is this a time penalty?
It's time penalty as
Time
far as I
penalties,
remember.
Okay.
Hell yeah. Time penalty each other into oblivion. Come on. You have a 19-hour time penalty. Okay.
That would be a big donation, and we have nothing against big donation.
Hell yeah.
To anyone who wants to donate, you see the QR code there, and in a minute and a half, I'm gonna be able to drop the donation link in the chat. But first, I have to find it.
If you time penalty each other into oblivion, Mike will sit here and literally just read you his favorite pastry recipes verbatim for hours.
Yummy.
I mean, that would be difficult. I have a lot of pastry recipes.
I like biscuits.
And I like them all. I'm like
Hell yeah.
It's hard to
This
find
one-
a favorite.
We're going to do here baklava, but we're going to do this one with crushed pistachios instead of sliced pistachios. And just like read the same recipe all over again.
Indeed.
Best baklava I've eaten in my life was in Munich, in a place run by Syrians.
Nice.
Who had, I think, 20 different baklava recipes there.
Oh, damn. All right. Sounds like Canada and poutine agrees.
And they had Arabic cookies, which were fantastic. So every time that either me or my girlfriend were near the general place where this shop is, we ended up buying too much. But it's baklava. Luckily, you can eat it also 1 week later.
I had a cousin come over from the former Yugoslavia. I refuse to identify which part of the former Yugoslavia. And he had never had poutine. And
Whoa.
I have never had so much poutine in a week in my life. He's like, "Can we
Hell yeah.
do poutine?"
Well, I mean, you gotta have this. You gotta have the standard, and then you gotta have like go to Costco and do the poutine, and then access the hot dog condiment bar and throw like hot pickles and onions and what have you on there. And then you branch out. You go to like an official poutineery, and you get like the smoked meat poutine, and you get you got to go.
There's a place near me called the Potato Bar, which has all kinds of different poutines. So he was a big fan of the Potato Bar.
Hell yeah, let's go.
So we went there a lot. I also taught him how to sim race over a course of a week. So there you go, and he did actually okay.
Oh yeah.
In a 30-minute race at Barcelona in the Set of Course Competizione. He made the dumbest car pick possible. I was like, all right, you should probably pick, and I listed off, the front wheel drive, or not the front wheel drive, the front engine cars, BMW, Lexus, and so on. So the ones I tend to be good at. And he's like, no, Porsche. I'm like, fuck.
All right.
Because everybody wants to drive a Porsche?
Well, it's because he was looking at the liveries and he saw the one that had a dragon on it and he picked it.
Listen, it's Gulf Oil or nothing.
I don't think there's a Gulf Oil livery in the game, surprisingly enough.
Lame.
Because I don't think there's an official one, yeah.
Especially not for Porsche, right?
Well, I don't think it's there for anybody, so...
Yeah.
Now, of course, you could create that and put it in the game. Obviously, that's an option. But in terms of a officially part of the game livery, I have one, but it was created by somebody, specifically Justin Swan. Shout out, because Justin does good liveries.
So the cliche is right. You Canadians do eat a lot of poutine.
Oh, if we can, bro, it's gravy and cheese and potato.
It depends.
What have you what's to stop me?
So you need to realize something real quick here. Let's get this out of the way. Myself and Byron are both fatties.
Yes.
So do not take our eating habits or our.
Yeah, it's not a recommendation. Come on, this is not advice.
Yeah, well, it's also, I mean, you should not take this as the example of the typical Canadian diet either. We're
correct.
Big. Byron here is like 6'7", 300 plus pounds. I have been
many plus pounds.
I have been over 300 pounds in my life. I'm currently not, thank God, but I have been there. And we're big. We're big. There's a certain girth to our physiques.
Correct. I listen. It's not medical advice, but if you were to go to Canada and you were to have an option for poutine, take it.
Put it this way: when I go to the racetrack, here's a little secret for anybody who's looking to get into a race car at any point. Just like nothing big, just kind of the local track, whatever. Yeah, having my build is not a bad idea. Why? Because you find you find a rich gentleman who happens to be a little bit portly and needs a co-driver.
Yeah.
And you basically
we were at Zolda a month ago. We drove what are called Fun Cup.
Okay.
Those have the chassis of a Volkswagen Buck.
This appears like this should be the server. Am I correct on that? Are we?
Let me refresh the
It's
list.
got 20-minute practice, 720-minute race.
That's looks right. Also because of the number of drivers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, hopping in.
Remember, we have a password as spectators and not as.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. It should be the default one that I've got in there already.
All right.
So we're not ready for my next animal fact then.
If I come in as a car,
Too busy.
we know that I've messed up.
And what do you want to say? Yeah, we were driving these cars, Fun Cup, they're called, and it's the chassis of a buck, or at least the form of a buck, but the car underneath is a low-level racing car. And Zolder is a fantastic track, and it was a lot of fun driving those.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Not really anybody on the track right now, but we can do a little tour of the various liveries and see if anything catches our eye.
I've already had something catch my eye, and I have a whole comedy routine worked out. It's fine.
Okay. Let's see here. Do you kind of like the number 11 livery? Or, oh, pardon me. It's not the number 11 livery. It's whoever's parked on top of that 197 car. 11. This is the only problem, is that in the pit lane, we're going to get a lot of people doubling up in their pit stalls. So
Yeah, of course.
we're going to have a hard time seeing some of the lovely liveries.
All right, now I got two comedy routines.
Eh.
I like this car here, the number 38. I like that. For one, I appreciate anybody who does a custom Lexus livery, because it's a bit of a pain in the butt.
Nuts! I'm gonna wait till I see first names before I start laying into people. I have a habit of handing out nicknames, or at least hammering on about jokes about people's names that make me laugh, and you're just gonna have to deal with it.
Oh, we have an Audi in the field. I'm in.
Nice.
Number 21. I got my eye on you.
Pity that this is Assetto Corsa Competizione and not Automobilista 2.
Ooh, I like this livery. The number 81 car. I like that.
What do you say about Equetsu Orcha Crumple Zone around me?
I like the shark on the 43 there, the teeth. That's cool. Very late 90s Jordan F1. It does look like we might have one broken livery. The number 55 car is coming through as the standard blank car. That's unfortunate. Oh, we got a KFC livery. Let's go.
Nice. Everybody, make sure you
realize you're. Now you're showing that. Okay.
Everybody, jump on, skip the dishes, and have gallons and gallons of KFC gravy delivered to Michael's house.
And yes, I know I haven't hit drive, and therefore we've got the chat.
Well, I like that. I like that livery. It looks like the crazy cotton candy or crazy candy ice cream from when I was a kid.
772 maybe not working properly. 24 car. I like that. 555. Just going through it right now and waiting for us to get some people out there who are doing like some hot laps and stuff.
I do like the camouflage with the red underlay.
I do like
it's
that.
Pretty good.
That's cool.
We will cheer for you or cheer against you based on your livery. We are very shallow.
I mean, I'll cheer for people for a variety of reasons, but that can definitely be one of them. Yeah.
Don't lie to the people. If it has the Montenegrin flag on them, you will cheer against them.
I got no problem with Montenegro.
Don't lie to the people.
Oh, we have a Fengler.
Horribly traumatized.
Asking to be invited to speak. I thought he had the ability to do that himself.
No, don't let him in. Don't let him in. Oh my god, no, oh god. I mean, I was joking. Probably do that.
I clicked it.
It's
not. It's not.
He's just not paying attention.
Discord is resisting us. There we go.
Discord is being Discord. Hi, Christian.
Hello there.
You would say that.
I would call it a wonderful morning, but so far it's been a bumpy start.
Don't worry,
Murphy is a great friend of ours. Murphy loves us.
I mean, you guys are probably in. Guys are probably able to see everything.
Yep. We are. Well, not everything. Some of the liveries, for some reason, didn't load up, which is strange. Yeah, because Mike did an update just 15 minutes before the race, but hey, this happens. You know.
Did everything we can.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, great thing organizing this. How many teams do we have?
So
54?
currently we're looking at 47 teams. I don't know if we have
47 teams.
Yeah, I don't know if we have late dropouts. At the moment, we're at 40. Perhaps a few more are going to make an appearance in a bit, or they're going to miss out. I mean, 40 is... It could be more for the NORDSCHLEIFE here, but it's certainly worth racing. And speaking of registrations, we would be looking at more than 120 individual drivers participating.
Very nice.
And as I was saying while we were waiting for the server, you have set up a mechanic where drivers can cheat for cancer or against cancer, right?
And I've been heavily encouraging that.
Yeah. I nailed it pretty much on the head. So what we do is, it's not the newest idea, but you can buy penalties for other cars. So you see, sometimes bad luck hits you. You have a little spin, and you just have been in a fight to somebody else, and now they're running away with a 15-second lead. No problem. For the absolute ridiculous low amount of just €15, you can buy a 15-second penalty for the car in front of you. That obviously scales. So you've got 5, 10, 15 euros for 5, 10, 15 seconds. And if you feel really generous towards cancer and you just really want to see the car in front of you, somewhere else suffer, select them with a DT for just 30 or stop go 30 for 50 euros. Obviously, that money is all given away to the Cancer Research UK. But yeah, it should add a bit of spice to the race, because it's not only going to be running away for the quick ones, they're probably going to get slapped at some point with some penalties and be forced right back into the field.
So my particular shenanigans was that I'm trying to encourage people to donate so heavily right now that no race can take place, that everybody's so time heavily penalized, nobody can leave the starting line.
Well,
And then we talk 12 hours about food.
Yeah.
Oh, he can give you 12 hours about food.
you know, but honestly speaking, I have got some expectations towards the race. I know a bunch of people in here, because this is a less random drivers than you would think. Like, all these people have previously raced together in other endurance events and other communities, races whatsoever. And this is mainly how the event was spread, because obviously we're talking about Dean, a dear driver who drove in both Dusk Sim Racing and Evolution Racing Academy during his last years, and passed sadly last year due to cancer. And so in his memory we're doing this, and most of the people have some relation to either the communities he raced in or actively knew him before he passed.
We're in the Drive for Dean race 1 year ago, where Dean was still alive and still seeing what was done in his honor.
Yes, so I mean that was basically the offspring of this all. If I can remember correctly, Metz, so a streamer, approached Dean. I was like, while you stay able to, would you like to come on and have a little race with all the people you know? And Dean was like, yeah, let me handle it. I know just the right people. Hit up That's Sim Racing and Evolution Racing Academy. I was like, can you guys, like get together and make this happen? And then the last time we did a 6-hour spa and raised, I think, what was it, more than £2,000?
3,800 and change pounds.
So yeah, we've set the bar a bit lower this time, but let's actually
at the beginning, we're starting with a goal of 500, and then we're gonna move that goal post 500 by 500, and we hope that we're gonna get more than the first time.
100%. This is what we're looking for. I'm really surprised that the first pen's already in. Like, the first people already felt quite generous. Speaking about, especially on this point, the International Friendly Weekly Racing League, IFWL, that is. They have already snapped themselves, like both their cars, respectively, with a stop go 30 for the start, and the other one handed back a 10-second penalty because obviously drivers
So
are
they're
able to see
on the same team. That's cool. That's even funnier.
Yeah, it's like it seems a personal rivalry. Yeah, and you can actually see who dished you the penalty. So if you want to retaliate, nothing easier than that.
And of course, to anybody out there, any of our viewers, we are very happy to get your donations. Link is in the chat. There is a QR. All donations go directly over Tiltify to Cancer Research UK.
Yeah, especially if you want to participate in the race, but you won't be racing, but you have a fan favorite or something, feel free to give them a little notch up by, dish the other car 5-second penalty, or why not do so? Make your money count not only against cancer, but also in the race.
Oh, and I know that one big donation is coming from you, Christian, for a very special reason, for a promise that you made in the Discord.
Psst, don't remind people. Yeah. Okay. I initially just want to encourage more people to get on. And we all know the struggle. Like NORDSCHLEIFE is not necessarily an easy track. 12 hours is a very long time to drive, and sometimes things don't go your way. So what I wanted to do is give people an encouragement to keep driving because every lap matters. Now, what I've burdened myself with is I'm going to donate 5 cents for every lap that is completed by any car. So if a GT4 completes a lap, 5 cents in. If a GT3 completes a lap, that's 5 cents in. And even with 40 cars, I think we can expect around probably 5,000, between 5 and 4,000 laps at the end of the race. But I guess you guys are going to keep us updated with the HTML link that Steve sent you, so you can always just give it a little peek, and then with a bit of math, calculate how much money has been already raised.
Sounds good.
Christian, is it true that with 3 hours left, we will be switching to Bathurst for no particular reason?
That is 100% true. Also, the last 10 minutes will be a random track.
Huzzah!
This is obviously just a qualified 12 hours for the next 48 hours drive for Dean. I don't even think that ACC allows for such things. So it would be a mad thing to think that you would be racing for a whole weekend. But yeah,
by the way, to all the viewers, if it gets dark in the middle of the race, don't be surprised because the server is set up at double the time. So it's going to be a 24-hour race in 12 hours.
Does that mean everybody's going to be driving like 500 kilometers an hour?
No.
I hope not.
Why not?
Because Flugplatz would really become Flugplatz at 500 km/h.
So what really needs to be said before I drop out, because obviously I need to return to my own team. We have 5 minutes left on the training session. I want to thank everybody involved into organizing this, be it you guys on the comms, the stewards, especially in this case the Euro stewarding team. They have taken this on all by themselves, which was easier because we knew already what we're doing and they had already access to all the server stuff. It's not like we didn't get offers from other communities as well. ACM for providing the technical back end for the live penalties. What else? Who is involved? Let's Go Sim Racing, obviously, once again helping out with filling the grid. ACM helping out with filling the grid. SimGrid for supporting us in terms of hosting and publishing the event a little bit more. And a special thanks to Overtake.gg, who have, for nothing other than carrying their logo on the car, actually provide us with a very big reach on the Drive for D Overtake.gg website with an article covering the race and explaining stuff. It's just really lovely that so many communities, so many institutions got involved with this, and so this is a really nice idea. I really like the concept of it. Because in the end, we're doing this to have fun, and all these people were like, "Yeah, this is what sim racing is about." Bringing people together. having fun, and in the meantime, doing something good by raising money against cancer.
Exactly. Because we hate your guts when you're in front of us, but outside of the track, let's go get a beer.
Yeah. Also, last thanks to all the drivers who are participating. You have been very patient to put up with my shenanigans, be it yesterday in qualifying that has been a bit tricky, be it today with being 14 minutes late for the launch because looks like server 2 for us is fucked beyond repair, so there's going to be a technical session in the next week to try to get that running again. Yeah, but that's life.
All right. We have 3 minutes left in practice. I think you should go back to your team before it's too late.
Yep, 100%. Once again, cheers to everyone watching. Make your donations, make it count, and cheers to you guys for covering this.
And cheers to you for all the organization.
Indeed. A massive undertaking.
Let's have fun. And he's gone.
I see that we actually have working flags today. It's nice. That's my only technical contribution: getting flags to work with the entry lists in ACC.
Ah. Right. We have 170 pounds donated. If you would like to donate, you have the link in the chat. You have the QR on the stream, and you will see your name pop up and be on the list. And if you hate one team specifically, you can donate so that they get a hefty penalty, 1 second per pound or euro or dollar that you donate. So let's pile up the hate.
Hell yeah.
All the penalties for the M2 drivers.
Pity that ACC doesn't have prototypes, but that would make NORDSCHLEIFE, I think, very difficult.
Oh god, that would be horrifying.
I mean,
I salute everybody who's even just trying to tackle the NORDSCHLEIFE, period.
yeah.
I mean, it'd be a lot better if they were in a van.
This is like the only track. Maybe not the only track where people invite me. It's like, hey, we're doing an enduro race. Yeah, it's cool, awesome. Where are we going? We're going to NORDSCHLEIFE. Fuck that! Trying to think of what other tracks I would just absolutely... Well, I mean, there are certain tracks that are just, like, absolutely a terrible idea for endurance racing, like Knutstorf in Scandinavia. That would be a horrifying idea.
Bathurst.
Yeah, I love me some Bathurst, sir. I love me some Bathurst. And Byron
I
loves
love.
Bathurst.
I'm not saying I don't love it, but 24 hours of Bathurst.
I've done 24
That's
hours
pain.
of Bathurst.
72
I'm
hours
with
of
that.
Bathurst.
Respect, mate.
Mind
Respect.
you, to be clear, I did not drive the 24 hours. I was part of a team, but I have done a 24-hour race at Bathurst.
Yeah, but drive that 24 hours. Survive.
To be
survive
clear,
for 24 hours that mount.
To be clear, I also drove most of the race because my two teammates had a combined age of 135.
Yikes.
I was put in with the old guys. It's like, all right, who actually can do like 8 hours without needing a break? Kind of. You get Noel and Eric. Oh, great! I get the two. I get the two dudes in their 70s. Fantastic. And the one who gets wife aggro every like hour or so.
Right, we're waiting for the drivers to come back, which at NORDSCHLEIFE it can take a while.
It can take a hot sec. Just to throw it out there, the fastest lap, and this is the fastest lap of the session. 8 minutes, 18 seconds.
And that's not a surprising time for
That's not. No, that's not. That's not even a terrible time. No, that is a perfectly acceptable time from the 1-2-3 Ferrari, which, by the way, is the team that got a good luck wish from the chat. So there you go. Currently with Dominic Mulk or Mulkey. Not really sure which pronunciation that would be in the car.
Because we have people from everywhere. I wouldn't even know how to pronounce that. If it's a German team, I would say Malke, but it doesn't have to be a German team.
Your boy
Yes,
Blake
we
Moore
have-
in chat saying his DDS file is not currently working.
I did notice that,
Yeah,
there were 2 cars that appeared to be not functioning livery-wise, so that is unfortunate.
Well,
But to be honest, though, 2 cars out of 47 is that's not terrible.
yeah.
Usually worse, if I'm being honest.
What can you expect today if you are watching or listening to the stream? The race is going to be starting in about 2 minutes. You can expect A, 12 hours of NORDSCHLEIFE, B, a 24-hour race because the server is set up so that time goes double as fast, but the tires and fuel consumption and so on is absolutely normal. Maximum stint length for a car is 75 minutes. So after 75 minutes, the cars have to pit. But there is no max stint for drivers. And I think there is 1 or 2 drivers who are going to be doing 12 hours of the race, which is bonkers, in my opinion, but to each his own.
You guys get a big salute, yeah.
You can expect to have the drivers drop here because we have told them either they come here or they are going to face 900 hours of penalties. And all in all, we hope we can all expect a fantastic race, lots of fun, lots of commentating, and very, very especially lots of donations to kick cancer in the short and curlies.
I will note that we have one driver who does not have a national flag today. Dmitry Timofeyev. Could be that it's a flag that is not in the game, potentially. That would be a possible explanation.
Flag's not in the game? Okay.
Well, there's a limit. There are some countries that are missing because ACC only has the flags for drivers for countries that have been represented in an official race. So if you were from, just trying to pick the most random non-motorsports country I can think of.
And there we go.
Oh,
Oh, baby. A lot of cars sliding in between and over each other.
I was not expecting a
if,
Swedish flag for Glenn Thorne, I'll be honest.
With Senior Timofeyev is from the original Yugoslavia and refuses to use any other
That
flag
could
but
be
that.
it as well. That could be it as well.
Yum, yum.
The classic "I am from a country that no longer exists" option.
He is from the great racing nation of Mauritius.
Somewhere I have actually a text document with each of the numbers that correspond to each of the flags, and if we get really we're in trouble on commentary if I actually have to pull this card. But I'll go through the number of the country's flags who are not in ACC. Pole sitter for the M2 category is the number 142 car driven by Karl Heinz today. At the moment.
You're about to go green.
We have a question in chat.
And
to
there we
donate for penalizations, do you need to drive?
Nope.
No, you can donate for penalties in any way, shape, or form. Just say who you are penalizing, but you do not need to drive. And the cars are now entering the Nürburgring. I was about to say in the Nordschleife, but no, not yet.
No,
They
we're not
are
in
on
the,
the
we're
short
not in the
version.
countryside yet.
No, they're in the short version of the Nürburgring. What threw me on a loop because I never expect it, although I know it. But yeah.
There is a lot of action happening right now, and my race director is going insane, so apologies if we miss anything. This tends to happen on the first lap.
Please donate so heavily that every race team ends up with like a negative time. That'd be fun.
At the moment, we do have the 911 car in the front, though. Very police-oriented Lexus car.
Really? Because the system shows me the 211 McLaren is first.
Yeah,
the
but
system,
this
the system is stupid. Yeah.
Yeah. It's the classic. The race control is not going to be doing good things for the first lap.
Yeah.
Because it's waiting for them to hit the sector timelines.
Ooh, a wiggle there of McLaren. And now they are entering the Nordschleife.
Yes, now they are entering the green hell.
It's a really good song.
Second place for the 211 at the moment. Driven by
people.
And the 123 car in third place. Followed by the 696. And there are two Lexuses in the top 5, which makes me very happy as a Lexus fanboy. What can I say? I've sat in a number of these cars. The Lexus is the only one that I did not feel incredibly uncomfortable sitting in. So there you go. That's why we love it. It does not body shame me quite as hard as the rest.
I vote that next year we do this race with just giant panel vans.
6th place right now for Cormac Quinn. The 190. Please ignore the actual on-screen positions being delivered to you and listen to the sound of my voice instead.
The screen positions on screen are fake news.
They are very much fake news. I will say the number 1 car has made up a lot of ground. It started like 19th and is up to 7th. So that's a very impressive early run for the KFC car. And then we have another Lexus in 8th place, and then the number 6 car, the Ferrari in 9th. And rounding off the top 10 is the number 81 McLaren, driven by Liam Turner. Leading the way in the GT4 pack, it is... I'm not going to try to say that name. Someone else can take a crack at that.
I believe it's Steve.
The number 42 car leading the way from the number 9, and the number 757, which I do believe started in dead last place, so off to a good start.
Yeah, that's a name that Cody and Ike have also problems. Schmilewski.
Okay. And Sebastian Lucasen leading the way for the M2 field, currently in the number 53 car. Not a lot of M2s in the field. There's actually only 5, so guaranteed top 5. In the meantime, at some point, the 211 car did take the lead. Pavel Kisliev, which instantly earns fandom for me for having a name literally from a nation of War Machine. I appreciate that.
The guy that's in jail?
No, the miniature tabletop game War Machine. One of the factions is Kislev.
But that's from Warhammer.
Ooh, you're right. Is that? I'm thinking of the Warhammer one.
You're on drugs.
Not currently. For rarity, I'm not on drugs. Before anyone gets up in arms, normally I'm on antibiotics for various grappling-related infections. It happens. Anybody who's into mat sports, you know the dangers.
You currently has ringworm on both of your lobes.
You know, I've never had ringworm.
That
Probably.
you know of.
No, you would know if you have ringworm. Like it's a very
Probably.
it's a very like specifically looking rash that you get when you have ringworm. So it's actually pretty easy to identify. But I've never had it. I've seen people who have had it. Of course. Also,
Is it
chat
true?
over under. We get to lap 20 before someone has a horrendous accident. Before we get the crash scene from Rush. Just trying to scroll around the field and find battles that are going on. There are a number of them right now. There is no shortage of close combat right now, and it's just a matter of seeing who risks it for the biscuit. And this early in the race, I wouldn't recommend it. Speaking as somebody who has crashed horribly on lap 1 of a really long race, your teammates will not let you forget it.
Yeah.
I crashed on the downhill section of Bathurst in a 8-hour Bathurst race, and my teammates were not happy with me.
What? No one crashes on the downhill of Bathurst. What do you?
Yeah, that's a very easy. That's a very
super easy section of track.
Come on.
I love that even Byron knows that the downhill section of Bathurst murders people.
Deploy the
Easiest part
wallaby.
of the easiest track in the world.
Totally. Battle for
Nice.
third place here between the 1-2-3 and the 6-9-6. I'll be doing a lot of identifying the cars by numbers because, of course, these are multiple driver cars.
Yeah.
Also, side note: the names in ACC Race Control are not necessarily the driver in the current car, which is kind of annoying.
Oh bother! Really?
It takes the name from it takes the first name on the entry list as opposed to who's actually in the car. Oh, contact!
Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh baby!
And rather than battling for third, the 1-2-3 is in the wall.
Ah, yikes! And looks like this is gonna be a repair.
Yeah. Leading the way is still the 211. And early pit stop for the 111. Missing flag. So both of our Russian named drivers don't have a flag. Is the Russian flag maybe not in ACC? Could this be like a actual political sanction against Russia?
I don't think so. But oof, that car looks.
That car does not look good.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just it's weight savings.
Now I will say
going into pits.
The bright side of a 12-hour race is there is a lot of time to fix that car up, get back out there, and salvage a more than sufficient result.
For that, but still, ouch.
Oh yeah, ouch. Checking on the leader of the GT4 field, it is still the number 42 car. Good little three-way battle for supremacy, though. The 757's right there, as well as the number 9. The 1-2-3 is also in the pits, which is not surprising given that accident.
Yep.
And I'm trying to pick out the M2 leader. There we go. Sebastian Lucasen. Number 53 car. We'll be paying more attention to the GT3s than the lesser classes, just because there are more of them. Like more than half the field is.
You just
More
said
than-
lesser classes.
Well, they're slower.
Prejudicial.
They're just slower. I am not. I am making the statement purely on speed and cost of car. But they're more than half the field are GT3s, so we're gonna be paying a lot more attention to the GT3 battle than anything else that's going on right now.
I only have one question at this point, and that is: does anybody know the age of Mr. Scoob?
Not off the top of my head.
So you don't know whether or not it's chow time. Like, wow, Scoob.
I do believe he's probably in the appropriate age range for that. Yes. Chris Wall hanging on to 6th place right now in the number 1 car. Under pressure from the number 6 Ferrari. Ford Mustang v Ferrari.
I enjoy that Mr. Ford in 20th place here is number 69. Nice.
Ah, yes. I see that. We do have somebody in the streaming channel here on Discord, but if you want to talk, you do have to raise your hand.
And also, you gotta pay the tax. You gotta penalize somebody.
But you gotta be nice to us, and make a sizable donation.
Indeed. Does anybody know the age of Mr. Kolb?
No, off the top of my head.
Is potentially, do we potentially have a Kolb old situation? Stand up, my D&D peoples.
My favorite GT4 car, the McLaren, running in 2nd place.
Oh, we have a hands up. Hands up. What do we do? Oh my god, panic immediately.
Hello.
Hey, Alex.
Hello, Alex.
How's it going?
Good day.
It's going good so far. We've seen one horrendous accident so far,
Oh, joys.
and otherwise it's been pretty clean.
Which is like not favorable. I don't want to see clean racing. We want to see carnage.
Byron is here for the carnage.
I
We
demand
want to see
destruction.
carnage on the NORDSCHLEIFE. Now in every cinema around you.
Quickly convert every corner into a hairpin.
We do, in fact, have carnage vision and 3D blood splatter.
Yikes.
Remind me, I need to go into Trackmania and do a NORDSCHLEIFE, but it's really cold, and so every corner becomes like a shrunken in hairpin. I was in the pool.
I mean, I'm
Water
pretty
must have
sure the
been very
NORDSCHLEIFE doesn't need hairpins to kill you.
Yeah.
But it helps.
I don't even know if it does.
Might help.
Triple 5 car is on the tail, the number 13 for 16th place.
Oh, that's one thing that I didn't ask. We have a question. When will the penalty be given out? I don't remember. When they pit? I think it's when they pit.
Oh!
Oh!
Contact
Ouch, big hit.
with the wall. Well, the number 13 car said, "I'm going to make it easy for you, Triple 5. On you go."
Relax.
And looks like Timo has recovered the car reasonably nicely, but probably not a joy to drive right now.
Mm.
Alex, how many penalty minutes can we bully you into donating right now?
It depends. If it's one particular driver I know, then maybe 99.
Ooh, delightful.
Let's see if I can get a replay here on Chris Wall, who appears. Oh, there we go.
Oh boy.
And speaking of donations, we have a donation of £10 by Nightcat. Thank you very much for that. Another donation, £10 from TTVMX Bondi 46. All for a good cause. Hope you reach your target. An anonymous donation of £25. Thank you very much. Alan R77, £10. Thank you very much for that. Bootsy, £25. Thank you. Viv, £15 from to 69. Sometimes you have to take things slow from Viv. There you go. And Sam Dorman, aka Khan, £5 to 21, 5 seconds. Blake, you're a bum. Good luck to every driver in this race. And a £25 donation from Harry Goswell. Good luck. Wishes from ACM, which puts the total for now at £295. Thank you very much. Those go to Cancer Research UK to help them kick cancer in the short and curlies.
I'd just like to express some appreciation for the number 64 car with the Sega livery. That's very nice.
Indeed.
Very clean. Very simple, but looks nice.
There is a song by a Canadian band called the Barstool Prophets, and they have a delightful song called The Short and Curlies, which I haven't listened to in a long time, and you're reminding me of it, and that's a problem for my brain, which will not let that go. I'll never be able to let that go.
Chris Wall moving back up into 8th place in the number 1 car. He's been as high as 5th in this race, but has had, I think, 2 offs and somehow stayed out of the wall. So, like, you know, driver of the race right now just for survival. just on the pure factor of how are you not dead?
How have you not died yet?
And we also got a battle for 4th place going on. Steve Richardson in the number 38 car, putting pressure on... You know, I could just pull his name up. Cormac Quinn. There we go.
Yes. Well, these two are quite well-known drivers in DGSR for fighting each other.
Oh, we have our first penalty. The number 44 car, 10 seconds.
Yeah, but that's a real penalty.
Oh, is that a real penalty?
Oh!
Yeah. For rejoining, I think for rejoining the track in unsafe condition.
I mean, that's the most fun, though.
So that's a steward penalty as opposed to a donation. We will continue to be in suspense on the matter. Number 13 car went into the pits probably some time ago, and I just didn't notice, so apologies to them. That is the car that went into the wall earlier, so not surprising. The front end was literally flapping in the wind, so, you know, probably a good idea to get in the pits.
The answer, my friend, is Ferrari in the bin. Oh, wait, no, sorry.
I mean, really, the answer is hire Mike Stockmill for your team.
Correct.
So, to quote Cody, the front was flapping in the wind like a nudist in a hurricane.
Oh, boy.
All right, then.
Oh, boy.
And with those wise words, I leave you for now. I'm gonna be watching from the sideline, but I have a couple of tons to do. For example, the news for tomorrow, the sim racing news, finish recording and cutting them. So for now, I hope you all crazy people donate. I wish us all a fantastic race and see you later, mates. Have fun.
He'll be back.
Enjoy.
I appreciate Flo Scoob and the 442's livery.
Like, wow, Scoob.
It is very wow Scoob.
Like, this guy over here has got a mask on.
Liam Turner getting shuffled back a little bit, or going forward a little bit. One or the other.
One of these things is happening.
One of these things is occurring.
you're getting race controlled, where it's just like, oh look, they overtook in the corner and then give it back immediately.
Yeah, that's basically what it was. It's like, he's in 7th, now he's in 9th, now he's in 7th, now he's in 9th. Make me mind. But we do have a lovely train forming behind Chris Wall here, so that's probably going to be great fun.
I bet
Chris
they're all
Wall has
barbarians.
become the locomotive conductor.
Indeed.
I bet they're all barbarians lined up behind the wall. The Great Wall.
Give a little bit of love to the GT4 class, Stefan Huvel?
Do you
I
think the
apologize
guy
if I butcher any names.
Do you think the guy in 21st place has his own park?
It's Rancic.
You think they let pets there?
He might.
Is it pet friendly?
It might be pet friendly.
Well, I mean, if anything, from watching the other drivers, they do move in herds.
I feel like we're going to be sticking with this battle for 7th place for a while. 5 cars. And
Looks like it.
Tight conga line. Just waiting for something terrible to happen.
I mean, I only really have one thing to say, and that is... and also put them in the wall.
Ah. There are all walls to work with here.
They all must wall in the round I call.
Lucas Schmidt thought about it there for a second. Had a tight change. Oh! Ooh, that was a very close call for the number 81 car of Liam Turner. Almost in the wall there.
Really pushing to overtake Liam Turner now is Smith.
Yeah, he wants through. We've seen Turner make a couple of mistakes, so I think anybody behind him is feeling like they're losing time. And right now, that is Lucas Smith and K-Go Sheriff in the 43 car, which is channeling the late 90s Jordan F1 team, so I appreciate the livery. Which is, for anybody's curiosity, by far my favorite livery in F1 history.
Magala just noticed that Lance Archer is in 15th place. Everybody else is in immediate danger.
It's not Lance Archer, unfortunately. It is Laz Archer.
Wow! Change it to Lance, buddy. Upgrade your game. Check out any kind of pro wrestling. You'll understand that.
So no offense here to the number 55 car, but I do have to cheer against you because your livery's not working, and you're in 3rd place.
Yeah, or he's just picked a livery that's intentionally all black.
Or he's either intentionally gone with the broken livery, or his livery's broken. I mean, these are the two options, and I don't appreciate either of them.
So much action going on track right now. We've got battle for 16th, battle for 13th, pressure on 9th.
There's a battle for the 2nd place in the GT4 category right now. There's also a pretty good battle going on between the 76 and 75 car for 31st place, which I don't know what that is in the class category, unfortunately. But,
K. Sharif, don't like it. Yes, sir.
Might have a change of hands here for 2nd place between the two Lexuses. The number 55 looking to make a move on the 911 police car.
Pure drag race.
Yep. Between theoretically equal cars.
Exactly. So it's just who gets their gear shifts correct. And it looks like
the 55's got this. Pavel Kislyev moving into 2nd place.
Definitely tell who's feeling braver through those corners.
Kislyev's already got some scratches on the side, so he's done some banging.
Herr Christian Fengler is in chat. Yeah, he says something I don't quite understand. You might want to update it.
Press I, and you can cycle through the class standings. Oh, that's a good point. Not actually working for me, unfortunately.
Fair enough. You have failed us, Christian.
I must have a hotkey issue somewhere.
We will have you sent to a special education area.
Oh no, it's probably my bad.
Didn't work for me either.
Oh, now he says no.
No. No, that's a no.
Oh, Liam Turner getting dropped back a couple of spots. Dropping from 9th place to 11th. Doesn't look like there's any particular drama, though. The car looks intact.
I like the drive for Dean. Shenanigans he's got going on there. Fucking Liam. So, alright, I got a story to tell.
Hit me.
Back in the day when I was the only Apple Tech for like 500 kilometers in any direction,
We had going for a move here.
We had this guy. I legit do not remember anything except for his first name, and that it was a cell phone issue. And we were able to replace his shit under warranty, and he never got back in contact.
Oh.
And so, like, we literally had, like, hey, here's your free fucking phone. Like, buddy, your phone has been replaced. Come just, like, retrieve. Here, boy. Here, boy. Like, nothing. We phoned that guy twice a week for 3 months. And it became this weird between myself and my boy Kyle. AKA OTK. If you know, you know. Don't worry about it if you don't. It's not that important at all.
I'm pretty sure it's only me.
Yeah, exactly. So Kyle and I would call this guy twice a week for 3 months. He never showed up, never got back in contact, didn't even show up on a late shift on a Thursday going like, hey, I dropped my phone off here like a long time ago. Like nothing.
We do have a question in the chat about how to create penalties as a viewer. And unfortunately, I don't know the answer. I know you have to donate. And I assume that there's something on the donation where you can select a car number and give a penalty.
I think you have to name the team.
Ah.
If you donate and name the team in the donation that you are penalizing, they will honor that with the next time they pit stop.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it became this thing between Kyle and I where, we would devolve into English/Irish accents, and we weren't good at, terribly either. But it was like, fucking Liam, let's fucking call Liam and fucking... I think it became Liverpool after a while. It's like, let's fucking Liam, let's fucking... You gonna call Liam? No, I'm not fucking calling Liam. You fucking call Liam. I fucking... Not doing that bullshit. I gotta fucking Liam. So every time anybody comes up with the name Liam, buddy, it retrieves a memory direct out of the database.
It does things to his brain.
Uploading.
Blake Moore, who is instantly one of my favorites in the field because he is driving an Audi, and the Audi is an unfairly maligned car that no one seems to like to use, and I hate you all.
I mean, if you had the choice between driving an Audi and having an Innie, which would you choose?
I mean, having an Innie would be preferable.
There you go.
Lance Archer is putting the pressure on Flo Scoop. And,
get him, Lance.
Right behind them is Patrick Michalski. I'm assuming Michalski, probably. I swear I have Polish heritage. I just don't trust the Polish grandparents who have told me anything correct.
I'm going with Michalski.
She taught me. My grandmother is Polish. Well, was Polish. He's passed away now. But,
Yeah.
taught me all kinds of Polish that I later learned is entirely not Polish and therefore unreliable.
So what we're saying is your grandmother potentially was a stripper and therefore technically still Polish.
Let's not make that joke about my grandmother, please. That's gross.
Indeed, entirely.
Chris Wall is catching up with the 6th place car of John Bowes. And we'll see if the KFC car can move forward once again. It has been as high as 5th place. It has been as low as 11th place. It's had an interesting journey. I must say, we're still on only one complete death, and that's interesting to me.
Destruction. I do enjoy the purple and black, or is it pink and black, violet and black? That one
There's
right
a little
there.
bit of purple in there, too.
Like, wow, Scoob, your paint
Also,
scheme's pretty cool.
I appreciate the fact that they've got the Cancer UK stuff on there as well.
Correct.
Very event-friendly. Can't believe I haven't looked at this car more. The camo car of Simon Herman. Currently running in... what is that? 6th place? 6th place in class.
Perhaps I will go on to Trackmania and design a car that looks like or design a track that looks like a dog bone and call it the Scooby track.
Well, I was saying nice things about Chris Wall, catching up with John Bowes, and now he's fallen back into the clutches of Lucas Schmidt again, and has lost like 2 seconds, so presumably has almost killed himself again and gotten away with it. So part of me wants to say stop doing that, part of me wants to sleep.
Just a reminder to please donate to penalize early and often. It'd be funny if there was an additional penalty option to limit their speed.
We are up to $310 on the donations, by the way.
Huzzah.
Lucas Schmidt looking to make a move here on the straightaway. Haven't driven the Ford Mustang myself, so I don't know. I don't know if that's a strong car around here. I have been out of ACC, not really, but like out of like doing it regularly for a hot minute, and my knowledge is now like all old. But Lucas Schmidt getting the job done, and moves into 7th place for BMW.
As per the historical documentary of Ford versus Ferrari, I believe the Ford is still pretty good. Oh, we have a call for some rain in chat. Mr. Price wants some rain. I concur. Let's go with rain, if not hail. Come on, baby.
NORDSCHLEIFE.
Hail.
Oop, little touch with the wall there.
No. More Schleifer in the snow. Make it a rally stage.
Where do we donate to absolutely destroy the weather? Please donate to introduce a swamp into.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a $5,000 donation, and it is coming down.
We have elected to restart the race. Time reduced to make it wet, wet, wet.
We have deployed the monsoon weather model. And speaking as someone who's trying to drive the monsoon weather model in this game, don't try. You will die.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have achieved donation status, and 1/3 of the track will be known now known only as biblical.
Biblical. Ladies Ladies and gentlemen, we've hit the we have hit the 12 plagues part of the race.
Frogs. Only frogs, baby. Entirely frogs.
Swarm of locusts has established itself on turn 1.
Man, it's too bad you ain't got no fucking windscreen wipers. Oh, those were weight saving. We didn't bring the. Oh, it's too bad.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've had a $25,000 donation. Turn 7 is now a lava pit.
It has a ski jump before it. Well, try and make it over.
We're basically the track is slowly turning into Wario Stadium from Mario Kart 64.
The track is now lava. You can only drive on the grass. Stay tuned for 2 laps from now when we update it to Rainbow Road.
Well, once again, we're staring at Chris Wall as he defends against somebody. This has become a routine.
What does Chris Wallace look like?
Right now, a wall. He is attempting to build a wall around his Mustang to keep positions.
You thought you were tuning in for Drive to Dean, but instead it's just the Chris Wall show.
He has definitely had more camera time than any other driver so far. Once had somebody ask me, hey, when you're doing commentary, why do you never look at my car? You're never near anyone. That's the answer.
Yeah, we get that a lot.
It was Mike Stopbill.
Bro, stop me. They're like a minute ahead of the field.
I know.
Eat shit.
That's what I said. Never near anybody.
Oh, stop me. I'm 53 and a half seconds ahead of the nearest goddamn person. Why don't you ever show me driving?
Stopbill update has lapped the entire field.
The only time we see you is when you're parked behind a blue flag. And only for an instant because you're so close.
No, this is not really a battle. This is a GT4 car versus a GT3 car. This I
Put him in the wall!
I brought the camera to an uninteresting place. I apologize.
Put him in the wall! Put him in the wall!
Things are settling down, at least for now, but we have 11 and a half hours to go, so don't worry. It's gonna get good.
Which lap did they switch to Cybertrucks?
That does not actually occur.
Bruh, so helping out my mother recently retired. I'm helping her out with stuff. And we're driving back and forth between her place. The parents' place is like outside the city, like 15 minutes. And to get there, you got to drive past the jail. And so I didn't notice at the time, but when we're coming back into town, my side of the vehicle is pointed towards the jail. Jail/prison. I think it's like... I honestly don't know if there's any prisons even close. Anyway, I look out into the parking lot, and there is a legit Cybertruck parked in the jail parking lot. And I start laughing my ass off, knowing that there's at least one person that works there that is a complete loser.
Yeah.
Why? He's not going to be able to get to work in the winter. It's uphill. It's legitimately like you have to leave the city, drive up a bridge, and the bridge is a steep. I don't know, it's steep, but it's a firm to aggressive incline.
One moment, we're going to do a replay here on Chris Wall. Looks like he's been in the wall. What happened to Chris Wall?
Oh, there.
Wall banger.
Oh, came out of the carousel, rough. And into the wall he
Gross.
goes.
Need more gravy on them tires.
I mean, he's been flirting with disaster for some time.
Been traveling down the road, me flirting with disaster. So yeah, it's very like that. Whoever it is that owns the Cybertruck that works at my local prison, you are not going to be able to get to work unless it's legitimately just only summertime. What an idiot!
Let's see if Liam Turner can get around Chris Wall here. Should be able to. That car should be highly compromised on a straightaway. And we do have a long straightaway coming up. But Turner has not managed to find his way through so far.
Get him, Gravy Boy!
And he's in the wall again.
That ain't pleasant. I mean, they're gonna deduct many spicy chicken wings off your bill.
That is not how the car is supposed to look. I don't know if I have to
fine.
tell anybody
It's fine.
that.
It's fine. It's enhanced cooling and it's weight saving. You're gonna get more air through the engine, and you're gonna you're not missing. You're like missing some stuff. Who's holding you back?
Interesting. The number
It's
13 car, and I'm not. I'll be quite honest here. I am probably gonna have no luck keeping track of driver swaps at all. But the number 13 car appears to be the first one to actually have done a driver swap. Because Nico Schmidt was not the driver that started the race in this car. This car did end up in the wall and had to make a pit stop. It was Timo, last name started with an S, that started the race.
Eager
So they, I guess they elected to. They didn't trust him after he was the first car to destroy himself. They didn't trust him to go any further.
That seems to be fair.
I cannot fault the logic. That is not where you're supposed to go there, Mr. Moore. But you saved it, you kept it pointed the right direction, and I appreciate that.
I want more destruction.
Oh, it's coming. We're not even an hour in. These guys are not tired yet.
Deep.
John Ford is suddenly caught up to Timofeyev.
John Jacob Jingleheimer Ford.
So Timofeyev must have had a problem.
I enjoy creepy girlfriend on the back bumper. Very nice. I like.
Blake Moore looking
Watch
for a
what
move
they're
here
doing.
on John Ford. Down the inside into the arena section, but will not be able to get that job done.
Why not?
Because he didn't.
I like that John Ford's livery looks like a scrubbing bubbles spray bottle.
A little bit.
With creepy girlfriend on the back corner. There he goes. Appreciate it. Who's on the? Oh, there's somebody on the front bumper.
Well, we'll go
I
back to
just
it.
noticed.
Adnan Pusina making a move into 7th place there over John Bose. John Bose's voodoo did not work for the first time in this race. I don't know if anyone else has noticed this. I know that I am like the autistic, like noticing this kind of stuff person, but anytime somebody was catching up with John Bose, something bad happened to them. So his voodoo appears to have finally worn out.
I believe it's because of the caltrops and also the oil slick.
Pop
So we
back
got
over
creepy
to John
girlfriend
Bose.
on the yeah, we got the creepy girlfriend on the back order. But there's somebody else on the front. Right there. I don't know who that is.
I have no idea.
I don't know either. Wrong way around.
Nice little three-way battle going on here. That's number 69 and the number 21. Catch up to the 227.
Nice.
really a lot of other battles going on right now. There's a couple of like GT3 cars working their way through some GT4s, but that's about it. So we'll stick with this for a little bit.
Be sure to scan the QR code on the side of John's car as quickly as possible, because that's all you're gonna get. Oh, I missed it again.
This is gonna drive you insane.
No, I'm fine. I'm good.
While we have a moment, I do kind of want to pop over to Ulrich de Jaeger. Oh, I'm disappointed. So Ulrich races for the Griffin Sim Racing team, and they usually have some very dope liveries. By their standards, this is weak.
You look like a spoiled blueberry.
By their standards, this is unimpressive. Gentlemen, do better. I say that not... I say that because I know you can. Well, that is John Ford in the wall.
Wow.
And a spot made up by the Audi.
Ooh. That's a lot of damage.
It's going to be a lot, although Chris Wall,
It's
I think,
fine.
probably has the record. Chris Wall, by the way, is
Yes.
still in the pit lane.
Yes, I saw. Canal.
If there's anything that Bathurst has taught me, there's nothing you can't fix with, like, a lot of slamming and kicking and ripping and tearing. and then like, some duct tape?
Yep.
Well, see, that diffuser damage actually might be the problem for him.
It's fine. It's a weight
A couple
saving.
other cars in the pits as well. The 262, this one's in, and the 76 is in for a stop-go penalty. It's out of time. Otherwise, that car looks pretty okay. Have not checked in with the leader for some time, but the 211 is quite a ways out front, 16 plus seconds. Has the fastest lap of the race by about 2 seconds. Oh, the 262 has left the pits, and so has Chris Wall. So the number 1 is back out.
He's number 1.
He is the greatest of walls.
Nico Schmidt making his way through some other class traffic. But at the moment, that's kind of all we got going on for us right now. We're at that point of the race where the battles are currently have pushed the giant pause button.
Set them on fire.
And what we got is some GT3s that have been in the pit lane for penalties or driver swaps or damage, and are now heading into how should I put this? Recovery mode. One such person is Glenn Thorne, the 262 car. You know, far be it for me to pick at someone's livery because I am the most unartistic person you're ever going to find. Glenn, this livery. We need to talk.
I mean, I don't know what you want. I mean, it's clearly the best white on white on white on white on white on white. It's like all the logos.
Are you trying to suggest to me that what I'm not appreciating is there's like 55 different shades of white on that car?
No, what I'm suggesting is that he's got like 55,000 logos 82,000 memes, and they're all like different, vaguely 1 pixel away from the other white. It's the most densely loaded livery there's ever been.
Interesting note here. Adam Ty, I thought, came in to serve a stop-go penalty because he had a stop-go penalty, and his car did not appear to be damaged. But either he has acquired an additional stop-go penalty, or he failed to serve the stop-go penalty. One or the other.
Or both.
Samuel Jardine in the pits to get some repairs. And Gal Benedict working their way through the field. That's another one of the cars that was in the pits quite early on. And I think they're the driver swap, but don't quote me on that.
I might.
But I just told you not to.
Well, I mean, I just thought I'd give you a heads up.
Well, with no real action happening, let's just do a quick rundown of the top 3 in each class. In the GT3 category, it is the 211 leading the way, driven by Son Angel. In second place, it's Pavel Kislyev in the number 55 Lexus, and it is a double Lexus podium at the moment with the 911 of Tarmo Malmi in third place. In fact, actually, it's a 2-3-4 Lexus combo with Steve Richardson in the 38 and fourth place. In the GT4 category, the leading car is the 757 of currently driven by Philip Ferlinski. It's the McLaren, followed by the Aston Martin of Joost Verhelst in the number 9. And then it is Lucas Culp in the number 30 Aston Martin in third place. Down in the M2 category, it has been pretty much since the start Sebastian Lucasen in the number 53 leading the way, just calmly getting the job done out there. And in second place, we have Karl Heinz in the BMW. And they're all BMWs. I shouldn't have to give brand on this one. In the 142. And in third place, it is Marek Dvorak in the 999 car. As John Ford makes his way into the pits. We saw Ford in the wall earlier, and to be honest, I'm a little surprised he's just in the pits now. Oh, we do have battle heating up. This is 16th place. Timofeyev defending against Blake Moore. Moore is caught back up to the Ferrari. And we're heating up again.
And as things heat up, I'm going to cool down. I'm going to abandon you and probably get some sleep.
That sounds like a good plan, because it's, what, 2:30 in the morning for you?
Yeah, I got to go to my nephew's birthday tomorrow, so I'm going to do that. If I wake up a little early, I might pop on and say some horrible things and get you all banned. But if not, hope you enjoyed things.
Don't do that. It's a charity event.
Oh, right. Okay, can't do that. Just maybe a little edgy. Maybe just a little.
A little edgy's fine.
All right, so I'm just going to mute myself and not harass people until maybe I do. Enjoy.
Blake Moore looking to make a move here. As soon as this battle kind of moves away from us, actually, I'm going to step away. Not for a long time. Not for any particular length of time. I'm just going to get a beverage from the fridge. And, because I need one. The heartburn is kicking in. But while there is a hot battle, I do not want to do that to you, because I am in control of the camera. So, Alex Robinson, tell us about yourself. Everyone else has gotten to give themselves a little bit of a bio, and we didn't really get around to giving you one. Or he may have stepped away himself. I do not know. A little bit late on the brakes there by Moore, but nothing too serious. A couple of cars in the pits getting repairs. And yeah, this is the... Oh. I look away and Moore has a little bit of a sideways moment. Alright, we'll pick up the leader and I will quickly go get myself a beverage and be right back. Hopefully nothing super interesting happens while I am doing that. Alright, we're in the 12-hour of Drive for Dean here, and it's about 1 hour in, and I'm cracking out the semi-energy, semi-iced tea beverages. This one will be... What flavor is this supposed to be? Strawberry, which will probably not taste like strawberry. Flo Scoob on the attack for 12th place against Patrick Mahalski. Did he go into the wall? I think he went in the wall. What happened there? Can we get a replay? Because the camera angle was just kind of wrong there. Must have clipped a curb. Let's see here. Nope, another victim of the carousel. Bright side, not a lot of damage to the car, and didn't get collected by anyone coming through. So, if you're going to spin on the NORDSCHLEIFE, that is about as unimpressive, I guess is the word I'm looking for, that it'll get. Arson Gregorian in the McLaren, looking to attack the other McLaren of Mickey Taylor. The 197 versus the 696, battle for 19th place. Gregorian has been... notably faster, so I don't think that this is going to be a long-term battle. Should, I think, get this job done reasonably quickly in the NVIDIA car. Yep. Taylor doesn't fight that too hard. Knows that that is unfortunately not his battle today. Notable pit stop, Steven Richardson coming in from 4th place. Does have a stop-go penalty to serve. Looking for some action to show off to you guys, but there is not really anything going on right this second. So we'll give the leader some love. The 211 car, which has been in the lead since about lap 2 or lap 3. Started on pole, which is, not surprising. The 911 car briefly got ahead at the start, the third place Lexus, and then made a mistake, lost the lead, and is falling back to third place. And the 211 has led ever since. Pick up Glenn Thorne, navigating some traffic. There's the number 142 M2 up ahead of him. And he'll navigate that without any issue. Not technically a blue flag scenario, but a non-class battle. And we'll pop back into the race leader. To say it looked like the 555 had some problems, but judging by the fact that there is a driver swap that has occurred, I think that's just coming out of the pit lane, and that is the explanation for the droppage. This is not a battle for position. This is Stefan Heuvel trying to make his way through the M2 leader, Sebastian Lucasen. So this is a GT4 versus M2 moment here. Not similar profile cars. And the number 12 Ginetta should get through without too much trouble. Son Angel leading the way. Fastest lap of the race belongs to this car at 8 minutes 11 seconds, 507. The next best is at 8 minute 13, so that is by some significant margin the fastest lap of the race. So it is not particularly close. Of course, there will at some point be another driver in this car, and we'll see if they can keep it up. That is the key to endurance racing, is having a number of drivers who can drive a very similar car, as in they want similar things, similar understeers, similar oversteers, similar push in corners, similar feels to the car, and can drive that car to the absolute maximum. Having one super quick driver who does not suit the driving style of their teammates does not really especially help, and can often cause notable problems. So finding the right teammates is probably the most important part of the whole deal. Arsen Gregorian picking up another spot there. That is Padre Mulcahy, who has just gotten into that car, falling back. Probably has some tires to warm up still, and just generally trying to get into the feel of the action. Also, I think Gregorian had a very, very early pit stop, and is a car that should be probably a little bit more towards the front of the pack, if that were not the case. Blake Moore having a battle with Camille Muldrix. I'm sorry, I am bad with some forms of names. There are some that I ace, there are some that I don't. Usually corresponds to the prevalence in MMA, if I'm being honest. A couple battles heating up. Kago Sheriff is on the tail of Mickey Taylor. And also John Boyce is on the tail of Adnan Posina, which is a fight that we've seen going on for some time. I suspect Posina was in the wall there. That's why they were a little bit off the pace. See what Kago can do here. Looking down the inside of the stealth bomber. And that will be a successful move. Taylor getting a bit out of shape there. We return to the 777 and its battle with the number 21 car, which was driven by Blake Moore, is now being driven by Florian Volker. Also, everybody, we are 60 euros away from the goal for the stream at the moment, for the charity goal for the Cancer UK research. And guys, get that up over the 500. Let's make it happen. Couple other battles catching up. The 38 car does have a stop-go penalty still to serve, but has switched drivers to the Belgian driver Sydney Sentins, and is on the attack against Flo Scoop. And actually, we have the top two cars in the pits, so the 211 and the 55 have hit the pit lane. These will be key handoffs here, just a little over an hour into the race for those two cars. Volker is in the wall. Is this of his own doing, or are we gonna see some naughty behavior here from the Porsche? More or less self-inflicted. St. Gregorian looking to pick up another spot here. The tail of Jurancic. Move. And Scoob going side by side with the Lexus of Santins. Santins will take that position without particular drama, making use of the Lexus's powerful grunt on the straightaway. A number of top cars in as well. The 911, the 6, the 85, the number 11, and the 190 are all in the pit lane. And a number coming in as well. Santins, I imagine, will be starving a stop-go penalty as opposed to a scheduled pit stop. Looks like Angel's going to take a second stint here. No driver swap for the 211. Nikki Taylor on the tail of Kiki. McLaren versus Ferrari, classic F1 rivalry. Probably the defining rivalry of F1. At least my formation as a fan, I started watching back in 1991, so late Ayrton Senna era into the Michael Schumacher over at Ferrari, and of course Mika Hakkinen, McLaren, and so on. So, you know, a lot of battles there. They were kind of bad at the same time and good at the same time. For the most part, there are some exceptions. Taylor getting a little out of shape there. Still about the only battle on the track right now, so we'll stick with it. Oh, possible to show the race time. So the problem is that the banner is covering the race time. It's a good point. We might want to try to fix that. Let me see what I can do.
Oh no, that's not on.
There we go. That should show off the race time for the audience.
Certainly makes it easier.
It does, although it is now cutting off a couple of a little bit of the tower, and I can't.
Who's in first? We don't know.
I can't seem to resize the. It's not letting me resize it. Hang on. Here's the problem. It looks really, really awkward if I move it off of the leaderboard. We'll have to deal with it, and you'll have to kind of listen to the commentary for telling who's in the lead. My apologies, but that is, I think, will have to be how we go. We'll see how it is. Are driver changes mandatory, or is there a time limit for how long one driver can drive? There is a time limit for how long a stint can be. I don't believe that there's a time limit as far as the amount of time a driver can have in the car, or if it is, I think it's just like so large that it doesn't particularly matter. I could be mistaken.
So we don't know any mad people that are doing a 12-hour stint by themselves.
I do believe the rules allow for it.
I'm sure there was at least one or two drivers last time we did this that were like, I'm going to do the whole thing.
To those people, you're insane. Seek help. And that's really all I have to say. Because that would be absolutely insane.
It would be insane.
I wouldn't even recommend doing a 3-hour race on your own.
No.
I could see it being possible, but like, I wouldn't plan for it. Put it that way.
All I would say is, if you are going to do a really long stint by yourself, I really hope you got a comfy chair.
I did one time because of cakey in the wall there. The 555. And he collects the 42.
Oh.
And the 42 doesn't escape to pit lane.
Nope. Yeah.
Hopefully they didn't.
Love it.
Hopefully they didn't exit the server entirely. Hopefully. Okay. Nope. They're just in the pits. We have a report from chat that they believe that Stefan Huvel in the Ginetta, the number 12 car, is doing it solo. And things are kicking off. Things are kicking off as the number 1, 2, 3 gets collected by the 777.
That is one damaged Porsche.
Are happening. Anyways, before action suddenly went out of control, and we had actual stuff to commentate on, I was going to say, I did have the experience of having to do a 5-hour stint in an endurance race. But the issue was that my teammate lost internet. So I wasn't supposed to do a 5-hour stint. But I came into the pits, he was not there, and I just had to keep going back out.
Oof. Yeah, that'll hurt.
And then
really hurt.
It got worse because he had to go to work, so he actually did not even do a single stint.
So you just did the whole race by yourself?
No, we had a third driver, but the third driver was sleeping at the time when he was supposed to get in the car. So,
Oh no!
So, but the third guy shows up. He's like, "How you doing?" I'm like, "I've been in this car for 5 hours. Take the wheel."
Please.
It was yeah. I think it's Big Bang Theory has that scene where the International Space Station's having toilet issues, and they're just like, Houston, we are going to take an unscheduled spacewalk at the moment. You're not scheduled to do that. It's ill-advisable. Houston, this is more of an FYI. It was kind of that. It was I'm coming in the pits, you're getting in the car. We've lost 5 spots, and I have no feeling in my left leg.
I don't even remember how to brake for the corners anymore.
Michael Dyson running in 14th place, putting the pressure on. Pardon me. It was Timofeyev that I was thinking it was, but no, it is actually the 1-2-3 car up ahead of him. Never mind. That's Dominic Malky, who got taken out by the 777, so some damage on the McLaren, pardon me, the Ferrari that they probably do not appreciate. And we've got Kyle Henderson now at the wheel of the Ford Mustang. Or, honestly, I don't think we've looked at this car. Kyle Henderson might have just started the race, and he's just a new name to me as opposed to actually being new to the car.
Yeah.
Might just be a car that is kind of percolated to the front by virtue of not having pitted. Oh, 13 versus 777. These have both been hard luck cars. I don't want to know what happened. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that 777 is not something I would reliably want to be around right now. It has got a lot of damage. And I imagine is just limping around trying to find a pit lane. Meantime, up front, still the 211 leading the way. We have a chat. My max is 3 hours in a car. 3 hours is fine. 3 hours is nothing to be ashamed of. Yeah, I think Kyle Henderson has just been kind of out here and is not pitted because there seems to be every couple of corners a car catching up to him very rapidly and looking to get past him. So I think that
Nice.
That Mustang is trying to go for a long first stint. Although if the maximum time is 75 minutes, which I think was quoted in chat, that car should have to get in there at some point and make a pit stop. Not necessarily a driver change, but should be headed in. Maybe this lap. You can get away with going a bit longer than the 75 minutes here, obviously, because it is... Well, actually, I don't know. I'm trying to remember how ACC handles the driver lengths, if it allows for the +1 lap rule that some games do allow for. Normally not a huge issue, but here we have an 8-minute lap.
Yeah, that'll hurt, won't it?
Okay, if you want the most embarrassing endurance racing story of my life, though, we were doing 8 hours of Nürburgring, so kind of applicable to the NORDSCHLEIFE.
Yeah.
We were driving a Nissan GTR, in ACC, and I had finished my stint. I had gone out to, there's a pizza place right across the road, which at some point I'll disappear to get a pizza from during this race. And popped out, get the pizza, do the things. Locked myself out of my apartment.
Oh no.
So I'm on the phone with my my roommate at the time, being like, "Is there any way you can get back here?" And talking to my three co-drivers and being like, "You guys got to juggle the stints here because I can't get to the rig."
Odd.
Oh, car 190 has been in for a driver change. Okay, so Kyle Henderson is new to the car. All right. I was right the first time. Cormac Quinn started the race in that car.
Ah, yes, Cormac Quinn.
There will be many mistakes, I think, before the end of the day as to tracking the pit stops. I will, by myself and other people, I am sure. We pick up Igor Chuprin for the first time today. That is a driver who's just swapped into the car. The 696 is on the tail of the 442 of Nathan Gray. Pardon me, there might be an update here. Nope, that is not Nathan Gray. That is the number 13 car, pardon me, of Nico Schmidt. They were chasing. Pardon me, I trusted the game, display it whatever there, and of course, never do that.
No.
If I trusted the ACC race controller, I would have known that in fact was not Nathan Gray.
It's Nico Schmidt of Team Drive for Dean template.
Mm-hmm. And Igor Shprin of NVIDIA RTX. Couple battles are kicking off here. We got the 38 car, which was in 4th place before its pit stop and stop-go penalty. Oh, never mind. That battle's over.
No, he wins. Victor wins.
And Victor Fahea is on the tail of Paul...
Go on.
Tutiano?
Yeah, I guess so.
This is the one thing I don't like about commentating a bunch of drivers I don't know, is there are many, many names that I will be butchering and will probably be afraid to say.
I mean, I butcher the names of the drivers I do know. All the time.
There's a couple I do know, but see, at the point where like they know that you're going to butcher it, though, it becomes funny.
Yeah. I'm trying to look through the list, actually. There's only drivers on track right now that I actually know.
There's a couple. I know Nathan Gray, who's in 11th place. That's a drive. Oh! Tutianu off the track, and that will be... Well, we had 2 battles going there, and now we don't.
Yeah. I think I know Victor Ferreira.
Looking down, do I know anyone but Nathan Gray? Oh, Conrad Kuhn in 24th place. I know him. Christian Fengler in 27th.
Oh, I know Matt Keys and Stephen Kral, who are 35 and 36.
Lewis Knight. Yep, that is Lewis Knight. 37th place. I know him. And that would be about it.
See, I watched the BMW M2s, and I know that they're pushing really hard, but it looks like they're going for a leisurely drive compared to the GT3s.
It's such a slower car. Car 21 apparently has a PC issue per chat, so that would explain the absence. Well, there's a couple of cars missing. We have no 39th, 40th, or 42nd place. So 3 cars are currently AWOL. possibly trying to fix technical issues, or, rage quit is on the table. Hopefully not. And Victor Ferreira almost has given this place right back to the BMW. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh, no. Okay, they got through there clean. Just trying to catch up on the chat here. Goal to 1K question. I do not control the goal, but the goal will be going up. So keep donating, everybody. We're not there yet. We've made it to goal 1. We have others.
Please keep donating. If you donate £300, you can pretty much ruin someone's race.
Exactly. We encourage that.
If you donate £720, you can instantly knock a car out of the competition.
For the low price of 10 grand, you can turn this into lava. When Byron returns, if he does, he will probably have a number of ridiculous things you can donate for. Running through his mind. That's just how his brain works. Those who are not familiar with Byron, do not ask him racing-related questions. He does not know the answer. He is here purely as a mad scientist. Got 2 battles going on right now. 13th place between Schmidt and Schuprin, which we are looking at right now. And 2 of the newer drivers, by which I mean newer to getting in the car, recent driver swaps. Battle for 15th here between the 24 car, currently driven by, I don't know the first name, Bolton Ballot, and being chased by Jim Manuelson from Norway. And the 197. A.k.a. the Stealth Bomber. And if El Perry is not part of the 197 team, I'm going to be very disappointed, because El Perry is the Stealth Bomber. And if you've stolen El Perry's livery without permission, I don't appreciate it. Troopering with the move, and the 696 is headed forward into 13th place. Ladies and gentlemen, I only see 2 penalties on the board. Get donating, get those penalties going, let's go. I want a sea of red beside those names. The number 13 car and the 227 both in the pit lane. So these 2 will pick up some spots. Well, the battle for 15th now becomes the battle for 13th. And Emanuelson going around the outside of turn 1. And the 197 is through. The Stealth Bomber up to 13th place. John Bowes has caught up to the back of Paul Tutuyano. Tutuyano seems to be struggling out there. Not trying to judge or anything, because it's the NORDSCHLEIFE and it would, murder me. But it does appear that might be the weak link driver in that team. That car is competing very legitimately for a top 5 position, I don't think he's quite up to the snuff right now. We saw him lose a spot to Victor Ferreira twice, and now under pressure from John Boyce. And just kind of looking rough out there. A lot of curve. A lot of curb. But the BMW is a car that can handle those curbs, so hasn't had a tremendously bad moment yet.
Is that why everyone's driving it?
Well, it's also kind of a little bit OP in the balance of performance.
Oh dear.
Race leader, by the way, has a stop-go 30-second penalty.
Ah. What was he done?
Don't know. Could be a stewarding penalty, or it could be, No, I don't think you can pay for that. I think the payment's a drive-through right at the top, so yeah, that would have to be a steward-issued penalty. I'll be honest, I did not intricately study the rules and penalties for this race, so don't don't ask for deep insight on that. Is there penalties for bumping into people? Yes, we've already seen some penalties handed out for rough play on the field.
Foul tackle.
Indeed. Indeed. We do have a live stewarding department. Shout out to Matt Gale, Harry Goswell, and Thomas Hagen, the current stewards in the booth at the moment. They are overseeing things and handing out penalties where applicable.
Whoa.
Tutiano out of shape again.
Yeah, it's going for a wiggle. He's gone wide.
Oh, and that'll be the spot. So that's 2 spots he's lost.
Is that YouTube corner there?
God help me if I know. Do not ask me corner names at NORDSCHLEIFE. Do not ask me what turn number this is. I don't know. And for anybody who doesn't know why that is, that's the track map. There's a reason that this track is almost killed every driver who's driven it in real life. There's a reason that there are literally one-track specialists that do nothing but drive this. Oh, there's a car in the wall. That is Kyle Henderson giving it a rough ride. And the 38 car says, thank you very much. The 38 car has picked up a bunch of penalties in this race. And I don't think any of them are from the stewards. I think this might be just the anti-donation car.
Track cut.
Checking in with the race leader, the 211 of Son Angel, still leading the way, but has a stop-go penalty of 30 seconds, and that means that 33-second advantage is it's actually notably smaller.
Yeah. I don't think it's an advantage really anymore because you've got to actually get in the pits and then stop.
Mm-hmm.
3 seconds will disappear very quickly.
Still haven't seen any other driver in this car, so I don't know if this is a one driver operation. Could be.
And of course, he has to serve that penalty, I think, within 2 or 3 laps. So it could be anywhere in the next half an hour.
3 laps, I do believe.
Over the next...
Normally would be very quick, but yes, around this track, that's the next half hour. Second place belongs to the number 55 of Pavel Kislyev in the Lexus, and it is David Schoten now at the wheel of the Police 911 and running in 3rd place. Your leader in the GT4 category is Philip Ferlitsky in the 757. That's actually a change since we last looked. Conrad Kuhn in the 269. Second place in the lovely Camo Mustang. And in third place is the number 9 car of Gilles Van Dale, the Dutch understeer squad. And the M2s are led by Karl Heinz currently in the 142. Adrian Maroon, my boy, is in second place.
So I just had a quick glance through race control. It seems that Son Angel is the only driver in his team.
Oh boy.
Oh boy, and so is Pavel Kiselev.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Gentlemen, you're in first and second now, and if you're in first and second at the end of this day, I will be giving you like just a hearty round of applause, because that is an insane plan.
Yeah. They could have joined forces, I suppose, but decided that one of them wanted to drive a Lexus, the other drive a McLaren. Who knows?
Feel like that really would have been a good idea.
Yeah.
12 hours is a problem. Change goal to 1K. Chat, I can't change the goal.
Hey, barging in. Hello.
Barging, get that goal changed.
Great that we already got the 500 pounds. So, bam. The goal has been changed to 1,000 pounds. Fantastic that we are already on the what is it, 565 pound level.
Indeed. Excellent. So I do see that the goal has been updated on my OBS, but it hasn't happened on YouTube yet.
Oh, it has. At least I'm seeing it.
Let me try refreshing my YouTube. There we go. Refresh YouTube, and it's working now. Dmitry Timofeyev on the attack against the number 24 car. And they've had 2 drivers in that car. I can't pronounce either of them. That's just the Hungarian squad for me.
The Hungarian squad.
We're just going with that. And Timofeyev moves up a spot. He is not swapped out, so that might also be a solo car entry.
What car number?
227.
It is. He's by himself.
Oh my god, you people are insane.
I'll tell you, we got some others who are by themselves. Timo Brackman.
Okay.
Car number 13.
No, car 13's had 2 different drivers in it already.
Oh, is it? Okay, race control's lying to me. Claims he's by himself. What about car number 12, Stephen Huvel?
We've been told in chat that is a solo entry.
Okay.
Yeah, actually, the 13 car is on its 3rd driver. Now, mind you, driver 1 and driver 3 are the same person. So there's only been 2 different drivers, but they are on their 3rd stint.
Okay, all right.
Their first stint was Sprackman's first stint was super short. He crashed the car and instantly got out of it.
I can't do this. You get it.
Apparently, he's found his nerve. He's back in the car.
All right. I'm starting to question now whether Son Angel is by himself or it's just I haven't seen the other driver.
Well, he is not. He's been in the car the entire time. Whether he has a teammate or not, I don't know. But we are only on the 2nd stint of the race. It's quite possible that people would double stint to start. That's not exactly unusual. Kago Sheriff moving up into 8th place. The 43 displaces the number 11 of Simon Dieglat. Or Dialgat, pardon me. Put the G and the L in the wrong order there. Yeah, I've got 2 drivers showing in the 211. We've got Burhan Adin as a teammate. And also in the 55, I've got Vladimir Danilev as a driver who will be in the car at some point. So per my race control, our solo entries are the 227. Dmitry Timofeyev is going the entire distance. Salute for him. Moment of silence for his legs.
His arms.
Checking, scrolling. Is anybody else crazy? The number 12, which we were told by chat, Stephanie Uvel, is going the distance. Those are the only two. So salute, and what is wrong with both of you? is the word there. And the Hungarian squad is under attack again, and also trying to clear a blue flag here as Christoph Peterson makes his way through. And we have Adam Tyne in the Discord channel. Adam, if you would like to participate, please raise your hand. And I will be given the option to invite you to the stage. Adam Tyne, welcome here.
Hello. Hello, how are you all doing? Sorry for
Doing
the
good.
tardiness.
Just watching John Boys, who is on the attack and trying to move up into 4th place against Victor Fajera.
Those GT3 guys are lightning quick.
Mm-hmm.
Just come out of the seat of a GT4, and it's it's not been the best stint, but lessons have been learned very quickly.
I knew I recognized your name from the time charts. Who's in your car now? Which number?
So it's car number 76, and correctly or incorrectly named, the team is called 100% the most skilled drivers. Well, we're definitely more skilled now that we've learnt from some of those errors on my part in particular. And it's my Makarov that's in the driver's seat right now. And
we're
it's
looking at
also
that on the stream right now there. Running
Excellent.
in 38th place overall, and in the GT4 category, that is good enough for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 8th place.
you're just the numbers scrolling down. Yeah, I think that was down to my catalogue of errors that I did. First, it was
Well, it's early days. You guys have over 10 hours to make up ground.
yeah, it's the what's it called? It's the morale that we have to be careful with, especially early on, because as soon as those errors came in, you just felt the team being like, oh. But like you say, there's hours left to go.
Mm-hmm. It is not over for anybody. Any of these cars could still absolutely win this race, because that is the amount of time we are talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, 10 hours is a long time for things to happen.
Mm-hmm. It's longer than like 90% of races that you'll ever do in your life.
Yeah, it's not exactly a walk in the park. I'm not sure how the other drivers are going to experience the temperature changes throughout the race, but it has climbed by, I think it's gone up by 4 degrees. Could be
We're currently
wrong.
showing 27-degree track temperature, and I believe we started at 23, so I think that's 4 degrees.
Yeah.
Timofeyev under pressure from Christoph Pedersen in the KFC car, the number 1. And again, Timofeyev is one of our 2 drivers that are doing the entire race and is a madman. Either that or he's just very, very antisocial.
Now, I think this is the Ferrari, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Being chased
Yes.
by the Ford Mustang.
So, I wonder, I was able to keep up with...
Timofeyev off the track. Not the greatest rejoin, I'm going to be honest. And he takes out the KFC car. Okay. Pedersen came through that actually kind of okay. I'm surprised that wasn't a lot worse. Solid recovery. By the way, we've had a change for the lead. Pavel Kislyev is now in front. Now, there wasn't some dramatic comeback or overtake. It was just the 211 serving its stop-go penalty. And has dropped to second place as a result. So we have our third different leader, I want to say. Could be a fourth in there that I'm missing during the pit stop exchanges. So you're saying about the Ferrari, Adam?
Yes. I was able to keep up in an Aston GT4, so I'm wondering if that's car number 262 is running on a wet setup. Because he was not pulling away. Or he just felt lonely and he wanted some company around, especially around these parts around Carousel coming up.
Might also been carrying some damage. So that's possible. There have been a number of cars in the wall over the course of today. So. Oh,
including me.
Makarov on the attack. He's caught the 297 Ford and is looking to pick up 37th place.
I'd like to hear. Absolutely no favoritism involved whatsoever. I had to stay totally neutral.
Juggle the two battles that are going on right now because Salim Kranakak is on the tail of the 81 car, which is also a name I don't feel like I can pronounce. Artur Jogbinis under pressure. So we got two battles equally close, so ideally, if there's an overtake on both of them, we'll see it. But, this means I'm going to have to bounce back and forth trying to judge the time correctly. Oh, Makarov has made the overtake! I just missed it, but we can hit the 15-second replay. Let's see here. Is this a slick move, or is this just a mistake? Just a pace advantage, really.
Yeah. Getting himself in the right spot as well. Yeah.
Alright, we'll be back to the battle for 19th. Should be mentioned that 81 car appears to be carrying some damage on the front end, so I imagine that is going to hurt the aerodynamic efficiency in the straightaways. That may open up the attack for the 69.
I don't know if you've made any comment about some of the liveries, but some of these liveries are absolutely stunning in the way that they are unique. Like this BMW having the wild collection of...
the 69 was the apple of co-commentator Byron's eye for like a good 30 minutes as he makes the overtake stick into 19th place. That's been a popular one. I actually really like that number 81 car right behind it though. The car he was battling with. That looks very nice.
That one's done by Positive Perception. The livery designer, he's an absolute powerhouse. Beautiful designer once again. And you think how much more can you complement the bodywork of a car, and he just manages to cook out again. It's like seen a lot of Lamborghini and Ferrari and BMWs, but this is a new one for me. I haven't seen many.
That's fun. It's a phenomenal livery. There's a lot of very, very nice liveries in play here. I would say almost all the custom work looks very good, and congratulations to anyone who played any role in creating the liveries. Great work. There is one out there that I've been making fun of, but it's just a white one.
Less is more. That works.
We've been joking that there's about 55 different shades of white on that car.
Yeah. New novel coming up very soon.
Sydney Satin's on the attack against Paul Tutiano. Tutiano, again, I want to apologize if this comes across as offensive, but that 64 car, since he got into the car, has been doing nothing but going backwards. So I don't know if this is the junior driver on the team, this is the weak link, but the performance of that car has dropped. So we'll see how it goes. He's had a couple of moments where he's caught a little bit too much curb, and needless to say, that has caused some problems. But to his credit, he's kept it out of the wall, like, you know, particularly hard, and has managed to be largely okay. Just a little bit slow, and Satins with the flash of headlights as he makes his way past.
That was a lovely clean overtake as well. I do rate the overtakes by these drivers today. It's like that, you know, kudos to all the drivers respecting the limits of their car and others around them. And Dottinger Ho is an absolute goldmine for finding slipstream with the GT3. The amount I was able to pull away, it was like 2 seconds difference between another GT4 behind who didn't have slipstream. That's how much improvement you can make on your lap time if you do have the red herring coming in your rear view mirror.
Igor Shupert on the attack again. He's been making up a lot of ground since he got in the car. He's been a hard charger in this 696 car. Putting the pressure on my boy, Nathan Gray. No favoritism at all here. No favoritism.
No, it's just, you know, you have your most memorable in the forefront of your mind, and that's, you know, that's not anyone's fault.
I mean, in fairness, I should actually dislike Nathan Gray because he cost me money. But
oh, what?
I had a bet with one of the regular viewers over at Evolution Racing Academy as to who would win the Iron Championship in the most recent season of the Academy, and Nathan did win, and he was not my pick.
Oh no. And the irony is, you're yeah. Is he a teammate of yours? Like, do you race with him at all?
I just commentate his races all the time. So he's one of the few drivers in this field that I have like an affinity, like a knowledge for. I've had him for like post-race interviews, that kind of thing. Good lad.
Intimate knowledge, yeah.
Good lad, and also, it's kind of nice seeing somebody start off kind of slow, being kind of like an also-ran in the Iron division, and then like winning Iron. Like it's you know, it's I don't know. You feel kind of invested in it now that you've seen the journey.
Yeah.
So any of the Evolution Racing Academy Division 2 guys are going to get a little bit of love from me. And right now there are 2 of them out there. So
this is the NVIDIA. Yeah, so I don't know if
pardon me. There are actually 3. I forgot Conrad. 4. Lucas Joubert has just gotten into the car, so I got 4 out there now. And Schupern makes the move stick. Didn't think that would take very long. Schupern's on a mission. This is like the 3rd overtake we've seen from him since he got in the car. He's got that dialed in.
Did happen to see a lot of front end damage around lap 2 or 3.
Quite a bit, yeah.
On Schupern, so I'm not sure. When I was in the rearview mirror, just driving along, I saw his bumper half hanging off.
Yeah, that car did have a pretty heavy wreck earlier in the race. It was Schupern's teammate, I think, that had the problem. Yeah, since Schupern has gotten in that car, it's been going forward. Now, again, that could be the fact that the prior driver, had the accident, fell back, and this is a recovery drive of sorts. The car is a little bit out of place, but it's definitely one to look at as it makes its way forward. At the front, by the way, Kislyev is being run down by Angel, so the 211 wants its lead back. gave it up on a stop-go penalty, and it's on a mission to return to the lead, making up about 3 seconds a lap right now.
Yeah, that's definitely a sign of someone on a mission if they're just absolutely hammering out those lap times.
Mm-hmm. Now, mind you, that's still going to be about 10 laps before he's up on it, so there's a ways to go yet. But if there is a car out there that is currently dialed in, it is the 211. And that is a driver who's been in that car since the start of the race. So, impressive. Scanning the race control right now, and I'm not seeing any battles going on. So we'll just kind of check in with a couple of different people that we're having, interesting here, such as Stefan Huvel, who is trying to do this entire 12 hours solo. Crazy. Currently running in 34th place overall, and that works out to 6th place in class. And of course, chat, if you would like to look at a specific car and there's nothing else really happening, feel free to shout it out. We'll go where the audience tells us.
Looks like we got a 76 request, and I am not Snow the Fluff. I'm not guilty.
Well, we can make that happen. Check out my Makarov on the 7th place in class, 35th overall. Aston Martin. Short note, Makarov just had the fastest lap for that car last time around.
I like that.
9:06.34.
Yes. He is capable of an 8:59. That's with quali fuel though, but yeah, still fully laden.
Not really a battle. This is not a class battle. This is GT4 versus the M2, but we'll give Prem Har a little bit of time to make the overtake, and then we'll hop back to Makarov.
Wow! Someone just threw in £500 for cancer research. Just flashed up on the screen there.
Oh, I see that, and it's an anonymous one as well. Thank you, whoever that was. Big pickup, and that will put us over the 1,000 pound goal.
Yeah, we're over by £105. That's.
I will nudge the controller of the goal.
Now the question is, how is that £500 going to be divided amongst all the penalties?
Or maybe they just targeted one person in particular.
Maybe, yeah.
Hope you enjoy your 500-minute penalty. At that point, I feel more bad for stewards who are having to put that in 15-second blocks.
Yeah.
Christoph Pedersen on the attack against the Hungarian squad, or pardon me, that's Spreckman. It looks like Spreckman's been in the wall again. Timo, you were in the wall already once. You can't do it again.
It's funny, I was watching this KFC livery being worked on not so long, like just a few days ago. I was in a chat with the team, and yeah, it's changed quite wildly actually. It used to be quite a
You're saying the colonel sent it back a couple times?
Yeah. Chicken wasn't quite cooked, I don't think, but there was definitely a huge star-spangled banner across it. But it looks like there's now flags in the vents on the front. Yeah.
So So, guys, thanks to a fantastic £500 donation, we have already reached the £1,000. Should I move it to 1,500 or to 2,000, our goal?
I'm feeling
1,500.
1,500.
Yeah, you gotta drip the goals in a little bit.
Right. I'm changing
Make
it
them
to
goals smart.
1,500. And thank you very much for the 500 donation, which was anonymous.
Did it come with a message?
Nope.
Nope.
Just a £500, which we are, of course, very happy for Cancer Research UK.
Absolutely.
Keep them flowing.
The donations must flow.
Yep.
Make them what it's bleed.
Got a nice little battle going on for 19th here. Between the 777, which has been a little bit of a naughty car, and the 81. So update on Sam Angel, who's in second place. Last lap was a 8-minute 13 flat. That was 2.5 seconds faster than anyone else on the track. So to whoever said pile the penalties on P1, I think you might just be giving the race to the 211 at that point. That's the car. It's not leading right now, but that is the car that I think is the absolute danger for the overall win. Although we have not seen the second driver in that car yet, so this could be one of those teams that has a big drop-off between drivers. We'll see. I've had that experience. I once joined an endurance entry for a relatively short race, a 6-hour race. But I joined it with 2 drivers who were like really, really fast, and I am not fast. We'll put that out there. But they changed the setup that we were using right before the race, and I got into the car. I'm like, I can't drive this thing. We're spinning everywhere.
Oh no! Was it like a really ultra low downforce setup, or
It
what
wasn't
was
the downforce. It was just very front end powerful, and it was just. If you'd given me like a couple of hours to like, you know, get out there and pound the pavement, but by the end of the stint, I'd gotten to the point where I could keep it pointing the right direction. But it was the lack of prep. It's just like, here, get in the car, okay. This is not what I signed up for.
Just like being handed a pair of skis when you've never skied before,
Yeah.
put them on, and the instructor says ski.
Yeah, we fit. Well, that is exactly how I learned how to ski, because my dad didn't tell me crap. And the 777
Wow.
makes up a spot there. Yeah, no, my dad's way of instructing me to do virtually anything was, here, do this.
The learning curve is a wall. Get used to it.
You don't want to swim? You're going in.
Oh no!
We'll touch of the water. Looks like he might be okay. He looks okay. Front end was already damaged, so that's actually not new.
Oh no, that's car number 81. I used to race with those guys actually.
Nathan
That's
Gray
why I know a little
dropping
bit
down a
about it.
spot there to Kingo Sheriff. Should be mentioned, Nathan Gray is... we were talking about the drop-off between drivers. I've said some nice things about Nathan Gray. Now I'm going to say some not great things. He is the drop-off driver on this team. He is the driver who's going to go backwards for this 442 car. But you know what? He's been in that car a while. The car is intact. It's not showing any damage. And when you're the drop-off driver, that's your job. keep it out of the wall, and just keep it running.
Now,
His
does
lap
it look,
times are not great, but he's staying out of the wall.
you know, when you get certain car colors that, you know, they don't show too much in the way of like dirt on the car. You know, is it one of them? Like you can't really see much damage because of the matte black, or
I mean,
is it genuinely?
there is
like,
there is
I've seen-
like that's part of it, but like I'm not seeing any displaced body work or anything like that. So any damage he's picked up is got to be minor. So that's the goal. If you're gonna have like one of those teams where like there's a drop off driver, and I've been the drop off driver, I've had the drop off driver be someone else on the team. If my read is correct, and I know the other two drivers on this team, I just know they're faster. I would be very, very happy with what Nathan Gray is doing right now. He's keeping the car in the top 10, and like I said, he's couple of seconds off the pace the other guys were capable of, but keeping it clean. And it's not like he's not been around other cars and had the chance to possibly have problems. Pardon me, there's only one other driver in that car. I thought there was a third, but it's him and Flo Scoop.
So about 3 minutes ago, or 2 minutes ago, my teammates just sent me a message saying he has quote unquote binned it, coming into Foxhole, which has actually rendered the car completely undrivable, and now he's returned to pit.
Yeah, I see that. He is in the pit lane as we speak.
It was roughly about a minute and a half ago.
I do not have the ability to go back that far on a replay.
Oh really? Oh no. Oh, you know what? That's probably a good thing, because we don't like to see our heroes falling at the hands of Foxhole.
Matt Keys is on the attack against another one of my boys, and by my boys I mean guys I commentate on a regular basis, Adrian Marood. Marood at the wheel of the 53 car, and Matt Keys at the wheel of the 999 car. It's a battle for 31st place overall, and in class it is 2nd place, so this is a pretty big deal. One of the GT3s making its way through, that is the 777, which had Modric at the wheel and is still, per race control, him. See what Keys can do.
I do like how the BMWs, in particular, you got the GT3s and GT4s, and they look like they've had some absolutely horrific scuffs. Like there's, metal sticking out. Like you get the silver on the rear and front bumpers, but on the BMWs, it just looks like you're taking it for a Pikes Peak trip or something. It's just filthy. That's not. Is that bodywork damage, or is that just over time? It's.
I think that's just over time. I think it's just part of the graphical model that they have. There was a request in chat for me to adjust the overlay. I did try, but for some reason that particular part of the overlay is resisting my my attempts to actually resize it, unfortunately, but I can briefly turn it off if you wish, and let everybody see the gaps at the front of the pack. Just pop up front so you guys can see that.
Potentially locked. It's a layer.
Basically, all you need to know about the battle at the front, though, it can be summed up as the following. Kislyev is winning in the 55, but the 211 is really winning because it is by far the rocket ship of the field, making up about 2 to 3 seconds a lap. That gap was 33 seconds not that long ago, and it's down to 21. So, oh Lord, the 211 is coming.
Yeah. Has Kiselev already had a driver swap? I mean, it's
No,
beyond.
both the top 2 cars are on their first driver still. They do have another driver, but that other driver has not been in the car.
Well, some spicy events coming up. What do you reckon? Is it going to be in the next 20 minutes or so, do you think?
Hard to tell. You just never know. I remember one endurance race I did where it was a 12-hour like this one. I did 3 hours of it and didn't see another car from my class the entire time. It was just my entire 3 hours in the car was blue flag, blue flag, blue flag.
Yeah, it gets a bit lonely, doesn't it?
Just driving. We were winning our class. We were like 50 seconds up on the next car. Like, it's just nothing happening.
You can't go wrong with that.
I didn't do the start, so I didn't get that particular excitement. And by the time I was in the car, we were just winning. Oh, Adrian Maroon up into the wall, and Matt Keys will take 31st place. Thank you very much.
There's better places to draw a rainbow on the side of the barriers, but
that overtake is for second in the GT4 category. Again, very early days, but for the moment, that's an important spot. That really kind of takes away our only battle that we have going on in the field right now. The only highlighted battle per race control is this battle for 29th place, which is a GT3 car versus a M2, which is it's not really a battle. It's just the 555 trying to make its way through traffic. Bruce Oos at the wheel. I do believe Bruce Oos recently got in that car, so that's a relatively fresh driver swap.
There it is.
There is the overtake. The crazy car, the 227 is in the pits. Dmitry Timofeyev in the pits once again. Why is he the crazy car? He's doing this entire race on his own.
I mean, is he taking a pit stop because he's feeling a bit snacky? He needs a drink? Nature break?
Out of curiosity, how long has this pit stop been going for? Let's see here.
There it is. We break from the chat from Low Rec.
He's only been in there for about he's been in there for 2 minutes, so there's no real damage on that car, but it does look like
there's damage on the lap time. Yeah.
This might be a side effect of the whole insane run of trying to do the race himself. He may be regretting that at the moment.
Yes, you might well be. Anyway, I am going to disappear. I wish very good race. I might see you later.
All right, have a good one, Alex.
Thanks, Alex.
We do have a driver, at least that I haven't noticed before, in the car. The 85 has been handed over to Gabriel Sicuro, currently running in 5th place. That car has... That is a 4... Ooh, that's a 4-driver team. So yeah, that is the car that has been inhabited up until this point by John Bose. So Bose has handed that car off. Interesting note that Bose double stinted at the start of the race if there's 4 drivers. So could be some kind of limitation as far as Bose's availability. Maybe not available for later in the race. So get the maximum time at the start. And the leaders are in Kisliev and the 211 of Angel and the 911 of David Scooten. They're all in the pits. So 4th place doesn't really have a chance of taking the lead. A little bit too far behind. So it will be... I don't want to say a battle up pit row because they were pretty spread out. So I suspect they'll come out in the exact same order they went in. Looking on down the list, trying to see if there's any particular battles going on, and I'm not really seeing anything.
They'll be coming along soon when more cars do their swaps. I guess you'll have what do you call it when you have more junior driver that swaps over?
You can do a different number of different terms for that: junior driver, step down driver, academy driver. If you want to be really uncharitable, the pay driver.
Yeah. Call me the wooden spoon because I wasn't winning any prizes today with my driving, especially my pit strategy. Oh, straight into the pits for Ferreira.
So
Watch
that's
that
the
speed
top
limit.
4 all pitting in the same lap. And I was right, by the way. Kisliev has come out. Oh, nope. Kisliev has done a driver swap, and it is now Vladimir Danilov's turn to take the wheel of the 55 car, which I'm inherently cheering against because of the lack of a livery.
Oh, it's been scratched off.
Then it started that way.
Maybe that is the livery.
And Sam Anchel is also out of the car, having handed it over to Borhan Edin. And also back in the car for his second stint is Tarmo Malmi. Started the race, handed it over to David Schutten, and has taken the car back.
I do like the style of the police livery, and then with the flashes on the front, it does look like a high-speed pursuit.
Very neat
Very,
for Speed 3.
Yes.
We do have someone in the channel. If you would like to join the audio team, you do have to raise your hand. There we go. I don't think I have the ability to drag someone onto voice comms. So I'm stuck.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Carl Hines. How are you?
Oh, I'm doing good. A bit exhausted after my double stint, but it's good.
How was your double stint? Tell us all the juicy details.
Well, some GT3s tried to murder us, but other than that, quite far ahead now. Leading the M2s, doing good. Buddy is in the car now, and he's hopefully doing a stellar job. But after that, it was good. Tires degrading a lot on them too, so you'll have like 0 grip in the last lap. But that's the fun.
Good to hear. We got a number of new drivers getting into the car now, actually, as a number of teams elected to do the double stint at the start with a driver. So stint 3 is a fair bit of new blood coming in.
Yeah, Lugerson on the first stint was rapid. Couldn't even catch him. He was doing so well. Hats off to him.
Checking in on Nathan Gray. He's into the pits for possibly the end of his stint. Kept in the top 10.
Not a speck of damage on that front end either.
Kept it clean.
Matt
Kept
Black.
it in the top 10. I'm
Giving
impressed
us a wave
by
for the camera.
Nathan
Yeah, not the matte black that hides the damage. It's the clean racing that saves Gray's bodywork.
So, you guys are doing a stellar job. Good stream so far.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I will go back to my team. Have a good one.
Have a good one, and feel free to pop
Yeah.
in
Bye.
later.
Yes, thank
Thank you.
Well, we're at that dreaded stage where there's not really a lot of battle going on. Things are, at the moment, settled, but it'll be interesting to see everybody getting a couple of guys getting their first taste of battle. Edward Wilkins with an overtake there. Now, Marood, I think, has something wrong with the car because he's been going backwards since that contact he had with the wall battling with Matt Keys. And he's been in the pits that I thought to try to fix it. And, well, it doesn't appear to be fixed. So Fabio Varro, now at the wheel of the 53, might be in for a rough time. Trying to see if there's any car we haven't really given a lot of shine to and kind of deserves it.
No pressure.
Trying to see. Let's pop in on the GT4 leader Philip Ferlinski, who is well, he's not given up that car the entire time. He's been in there since the start.
There's the most skilled driver just following behind. It's yeah.
Say, oh, that's your boy.
yeah. I mean, you know, no favoritism, of course. Other GT4s are available.
Ferlinski is yet to give over the car to Gamer Extreme, who is his teammate for this event.
Gamer Extreme, I believe, is over from ACM servers. I've raced with him a couple of times. Good chap.
I will probably make fun of the name when he gets in the car, because I tend to do that. I've been permanently scarred by people who race under like silly aliases, and it will not go away. It cannot be undone.
Have you ever been caught by a trick phonetic name that comes out something else? Right.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
I dread the day that ever happens.
For the
to
record,
me, but,
I know there is no logic to my dislike of gamer aliases. I know, I understand, I get it, but it's scarred into me. It will not go away, and I've given up trying.
Hey, just take them as lessons, and you carry lessons forward, and that's how you grow stronger in character. So.
Don't mind, and I don't mind. I don't mind a fake name. I raced under. I actually at the last race I did, I raced under a very Portuguese version of my name, and but everyone knew exactly who I was. I'm like, damn it! I was trying to sneak in here and try to be sneaky. Although Byron did have fun on commentary with me, being my co-commentator for the race, because we did commentary after the fact, not live. And I didn't tell him. I was in the race, and he's like, "That young Miguel Magalhaes. I don't know. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before."
And you're there in the background thinking, "No, I've never heard of him before." Just popping the mustache back on.
Well, no, I knew he would get it. It's the Magalhaes name is like a famous mixed martial arts name, and that's me and Byron's main dealio. We met doing YouTube videos on mixed martial arts, UFC, and so on. And I let's just say I had a hunch, I had a feeling
Spider tingle
that he'd call me a fat Puerto Rican. But I don't know. I prefer the aliases be like a name as opposed to your butt.
Yeah. There is a
Well,
Herman
I have
amongst
bad
us as
news.
well.
I have bad news for the field. I was talking about how the 211 car might have a drop off between the two drivers. It's not the case. The 211 may have the two fastest drivers in the field. That's what the numbers are telling me right now, because Borhan Edin is carving into that lead. It is down to 10.5 seconds. Oh, we got Mickey Taylor in the audience. Mickey, if you want to talk, you're going to have to raise your hand. Thank you. I don't think I have the appropriate permissions to drag people, so if you do want to talk, and this goes for anybody, you're going to have to raise that hand. Mickey, welcome to the commentary booth.
Hello, guys. How's it going?
It's going good. Just
good.
watching the 211 carve through traffic here, and how has your race gone so far?
Very well, thank you. It's a bit sketchy on lap 1, but got settled into the race nicely. It's been quite fun trying to pass some of the other cars. Which adds to it all, so it's been really good so far. Perry's just taken over for our team after Jim's stint. Going along very nicely.
I was going to say, you're driving that stealth bomber around. I better see El Perry at some point.
Oh yeah, it's Perry's liveries. Beautiful. This is Perry's first time with our team. It's doing marvellously well. So
Brilliant. And like, do you ever have any time to sort of work out each other's individual habits of driving? Because, you know, over time, that's going to say with tyre management, for example.
Yep.
How's the first stint been for you? Like, I mean,
first stint was I think I was just trying to just settle in. Really, I wasn't too concerned about my tyres at the time. I did notice tyres were starting to go off, especially on that last lap. So you turn in and the car was like, nope. So just because I've been taking it easy, I've not been driving so much on the limit. It's just under the limit, hence keeping the car on the track. The tyres have been pretty good so far. So, Jim reported back. Jim said his tyres were solid, so yeah. Jim had no issues with his tyres. So, it's all good.
Good signs, good signs. You guys are in a promising 13th spot.
Indeed. I'll be sure to be making some donations later, so they'll be inbound. Where's the link for your stream?
It should be in the media channel in Drive for Dean server. It was posted by, I want to say Makarov.
Huh.
Problem is, there's a bunch of people posting other links.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I was a bit...
Makarov posted it. If you find that post, that is going to be the answer for you. I can also send you the link here.
I found it. No, I found
Okay,
it.
yeah.
It's right. It was on
Excellent.
It's on the announcements.
Excellent, excellent.
Thank you.
Also, we had a question from the chat. If we like the number 24 car, I put it up on screen for a little bit to, I don't know, let it sink in. I think it looks nice. Whoa.
This is 24 car.
oh, not so nice now. It's half taken off.
I mean,
was behind him earlier.
I like the kind of olive color it's got going on there. That's it's unique, stands out in the field, and yeah, it looks good.
Yep.
Not my favorite, but it's you know, it's in the middle somewhere.
It was a bit sketchy. We're behind him a few laps ago, literally. It was a bit sketchy, so. And then about.
Well, in fairness, that was a different driver.
Fair enough. Yeah. I forget the swap drivers quite quickly. Jim's last lap, someone binned it just before the carousel. We literally could have taken Jim completely out. We missed the car by about a whisker, so there was nearly a wreck on a wreck. So that was a bit of a poo your pants moment for us. So.
Not just a tyre skid.
No, the car literally just wiped out into the wall and literally we thought it was going to bounce across the track. Luckily, it sort of bounced but stayed to one side. So
That's lucky.
that was very lucky, literally. Jim was like, oh, very hilarious. Great watch.
Probably a few more words than just
Literally,
Yeah.
it was like, oh, kind of thing.
Required
Yeah.
new pants.
Yes, his words exactly. It's great fun. Gave Fengler the lights when we passed him in his GT4, so we just flashed him the whole way down the straight. So it's good.
Does that account for a ticket for excessive flashing, or is that?
Well, it was actually Jim who mentioned it. It was actually Jim who mentioned about the flashing, but we said, we're going to flash him anyway.
Yeah, fine.
Feel free to give us as many tickets as you like. Let's all do this, all for a great cause.
We got a battle shaping up here between the number 24 of Daniel Barquez and the number 190 of Gabe Haka. Both of these guys are relatively new into the car. This is their first stints, respectively. I think it started a little while ago.
I'll catch up with you guys later. Just going to bounce back into my teammate's car.
All right, Mickey.
Cheerio.
Thank you. Catch you
You're
soon.
welcome.
And, the 442 has picked up a drive-through penalty, as has the 757.
Is that a penalty of track limits, or is that a penalty of
Unfortunately, I do not have a way of telling.
the latest payments? Don't suggest that otherwise.
Let's see, does my stewarding on the race control maybe give me a source of the penalty? No.
You can get drive-through for entering the pits too quickly as well, right?
I am seeing the 757 picked up a contact with car 43, so that could be the source there. And the 442 had a collision with the 297, so it looks like these might be penalties for contacts. But,
Kudos to,
do not quote me on that, but that is a possible. The timing works, essentially.
Yeah, it correlates, and that's just kudos to the stewarding team who are just absolutely on it today. The flow of the tickets or the penalties that are coming in is just constantly flashing in my top right, just telling me new penalty. And of course I got one, of course. Stop go 30. And,
I doubt there's a car out there that hasn't.
I've streamed
good news for you, Makarov. Fastest lap of the race, 9 minute 4 second .637.
Wow, is that just for GT4, right? Or...
Well, that's your guys' personal best.
Yeah.
It might be the GT4 fastest lap though. Now that I look at it here. No, hang on. Third fastest.
These are some seriously fast.
The 30, the 757, and the 269 have got faster.
Yeah, like there's something about GT4 that just it still has that element of.
Whoop! One of the GT4s just got thrown into the wall by the 24.
Oh, that was a.
I suspect penalty coming up.
Yeah, that was not enough space given for that GT4 for sure.
Not even close, no.
Which one was that out of interest? Is that?
Sure who that was. And the stewarding does not have a update on the penalty, the contact yet. But let's just say, if I was the steward and I was watching that, I think action would be appropriate.
Yeah. The proverbial go and sit in the corner and think about what you've done.
That was Jude Neville who got put in the wall. The number 42.
Yeah, logistical nightmare racing, which, due to external factors, was not of his doing. Otherwise, being able to keep that Cayman planted on the tarmac for now. And I was going to suggest,
and of course, if I was at the wheel of the 190 Ford Mustang, I might be gesticulating to the stewards for a penalty on the number 24 as I try to chase him down.
Yeah. Any advantage you can gain in the moment. Another M2.
Navigate their way around an M2 without any real incident. This is the only real battle currently kicking up, so we'll probably stick with it for a bit. It looked like there was going to be a battle between the 789 and the 999, but the 999 appears to have possibly gone off the track because it lost about 2 seconds. And appears to possibly have gone off the track again. That is Ryan Greenaway.
Looks like they're keeping it mean, keeping it keen. There's not much change in terms of the damage on that BMW either. It seems they are mastering the consistency.
It's a little bit hard to tell with the M2s though, because of that the rubber accumulation that their graphical model has.
Must be a nod to how much GT3 and GT4 rubber that is. You know, as they fly on by, eat a lot of rubber. I mean, the plus side on it is that maybe they don't need to do a tyre change. They just pick up the old rubber. Good for the environment, mind.
This continues to be the battle of no. Oh, yeah, hang on, we got something kicking off here. This is not a class battle. This is an M2 GT4 fight. That is Stefan Huvel, who again is going the distance here today, looking to just kind of navigate what amounts to traffic. Although the traffic in M2 versus GT4 is a little bit different. Fengler is here and asking for the right to speak. Mr. Christian Fengler.
Hello there, once again.
Howdy.
Yeah,
Howdy.
obviously, Ken, I just finished my stint, jumped out of the car, so I thought I might give you a short, witty impression of what it's actually like there at the moment out on track. And I can only encourage every other listener that's potentially not driving at the moment that has a stint wrecked in. Come join us, jump up here into the commentator's booth. They can direct you into the briefing room, and then you can share your stories as well. So, had a phenomenal first stint by Lucas Cobb, which ended with a DT, non-DT, with an SG30 for speeding in the pit lane. And from there, somehow my stint went downhill as I took over. I think we saw the pit lane about 3 or 4 times within one stint. Once for damage, once a DT that was involuntary because we didn't set the penalty to actually serve, one SG30, and then the initial pit visit for the driver change. So it was quite hurtful. But yeah, it's madness at the moment with people getting their penalties and everything, and you don't quite know just yet where it will all end up with.
I mean, I still have a pretty strong lean as to who's going to take the GT3 win, but there's a lot of chaos to come yet.
Well, if the people unite, I think that might be in trouble. But
That too. That's
I think at the moment people are holding their horses a bit. The first donations obviously rolled into for the sake of donating and making it a bit more interesting. I think throughout the race, once we go into the last third of the race, probably the most penalties were all in that are bought to level the playing field a bit again. Yeah, but I have to say, buying penalties for other cars when you fuck up yourself is a good feeling. Not one that's probably too sportive, but in the sense of racing fun, that was pretty good. Also, to what is the car number? Is it 75? I think it is the GT4 75. Let me quick check if I can find them. Oh no.
De Jaeger?
Oh yeah, Griffin Sim Racing. Oh, those dudes have taken everything up their chin up to this moment. Like when we passed them, or we wanted to pass them a penalty initially, and then had to revert because just before they crashed, we were like, "Oh fuck, no!" They just brought it back to pits, and when the stewards now go through the penalties, they'll give them a drive-through as well. That's not what we intended. So we actually shoved it forward to the car in front of us. Cheers to the stewards for sorting that so quickly. Yeah, but it's impressive to see how people keep their spirit up no matter what, and just like having a great time. That's really what this is all about in the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, I'll leave you to it. And just for everybody listening in, if you have some stories to share, please feel free, jump in, just makes the stream so much more alive. Right, guys, much appreciated. Talk to you later, I guess.
All right. Look forward to it.
Thanks, Christian. See you soon. See you on track.
Just taking the banner down on the stream so that everybody can see the gaps at the front. So that has been a request from the chat. Battles going on track right now. A couple driver swaps in progress. A couple people in the pit lane. A couple people serving penalties. The 190's catching up to the 24 again. I've had a weird flow with that battle there. Oh, my Makarov wants to speak.
Teammate.
Indeed.
Hello.
Makarov.
The guy that been that quote unquote been that. Yeah. What happened? I was just watching the stream, so I saw you couldn't show it, which thank God. It was quite a bad crash. Basically, I was going out of Foxhole into the left-hander and just took a slight bit too much curb. Then the ACC physics, specifically suspension physics, did their part, and I was unsavable. So yeah, I just ended up crashing into the barrier. Tried to drive forward, but I had no steering whatsoever, so had to go to pit. For that, I apologize to my teammate. Yeah. I was trying to make up time, do quali laps, and it just I was a bit too excited going into that.
Oh, it happens. Pretty sure we've seen every car in the field off the track at some point here today.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple of exceptions.
I'm surprised you can't go back more than a minute and a half, though. But, you know, Basically, what I'm trying
There
to
is
say
a-
is
there is a
don't
custom-
take that curb. Avoid
is
it at all
a,
costs.
There is a custom replay length that you can put in, but I have, in my experience, the ACC race controller does not always like it, and sometimes decides to go, you know what? I'm not going to work anymore. Screw you.
Oh, yeah, well, that wouldn't be ideal.
So I try to
Anyway,
stick
that
with
was-
the default times that they have available, because those have yet to break the program.
Well, I'll leave you with that. That's all I had to say. That's pretty much the only thing that exciting that happened to me. So yeah, have fun. Goodbye.
Well,
Have a good-
actually, we did spot you managed to secure a 904 on the circuit.
No, it
So-
was a 906.
Was it
I didn't-
906?
It was a
Yeah,
904
yeah.
listed on race controller.
You sure? Hold up, I gotta check now, because I think I remember a 906. I don't remember. Well, I can check it anyway. Then yeah. I mean, of course it was a 904. What am I talking about?
Yep, 904
Yeah.
637
Okay,
is
well,
the fastest lap of the 76 car, which is your guys' car. And
okay, well, that's good then.
that was posted by you.
I wasn't even paying attention, I was just driving
That's the correct answer.
until I wasn't. Until I wasn't. Well, I'll leave you to it. Goodbye. I'll go back to my teammate.
All right.
Thank you, Mike,
Bye-bye.
and I shall see you soon.
Looks
Yep.
like we might have had a car join considerably late to the race. The 261 has only completed 3 laps, and at the hands of Rasmus Jensen. And I don't remember seeing it in a horrible accident or anything. I think it just maybe joined very late. Oh no, that's the Glenn Thorne car. Okay, so it was here. Wonder. There's a story there. Maybe one of them will pop in and we can ask them about it. Meantime, I'll
Hey,
pick up Lucas Schmidt, who is catching up to Flo Scoob for a battle for 9th place. Although it is 10th place on this on there we go. It's conflicting. It's conflicting. It says 10th place and 11th place.
Yeah, quick note in the chat. Zerta has done me a huge favour, written a question. On my behalf, I have £50. I'd like to donate to someone. So far, we've got 1 vote. That's for car number 269. However, if you would like anyone else to see £50 worth of penalty go towards, let me know. Write it in the chat. Write the car number down, and I will do the deed. All going to Cancer Research UK. Fantastic cause. And we've already raised £1,225, and we're just shy of our 1,500 goal. A lot of our viewers are, well, they're fairly confident that we're going to be smashing through that and heading on to 2,000.
Oh, I think so. Absolutely.
Yeah, we've still got what, 9 hours. 9 hours. It's like a whole day shift at work left to go of today's race.
I mean, it's worth noting that it's currently 7:28 here in the AM in the North American time zone. So there's a whole continent of people that are not even awake yet.
Yeah, a whole continent of wallets that are in deep slumber.
Because I assure you, on your average Saturday, I am asleep at this point.
It depends. Depends what you're up to that night. On the Friday night, you might be partying. You might be doing a late shift.
I'm a little too old for that.
Yeah, it's
not that type of partier to begin with, if I'm being entirely honest. Only thing that would have me up at this time normally would be if we're doing a jiu-jitsu tournament and we have to drive a long distance.
How does that, when it comes to, like, the fight after you do a long travel, do you ensure, like, the competitor that's going to be competing first is going to get sufficient rest before they arrive at the destination?
Oh, absolutely.
You have to, like, yeah.
Absolutely.
Do you
No,
do you sort of travel and like
if you're
groups?
if you're fighting and Pedersen in the wall.
Oh.
Made the overtake stick and then put it in the wall.
Certainly 8 is KFD, that's for sure.
Looks like he's going to hang on to the spot, though, so credit there. Also on the attack is Gabe Haka. Yeah, okay. If you're competing in any kind of combat sport, grappling, striking, mixed martial arts, whatever, and you're doing it right, you will not drive on the drive. One of your corners will take turns doing the driving. It'll be the people that are not competing physically. They're there to coach. They're there to give encouragement. They're there to supervise the diet for the weight cut. Because fighters in any kind of combat sports are pretty miserable on the lead up to the fight. Because they're hungry. They're not eating. One of the GT4s picked it up and got both of them. Haka and Barquez in the wall. Oh, that was nasty. Oh, wait a minute. Wait, no, don't. It was the 777 again.
No way.
I feel like we just should be on the 777 the whole time. That car, and it doesn't matter who's driving it. It's all three drivers who've been in that car have had something happen during their stints.
We've got a request from Lowrec for a replay on that action, which I think was probably about, I'd say, 50 seconds ago now.
We'll go the full 60 seconds and see if we can catch it. Yeah, we're gonna get it. So right there, you've got the lap car, the Camaro. 24 tries to go around the outside and kind of comes down on the corner. The 190 just is trying to take evasive action and goes on the grass and loses it. And here comes the 777.
Oh. And away from the scene of the crime runs 777, closely followed by, it looks like the police, actually.
Yeah, that'll be the 911 coming through in third place, Malmi. The sad thing about that, though, is looking at the damage, just visually, the car that got the most damage off that is the 190, and it was not his fault. The 190 was the blameless car in that, and has come out the worst on the options.
I think one thing that the developers over at ACC did well is not to engineer any bonnets popping up and completely obscuring your view.
Now, I want to be clear to chat, because chat's giving the 777 some hard time right now. The 777 has not been the cause of accidents necessarily. It's just been there.
He's just the kind of anti-leprechaun, really.
It is just the curse that's driving around this track right now.
The harbinger of red flag, maybe. Yeah.
Luca Schmidt looking to make the overtake here on the Aston Martin of Flo Scub. But Scub will remain ahead for now. We didn't get a great view even on the replay of whose fault the initial contact was. Was it the Camaro not being as blue flag conscientious as it probably should have been? Or was it the 24 taking a bit of an aggressive line? Maybe 50-50. But definitely a big moment.
Is that the biggest moment of today's events?
In terms of number of cars, I would say yes. In terms of entertainment, there was the number one car bouncing off of like the wall 4 times. Probably was probably the big one. Went side by side
insect
with
is-
someone.
yeah.
There was contact. Went into the wall. Shot into another wall. Shot into another wall. Shot into another wall.
Ouch.
That was very early on.
Yeah. Well, sad to miss that. Spending too much time in the pits, just getting my Firstly, I put the wrong tyre pressures on. Next time, I had a drive-through penalty imposed from charity donation. Thank you to IFWR for that. Big shout out. And yeah, then I came back in and I couldn't do a driver swap after I'd done my stop go 30 because I hadn't set it in the MFD.
Oof.
So yeah, I think it was like 4 times the charm.
Sometimes stuff like that happens. I had an endurance race a couple of years ago. The forecast was like, it's gonna rain, it's gonna rain, it's gonna rain. And our driver, one of the other drivers I was with, is just, he's hanging out there trying to get to the point where it like starts raining so he can put wet weathers on. And it's just like, it's just not happening. It's just not happening. I'm hitting the stint maximum. I have to come in. And he gives me the car, and 2 minutes later it starts raining. I'm like, God damn it. I'm going to be on dry tires. It's going to be getting wet.
And a couple of questions there. Was that on Nürburgring 24-hour?
No.
Okay. So that's lucky, because you don't have to spend like 8 minutes getting around the circuit to change your tyres. And secondly, was it on ACC?
It was on ACC. It was Kyle Almy. It was a 12-hour race. We were doing very, very well. We were in second place in the Tin Cup because I was partnered with 2 old dudes, so we qualified for tin. And we were having a great day. We were having a great day, and we got just screwed over by the timing of the rain coming. Well, okay. 1, we got screwed over by the timing of the rain coming. 2, we got screwed over by BMW M2 losing control and spearing me as I was trying to make my way around in the wet.
Oh, yeah, that'll be the ticket. Yeah.
We got Wouter Mas putting pressure on Nico Schmidt. Or actually, Schmidt just made that overtake happen. Apologies. Hang on, we can throw a replay up. 15 seconds. Yeah, there it is. Pretty simple. Moss made that pretty easy, I think. Maybe knowing that this is not really their battle. This is a case of like 2 ships crossing in the night, as opposed to the actual fight that they have on their hands. That number 13 car is very out of sync with like everybody because of a very early pit stop it had, like 2 laps into the race, and it's pitting when nobody else is. Put it that way. So it's in a weird spot of like, it'd be one of those cars that like if it was coming up on you, it's like, are we fighting you? I don't even know.
We just got another vote in. So that's 1 apiece for 777, 269, number 1 and 81 to get the £50 penalty. If anyone wants to make the sudden death vote, which car we go for, so I donate £50.
He's
Write it in the chat.
putting himself
That'd
out
be
as a
great.
mercenary here.
Oh, there it is. Mr. Price has
Number
hit the
1.
sudden death.
KFC
Alright.
getting hit.
Or we get 15 seconds to... Oh, well, that would be just generous, wouldn't it?
I mean, in the spirit of generosity. I mean, we're fighting cancer here, sir.
We are, absolutely. And Makarov has just said he just needs to switch accounts. So I think he just wants me to wait a minute to balance the books. But unfortunately, I think sudden death is sudden death. So we are going to go and donate. If my QR reader is working correctly. 25 come in. Looks like QR code's not picking up on that screen because it's trying to capture the top, well, I'll say the banner. Yeah.
I think it's because
Anyway,
the donations are slightly on the QR code.
Yes, that's right. Oh, no worries. I'll jump into Drive for Dean and I will pick up the donations link that way.
That would also work. And if you could post that in the YouTube chat, that would be appreciated. I don't have access to the YouTube chat.
I'm only messaging on my personal account, so it's let's just say that.
Yeah, the chat is currently in subscribers only mode, and I am not a subscriber. I should fix that.
Yeah, you just, you just fumbled it one day. It's like, butt dialed it or something.
Well, this is one of these classic, like, I didn't even know, I've never watched this channel. I do Evolution Racing Academy, commentary work, and they were like, 12 hours, we need people, we need bodies, come. And I said yes.
Excellent.
So I have subscribed. Although I still have the subscriber-only chats. I might have to refresh.
Sometimes it locks it for about a minute or 5 minutes, depending on what the settings are in the background.
Yeah.
So you might have to wait a little bit.
Still don't have access. Yeah, might have to wait. I should have thought of just subscribing earlier. That would fix the problem. And I'd be able to interact with the chat. Do things.
You mean other things other than commentary? What?
In my defense, I have a full plate here.
Yeah.
But it would be handy for me to be able to put the link out for donations.
Yeah, let me just sort that out now. Copy link. And that's going into the chat roundabout now. Comes up as a tiny URL. You may have to copy and paste that. Looks like car number 76 is going for an overtake. That is, of course, my team just giving a shout to say that there's some action at the back of the field.
Yeah, I've got my eyeball on it. It's just we've got this battle between Smit and Scub that is very close. Heading into the arena section. And,
oh, that's going to be a squeeze.
Oh, yeah. I think it'll work, though. I think it's going to work.
Yeah. Got advantage.
Can Scoob get him back? Around the outside, maybe? Nope. Sega car is through.
A little bit unsettled on the...
Oh, never mind. Off the track, very off. All right, 76, you're on Candid Camera. Currently on the hunt for Nicholas Pacheco.
Like car number 81 is making the pass on the inside of Nakaniechny. Getting between the GT4 sandwich.
See if that plays a role. It looks like he'll get through without too much fuss.
I've recently discovered, and thanks to Makarov, who was on...
We have a hand up. Give me a moment here. My apologies, Mr. Sheriff, if I have kept you waiting.
No, not at all. I was there like a minute, so you're good, man. Don't worry about it.
Side-by-side action, and that's gonna be a spot for the 76 car. Moving up
like
in the GT4 world.
Ooh.
Seems like we got a lot of overtakes going on.
And that puts you guys in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8th place. Back in 8th.
take that. It's good. Ooh, that was a nice little slide there from the Camaro.
Well, it's Camaro. It's sliding on every corner.
So how are you guys doing in there? Having fun?
Doing good.
Yeah.
Doing good. We kept pretty good action. It's good to have people here. My last endurance commentary race was me solo, and also having serious digestional issues.
Oh, yeah, that's not much fun, to be fair. I know how that problem is, but then imagine doing a 6-hour race solo, having that issue. So I kind of know how that is. But yeah, hopefully you're better today, though, not having any of those issues.
Nah, no problems today. There is a car moving very slowly. Don't imagine I can figure out which one it was, but somebody probably recovering from a crash of some kind. I didn't recognize the livery, unfortunately.
It can be hard sometimes. Sometimes it happens so quickly.
Well, we didn't even see the accident. It was just one of those I saw in the background. There was a car just moving very slowly.
Oh, yeah. And then it's kind of hard to find which one it was.
Oh, the battle for the lead is heating up. It is down to 3.4 seconds between the 55 and the 211. We knew this day was coming. We knew it was a matter of time because this 211 has been on it all day long. Both drivers. Been the fastest car, bar none, like lap after lap after lap. And the day is coming.
The end is nigh.
Vladimir Danilov, I'm afraid your time in the lead may be coming to a close. You inherited this lead because of some penalties. And it may be coming to a close because the 211 wants its lead back.
Okay, the donation is in.
Excellent.
That's £50. Go on to car number 1. And don't blame me. I'm just the messenger.
Just the messenger. The audience made the choice.
Yeah. Another donation in from Lucas GSRT with £30 and Strangelove with a 25. And right in the middle of that sandwich is my donation of £50. So that's brought a total up to £1,340. So doing quick maths
$160
in my
to the
head.
goal, guys.
So £60 I've donated in total for this, well, to the event and also just to the cause as well. It's something that's currently active in my domain of personal life at the moment as well. My partner's dad was diagnosed back in 2022 in January with stage 4 bowel cancer. And he managed to claw it back to a remission state. However, which is absolutely crazy, being from that to that. That is some complications in the fact, let's just say, metastasized, and it's reached his liver. So there's a few complications going on there. Chemotherapy. Oh, that's a big slide there from Hauke.
It's an interesting thing going on with the 191 car. It's shown as having done only one lap. And I know that's not the case because they were here from the start. So
Yeah.
something weird's going on with ACC as far as they're concerned.
That's not
Looks
valid lap, is it?
No, it's just laps.
Yeah.
Yeah. So something's going on there. They're being treated as a new entry, and they've lost their progress. That's the car driven by Cormac Quinn, Kyle Henderson, Matt Gale, and Gabe Hauke. So, and their liveries also changed. So, I don't know. Something weird going on there.
Has Hauke rejoined, or is has Hauke already done a stint? Do you remember?
Hauke has done a stint. Hauke was the one that was battling with the 24 car for a long time. That was what tipped me off, is that, like, I know that name. We've seen that name. That Hauke's been a main character for a solid chunk of the race. So I don't know what's going on with there. I would hope that the admins can maybe do something about that, because Matt Gale's on that team and he's one of the stewards. So if anybody should be able to raise a little hell, it would be Matt Gale.
A little bit of tail shaking going on there from the 442 car. That's Scub.
Scub and Schmidt have been at this battle for several. Well, you know what? I don't want to say several laps, because this is NORDSCHLEIFE. But
we actually had a small accident. I actually had a small accident with the 442 car in lap 13. I was behind him in the 43 car. Just a small one, nothing major though.
that M2's like, no, I don't want to be involved in this. Go ahead, gentlemen.
Well, I'll leave you guys to it. I wish you guys an amazing day and evening for the rest of the race.
Have a good day, Sheriff, and good luck.
Thank you. See you guys.
See you soon.
Actually, this whole cause, of course, near and dear to my own heart, because I am a cancer survivor of lung cancer. So,
congratulations! I'm glad to hear that.
2 rounds of chemo and clear for about 2 years at this point. So that's good.
It's amazing.
And, of course, everyone has that grandparent that passed away. My grandmother and my how to describe my relationship with this woman. So my dad was adopted by his aunt. So my second grandmother is not biologically my grandmother. She's biologically my aunt. But she also passed away to no one who knew her from skin cancer. To the surprise of no one who knew her was skin cancer. She was outside constantly. So we had I've got that history as well. So get those donations in, guys. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, all going towards making cancer very slowly a thing of the past, and not so much a terminal diagnosis, but more one that we can move forward with many more advances of research in the field of cancer. There is, of course, many different types, and in the medical world there are some huge leaps and bounds coming through, and I'm sure Cancer Research UK have been a big part of that to make sure we are finding out the truth and unlocking the secrets of how cancer comes about. So, big question about the latest sim racing film that's come out on our screens, and this particular corner and crest. In the film, if you haven't watched it, I don't want to do any spoilers, but a certain accident happens, but it is common knowledge that there was a pretty fatal accident on that corner. In the film, they put it down to a specific pattern of crosswind that affected how said driver was scooped and essentially thrown into the barriers. Is that something that happens in ACC if, say, the wind was modelled in exactly the same way? Now, that could be a rhetoric question, but if anyone in the chat has any inside knowledge of that, I'm pretty sure Gran Turismo, the game, or the quote-unquote simulator, would be able to replicate that. But in some of these other titles, such as the one that we're watching at the moment, like ACC, iRacing, Race Room, AC Evo may even have that level of detail. I'm Not too sure. Do let us know your thoughts. If you do have any information, like inside information on the physics of this particular title, which is ACC, and then drop your thoughts in the chat.
I'd be interested to know the answer for sure.
Yeah.
I did check out the F1 movie this week, and found myself incredibly mixed about it.
Was it the actors or was it the realism?
It was the realism. Like the acting was good. The action was very good. The story was incredibly far-fetched. And in ways that I feel like it just didn't need to be. Like that was more the thing. And I guess the other thing I have is I liked the movie Driven from the early 2000s, Sylvester Stallone kart movie. And it's basically the F1 movie, and everyone like shits on it. And they're like, "Oh, this F1 movie though, this is so good." I'm like, "What do you mean? It's the same goddamn movie." Well, flow scoop.
Oh no!
Big save. Big save.
I think in the skateboarding world, that might have been like a they call them a nose blind or a nose grind or something.
Oh, that's a nose grind and a half. Yes.
Yeah.
Luca Schmidt has to be absolutely livid, though. He has been staring at the back of this car for so long, and it's like very obvious that he has the pace advantage. Like just watching it, and he just cannot get past.
I think that's a testament to Scub's defensive abilities on circuit.
Scub has managed to hold on here in a position that I don't know Lucas Schmidt enough really to say this. I don't know if it's a driver difference, but like it does seem like that 64 should have found its way through, and it is just not happening. and to see him nose grind down the hill like that, it's gotta be so infuriating.
Almost showboaty in a way, isn't it? Like you're
bit.
still in front.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, check this trick out. Yeah. And then off he goes, he's still in.
Yep.
How?
No, the GT4 lead car, the 757 is in the pit lane. So the 269 has inherited the lead, at least for the time being. Continuing down the endurance racing history here. One of my earliest endurance races in ACC was Suzuka, was the track. And I was with a bunch of guys who didn't really know what we were doing. We were all kind of new to endurance racing. We played a lot of ACC, but like we were new to endurance racing, so flying by the seat of our pants. And it's like 3.5 hours into the race, and a car is coming up behind me, which is a driver that I know, and I know that he absolutely kicks my ass. Ooh, hang on, flag.
Oh, this is sketchy.
Schmidt wants past. Schmidt wants past.
Now, I seem to remember in the driver briefing, no bump drafting because it causes the server to glitch. So, yeah, we'll keep an eye on what happens here. All good so far?
So far,
Detached.
so good.
Yep,
Scoob is
good.
still hanging on. Side by side. Here we go. And he's through. Schmidt is through. Finally. The 64 pit crew is on their feet. They are chanting. They
That was a bit of a code brown. Yes.
And he's into the piss.
Unbelievable.
Scoop continues on, so Scoop ends up ahead of them again.
I think that was just in response to the nose grind we saw earlier on. I think he's just like, well, look at this trick. I can overtake you. Pit. I'm just having a look through Scoop's track record. He is a fast racer, and latest solo runs, we're looking at Bahrain over on Le Mans Ultimate. He's come third. And he's around Spa. He's also come second. Also in Le Mans Ultimate. It looks like again fourth. So he's definitely up in the top 5. Not so good in the GTR Nissan. May have been a fault in the race that put him in 8th place. But all in all, quite a solid track record in recent times. Might be why Smith had a bit of a challenge getting past. So a lot of track experience. Having had experience with the hypercars, reaction times would probably be a lot quicker. Hence the nose grind.
Oh, Scoop's an excellent driver, and
yeah.
Shout out to him for taking on Nathan Gray as a teammate for this race, because Nathan's notably junior driver in that team. So appreciate him sharing that experience and that in this event.
Yeah, that's a true sign of a well-rounded driver, one that brings other members into the team to develop and flourish in sim racing. I mean, we've all had a mentor along the way who helps us just like learn the lines of the track and driving, pit strategy, all sorts like that. They're absolute gold dust when you find them. So kudos to all those who actually give us rookie drivers a good chance, and adding to the huge pool of sim drivers that are already here.
Absolutely. It's how we get more and more people, and how we can do events that are bigger, better, and cleaner. We have a battle on pit road here for the lead between the 55 and the 211. They were about 3 seconds apart when they came in. So if you can get a really good pit stop here, the 211 could jump the 55. We'll see if they can do that. Normally I probably would not pay attention to this, but there's not a lot else happening on track right now.
They're sweating in their seats right now.
Also, we'll see if this is a driver change or not. And, yep, the 211 jumps him. Oh, it's Some Angels back in the car. They've got their lead driver back in. It is time for the 211 to do what the 211 does best. And a drive-through penalty for the 55 as well.
No.
Music to the 211's ears as it leaves in the lead with their main rival with the drive-through penalty. And it is time for the Polish driver, Son Angel, to get out there and do what he has done here today, which is be the fastest driver on track.
Do get some strong Clarkson vibes of "Oh no" anyway, as he's absolutely tearing away. Yeah, that's a double whammy there.
It looks like we have another car that's had its laps reset, the 27 Mustang of Pacheco and Nakazato. So, oh, and they leave. Maybe, nope, they're still here. So, not sure what might be causing that.
If they're having the same problem as me.
maybe I've just been exceedingly fortunate not to run into that particular glitch. But we've had at least 2 cars, the 191 and the 27, have that befall that problem. And And I imagine that's got to be an incredible kick in the balls.
Yeah, yeah, I think insult and injury certainly comes to mind. Huh. 37 people watching now. If you're just tuning in, this is the Drive to Dean Memorial Race, 12 hours of NORDSCHLEIFE, the Green Hell, however you want to call it. And we're live, and on the airwaves is Mia Dread and myself, Adam Ty, or otherwise known as TIZADXTR, alias in the chat. But I'll change that. I'll switch to my usual name in due course. And we're raising a lot of money for Cancer Research UK. The first goal we absolutely smashed through the £1,000 mark. We're now on a rampage to hitting the 1,500. And with your help, whoever's watching, whoever's dialed in, even for a brief moment, have a think about Cancer Research UK and the cause. And do a solid for them all. And donate however much you would like, however much you can afford. And it will all go to a fantastic cause. Frala in the pits for quite some time. It's that's not a solo driver, is it? That's a
solo driver, but he has been in there for a good minute.
Oh, there he goes. Camera's on him. Oh, quick.
Not too much actually. 36 seconds time stopped. That's a pretty normal pit stop.
Yeah, respectable one. Better than mine.
And Adnan Pacina back into the car. We can check in on the Iron Man Insane Cup members. We have Stefan Huvel in the number 12, who is running in 26th place in the GT4. That is 5th place in class. And not having quite as good of a day, Dmitry Timofeyev is the other one. We saw Timofeyev have like a, hang on, how long was that pit stop? 8-minute pit stop that we suspect may have been spent in the bathroom.
Yeah, if nature calls, you know, you need a clean chair. Put it that way.
Andrew Phipps, I believe it is first stint here. Number 38 car. Chasing down. Dilgat. Simon Dilgat in the number 11. Who's been in this car with Phipps? This is the Steven Richardson, Cindy Santons, and Jeff. Gonna take a stab at it. Cole. Car. So they've been as high as 4th place. So this is a serious entry. And Phipps is just the 4th man on the team. Four is a little bit much. I probably would not go 4 for 12 hours. I'd go 3. But obviously,
if you're a truck driver, eh?
Well,
you can.
It depends, obviously. For example, if I was doing this 12 hours with my usual teammates Eric and Noel, who are respectively 77 and 72, we might have a 4th guy.
Great design of the livery, very crisp.
I like it.
Yeah, it makes me snacky. I do like a bag of Nobby's nuts. They have some good flavouring, actually.
All right, Flo Scoop is in the pits, and Luca Schmidt is right behind him. So the 64 is really, really, really hoping he can get past here in the pit lane, I think. And the answer is no. Flo Scoop hands the car over to Nathan Gray.
There was an attempt.
Well, this is unfortunately the part of the race where the 442 might go backwards, though. I've said it. I will say a lot of lovely, nice things about Nathan Gray. A fantastic up-and-comer, learning, getting better every time out. But the drop-off between Scoob and Gray is one of the more extreme in the field. So Gray's back out here to try to do what he did in his last stint. Keep it out of the wall. Minimize damage. But there is a multiple second difference in pace between the two drivers.
Sure, they come up with a strategy leading into the next 8.5 hours to manage that, but that's all going to have to be managed in real time, depending on the position of the car behind. Which, if they keep it going like this, that's going to be a bit of a who's going to go first, who's going to, pit first, who's going to change their driver, who's going to, and you got the penalties on top of that, which anyone in the chat can donate to. And just as a reminder, there is the link as a tiny URL, which I can fix, because tiny URLs always make me feel a little bit squirmy, because you never know really what's happening on the other end of that. So I will get that fixed. Just bear with me quickly. I'll get that link. That's the full link.
The 24 is coming up on somebody again, looking to put the pressure on Scott Brightly, or Brearley, pardon me, in the 69 car, which has been a favorite of the booth. And there is a M2 being a little uncooperative. That will help the 24 put the pressure on. We're up to $13.90 on the donations.
Closing in, £110 left. Let's hit that target. Can we do it before the 8-hour mark?
Barely does not make that particularly difficult, to be honest. Kind of just let the 24 through. Oh, I saw Lewis Knight was closing in on somebody. I'm like, hey, overtake coming up. Nope. The car ahead of him just dived into the pit lane, and that was the source of the closing. So Angel's already pulled out the gap to 11 seconds over Danilov, so the 211 is on a mission to crush everyone's soul. Guys, chat, some donations, some penalties. Would it be advisable? Hey, 5-second penalty!
I wouldn't have said it was a matter of like crushing people's soul. I'd like to spin it on his head and call it like a source of inspiration. Like one day I could be as fast as that.
One day. Except that
One
you
day.
probably can.
Yeah. It's more likely that, but it's good to live in the dream world. Comment from one of our viewers at the moment, from Shingley, saying cursive word against cancer. Here to support Rose Jardine. Shingley, if you want to join us in the chat room on Discord, you can do. You're more than welcome to come and join us to share more on your story with Rose Jardine, if you so wish.
Chat room is open for sharing stories in that regard, and also talking about the race. Whatever you want to do. We are here for it. Believe me, we got 12 hours. There is time to fill. Do not be shy.
These last 3 hours and 35 minutes are just well, they've been nothing short of eventful. I've seen a lot of encounters, some wild M2s, and some hungry GT3s getting tangled up in the GT4 and M2 shenanigans.
Do a quick top 5 rundown of each class here. We've got the 211 leading the way, as we've said. The 55 has been the only car really able to live with it in second place. The 911 has been in third place for since the second lap, and that's kind of weird. The 85 is currently in fourth place. That's, I think, the highest it's been. And the number 6, which has been pretty much in the mix the whole time, is in fifth place now. Over in the GT4 category, it is led by the 269 of Simon Herman and company. Second place belongs to the number 30 car of Lucas Kolb at the moment, followed by the number 9 of Juice Verhelst, who I swear I've not seen another driver in that car. I know there is another driver, but I haven't seen them. And then the 757 of Gamer Extreme is in fourth place. And then rounding off the top 5 is Captain Insano, Steven Weivel, who is doing this entire thing solo. And if he comes home top 5, just all the rounds of applause. Then in the M2 category, it is my boy, Felix Kramerich, leading the way in the 142. In second place, we have the 789 of Stephen Kral, followed by Ryan Harper in the 999. Then it is Lewis Knight, another one of my boys, in the 72. Another one of my boys, Fabio Varro. Oh, wait, apparently it's Adrian Rude, actually, in the 53. So my race control needs to update who is at the wheel of that car.
My front end's seen better days.
I think Adrian's more comfortable driving a damaged car than he is driving a healthy car. That's been my experience with him.
I mean, if you know how to set your aero up on the fly, or literally flying, then yeah, that's a very unique skill to have, and be interesting to learn the method of which said modifications are done. Is it done with like front end shunt, or
I keep forgetting I already looked at the Griffin Sim Racing car. Lucas Joubert currently at the wheel of it, and I remember I'm just unimpressed with that livery, guys. I say this, you can do better because I have seen you do better.
Oh no. But as a driver, I was always able to recognize who it was without even looking at my MFD. I could see in the mirror, it's a purple car. Yep, that's the only purple car on circuit. So they do have that going for them. Other drivers recognize them.
That's true. I used to have that with I had a Formula 3000 livery in Race 07 that had a giant bird on the front.
Decent. Which bird?
I don't think I ever knew. It was just an image I had found on the internet and kind of repurposed into the livery. I don't think I actually know what bird it was, to be honest. Some form of bird of prey, hawk or falcon or something.
Yeah, fine. Yeah.
Something of that ilk. But if you'd asked me to give me the actual breed of it, I don't know.
Fair enough. If it had talons, it's probably on the it's in the right sport. I just got a nod from my teammate, and they want me back. Want me back to race.
Well,
so
good luck.
I have to get ready, have a snack, and top up my water because I sweated profusely in round 1. This time I don't have a thick pile t-shirt, I actually have a sports top, so now I know why Team Redline have those jerseys. Moisture wicking technology, certainly needed. So I should perform better this time around.
We do have a new fastest lap of the race. Sam Angel has just put up an 8:11 1.287.
That's insane.
Fastest lap by over 2 seconds.
Wow. What's the secret? Has he like dumped half his fuel tank somewhere and picking it up on like
no,
Nottingham?
this is every lap for this car basically. This if we were to take all 26 laps that have happened and put up a fastest lap of who was the fastest on each lap, this car won like, I don't know, every lap it didn't pit.
Wow. Right, I must go. So it's been a pleasure, but I will be back soon after my stint.
Good luck.
And yeah, I will keep you posted with all the action on the circuit, just visually, obviously. But yeah, enjoy the stream and see you soon.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, they have left me alone again. I was promised a accompaniment at all times. But here we are. No real battles on the track right now. Oh, well, I say this, and then, well, it's not a battle, but Michael Dyson appears to have been into the wall in the 81 car more than 15 seconds ago, unfortunately. So that replay is not going to show us what happened. There's nothing else really happening, so I'll throw up the 60-second replay right after this. Hang on. I just need the replay to end. Thank you. Oh, he's in the wall again. Okay, so this has gone very badly for the 81 car. Michael Dyson. Car looks fine here. Healthy. And I thought that might be the moment. No. It's okay. And where is it gonna happen? This kind of loses the back end there. Nudges into the wall. And I imagine we're going to see something maybe a little bit clumsy here as he tries to rejoin. Based on that view that we had of him pacing the wrong direction. Yeah, just spin around. Car looks okay, though, so he should be able to continue without too much issue. Oh. I spoke too soon. He's in the pits. Well, that's less than awesome. Let's see here. See if there's a car we haven't like given any love to that's having a day and just for whatever reason has avoided us. I don't know. We haven't so much of the in the M2 department here, so let's check out Stephen Grawl, currently in second place in class and trying to hunt down the 142 of Felix Kramerch, who is leading the class. And we'll see what they can do. We'll rock on that for a little bit until something maybe kicks up. We got something here. Timo Sprackman in the 13 car is catching up to the 123. That is Mike Mullison. At a guess. German names and I do not get along. Apologies to anyone in the audience from Germany. Car is also nursing a drive-through penalty. May make this a little bit anticlimactic if we're being completely honest. As that penalty will have to be served at some point in the relatively near future. Check up on 262. We can make that happen. That is Glenn Thorne at the wheel. car currently shown in 38th place on the screen, 39th per race control. There is a car that is currently not connected that is ahead of them, but they are running around in last place at the moment. I think this is one of the cars that ran into some issues with connection and lost some laps as a result. But there are a couple of those in the field. Nathan Gray, far from going backwards, is actually catching up with Simon Dilgat for 9th place. The 442 is coming. Los Patos Hermanos on the hunt. Then Lucas Schmidt once again finds himself behind this car, although be it with a different driver this time, because last time it was Flo Scoob. And Scoob put up a masterful defensive work against Lucas Schmidt, only to be overtaken by him and then Schmidt having to pit. I myself may need a bio break shortly, so hopefully someone pops in to man the fort as Dilgat makes his way into the pit lane. Car best for the 696 car, Andrei Porshikov. 8:14.262 last time around. Pretty impressive lap. I'd be very, very happy with that myself. Getting notifications about a race that I normally do on Saturdays live, but am skipping for this today, as I'm being dinged by the the replacement commentary team. All right, Schmidt versus the 442 once again. This time it's Nathan Gray at the wheel, as opposed to Flo Scoop. We'll see if Schmidt has an easier time making it happen there. There is also a battle between the 23 and the 24 car. Teammates, Pulse Drive Racing Charity Crew. Gal Bedenek chasing Daniel, or Balas Jurincic. My apologies, the wrong name was... Oh! A little contact between the two Hungarian cars. Weird, like semi letting him through, but also giving him the hit check. And we have reached the 1,500 goal. Thank you, everybody. Keep it coming, everyone. Keep it coming. We want to make that nice big donation to the Cancer UK. Help beat cancer and give it the old drive-through penalty. We all have stories and experiences with this terrible disease, and let's make it. Let's do what we can to make that a thing of the past. Lucas Schmidt is going to be seeing this 442 car in his dreams for the next week. The 23 car getting a drive-through from the 24 car for the contact. I appreciate that. Gray managing to hang on. He may be the junior driver in this team, but he's been taking that defensive lessons from Los Patos Hermanos' crew. They do an excellent job of building up drivers, I must say. Fantastic work with some of the raw guys, some of the green guys over at Evolution Racing Academy. Learning a ton from the Los Patos Hermanos veteran drivers. Upperclassmen. Let's throw up the helicam here a little bit. Sometimes the TV cams have some bad positioning on the corners, whereas the helicam kind of keeps them in view the whole time. So let's hop up into the air and do what we can do. Very close, but Lucas Schmidt has been here before with this 442. He's been right up on the tail. Sure that he's got the magic bullet to get past. Can he make it happen? Right on the bumper. You can smell the gas coming off of that 442. Oh! Wide move into the corner. Inside for the carousel. Stays ahead again. The frustration. The rage! Oh, hang on. Can we get a our view is blocked by the trees. We got the overtake done. Oh, he bumped him! He bumped him! Justice for the 442. I'm expecting a penalty. Meantime, out front, the 211 is now a full minute ahead of the field. The 55 is 1 minute and 5 seconds behind, and actually is now under pressure from the very hard charging 911 car driven by Ben Hicks. So the Lexus is coming. The battle for top Lexus spot is now kind of in play once again. Another battle to look at might be Patrick Bahalski in the 777, which has been at the center of more than its fair share of crises. Currently on the tail of Scott Beerley in the 69 car. See how this goes. Alright. Heading into the arena section, and on the front straightaway, it will in fact be Beerley losing the spot to Michalski. Beerley's been pretty lackluster in defense, honestly. Can Ben Hicks get that 911, which at one point was in the lead of this race, back at the front? He's in rare form right now, but like catching up to that 211 is going to take a lot of work. Over the remaining 8 hours we got to go here. I may not have any relief coming anytime soon. This may be, unfortunately, my bit of time being the lone man in the booth. At least I got some action to commentate on. Ben Hicks on the tail of Vladimir Danilov. Both of these cars have at one point led this race. And have pretty much been on a podium spot the entire time. Can we watch car 43 for a minute? Let's let this finish up and then the 43 will be next on deck there, chat. And Hicks has got the overtake along the giant straight. And the 911 says, pull over. You're speeding. We are the police. Also, a little bit of rubber banding there in the connection there. Some lag going on. And just kind of waiting for Hicks to break away just a little bit here before we leave this battle. What the lap time was. Not great. I say not great. It's the second fastest of anybody on that lap. But compared to the 8:12 flat that they had last lap, 8:14 is not especially impressive. Okay, he's breaking away a little bit. So the request was to check out the 43 car, which is currently has Frederick Bergloff at the wheel. The Sounds Racing Memorial, one of my favorite liveries in the field, running in 8th place, where it's more or less been pretty much the whole day. This is also the Kago Sheriff car. We had Kago in the commentary booth a little while ago. It's had a pretty impressive race, to be honest. One of these solid runners here. Not much else to say about it right now. It's kind of running on its own, about 39.5 seconds behind the 38 car. About 3.8 up on Lucas Schmidt. Might want to be a little careful if Schmidt does catch it, because I do think Schmidt is Schmidt maybe got a little bit of a red mist maybe on Schmidt right now. We did see Schmidt kind of push the 442 car into the wall, so I'd be... Obviously, the 43 may not be aware of that, but I'd be a little bit nervous.
Speaking about being pushed, I'm pushing the goal once again up to 2,000 British pound, as we are at 1,530.
Let's
Great,
go, boys.
great. Yes, let's kick cancer. Bam, 2,000 is the new goal.
Let's make that goal. Let's smash that goal before we hit the 7-hour mark, everybody. Make it happen. Well, I was right about the 911 catching up to the 55 and pulling away. That gap is up to about 4.5 seconds now for second place. So Ben Hicks is currently driving an absolute stellar race. Seems like he might be the how should I put this, the gold standard of this particular car. 4 drivers, he looks like he's the one that maybe, just maybe, can take the fight to the 211. But of course there are 3 other drivers to make time for. Pressure coming from the 1-2-3 Ferrari. All over the back of that number 13 car of Timo Sprackman. Sprackman's been in the wall a couple of times. That 13 is still hanging on, though. Give that mechanic team a raise. They have rebuilt that car, I think, at this point.
A car is rebuilt so often. Is it still the same car that is racing?
The overtake is made by the 1-2-3. Well, I imagine that they can't replace the frame of the car mid-race. So I'm going to have to say that in this case, it's still the same car.
Yeah, that would take a little bit more than at least at Le Mans, the hour that they have to stop the car to make any kind of repairs. I think they are obligated, what is it, every 6 hours to change the brakes or something like that? There's some obligatory pit stops to change where the car goes completely in the garage, and I think it's only brakes, but I would have to look it up.
Kind of interested to see if the 911 can make any kind of impression in the 211 here. But that gap is still staying pretty damn steady at 1:07. So the 211 might need your assistance, guys, to not want to run away with this. Throw out some donations and make it happen. Hoping that my auto cam would work here, but it's being a bit of a annoyance, unfortunately. Oh, there we go. WEC does not mandate brake changes, so there we go. Danilov is caught back up with Hicks. I think, if I may be so bold, though, this has been a traffic necessitated closing of the gap. I think that Hicks may have just caught a bit of a bad batch of traffic, and it's making it seem like Danilov has a chance to make things happen here. Danilov has not had the pace to keep with that 911 car, and I suspect once the 911 gets free of the traffic, it will stretch its legs. Timofeyev back in the pits. He is doing this race solo, so a lot of pit stops, I suspect. This is his ninth of the race, which ties him for the most in the field. For comparison purposes, the other car that he's been in 9 times is the 76 car of Adam Tyne, Makarov, and I blanking on the third driver's name. It was something of a Eastern European origins. Yeah, Hicks has pulled it out to 1.5 seconds over Dadaloff. So yeah, just a matter of getting through the traffic. And opening the gap back up. All right, everybody. Unfortunately, I'm going to need a minute or two to use the bathroom. Is there any particular driver that anybody wants to review while I am gone and not able to control the camera? Speak now or forever hold your peace. There is some love for the number 24 car. All right. 24, 24, 24. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. That is the car driven by Balas Jurancic at the moment. Team Hungary. And they will get center stage for a moment while I make a quick bathroom pit stop. My apologies, everybody. I had to take a brief bio break and also to make use of, some time to get a good stretching, get the back a little bit going, get my feeling back in my legs. And I am back now. So we left us on Ballas Juranisik, and it looks like at least we've had some interesting thing with the some time with the number 69 car. That car being driven at the moment by John Ford. He is on the tail. Just checking in to see if anything's really changed at the front. The 211 still leads for the 911, the 55, the 6, and the 969. That is the same outside of the 85 has fallen back a little bit, but they appear to have a bit of pit stop, so that's not a problem. And in the GT4 class, it is 269 leading the 30, the 9, the 757, and the 12. No real changes there. In the M2 category, it is the 142, still leading the way from the 789, the 72, the 999, and the 53. Not a lot changing at the top of the categories. We are up to $1,590 in donations. Our goal is $2,000. Let's try and hit that before we get to the 7 hours remaining left in the race. Mark, please. And, yeah. Let's just keep watching John Ford as he tries to hunt down 17th place. This is the predominant action going on right now. 69 versus 24. Two different BMWs. A lot of BMWs. What is the most popular GT3 in the field? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Beamers, I think. Yeah. 7 BMWs. Trio of Lexuses. That's not even close. Looks like 4, 5 McLarens. Yeah. 4 Ferraris, and it's gonna be about it. Everything else is more or less solos. We got a Porsche, we got a Mustang. We had an Audi. I don't see it out there anymore, so it may have run into a disconnection problem. Oh, there's 2 Mustangs, and Ford going for the run here. Look at that 17th place. And it's through. Give me just 1 second to make an adjustment here. Found the information that I need. Ford is pulling away now, so there shouldn't be too much drama on this end. Just looking at like the fast laps and so on, seeing what's going on here. The 911 is able to keep with the 211, but it's not making any headway, and it is a minute and 11 seconds down. So that's going to be a hard battle for any kind of real challenge for the lead. Who knows, though? We're 7.5 hours to go. And,
have we commented already on Christian?
What about?
he wrote in the chat that there's 1,081 laps driven, which means that so far he'll drop 50 pounds. He may be biting his tongue or not about the promise he made.
Pressure him! Pressure!
In any case, every lap that these drivers get done is more money for Cancer Research UK. Because that's where all the donations are landing in honor of Dean Hyde. All of the 1,530 pounds that we have collected so far.
And we need more. We need more, guys.
More.
Keep it coming. Fairness, it's still only 9 a.m. here in North America in the Eastern time zone, so there should be some rush in like the last 2 hours or so of the race. When the North Americans get all out of their sleepiness.
Notice, there's a cool race going on NORDSCHLEIFE, the thing that we can never pronounce right. On the other hand, it's really a mouthful, and I personally always type it wrong and always have to.
I pronounce it incorrectly on purpose. I hate this track. It has tried to murder me so many times.
And then imagine you were driving Automobilista 2, which has the complete Nürburgring with the Süd and the NORDSCHLEIFE. Like the whole historic, what is it, 30 kilometers? Something like that.
I believe you are correct.
The Gesamtschleife, as it's called.
.265 kilometers.
Yeah, just found it too.
Record around there is still at the 1929 Grand Prix by Louis Chiron.
Well, it's not as if that Gesamtschleife
not used much. My funniest Nordschleife thing is still when WTCC started going to it for like near the end of WTCC's lifespan, before it became WTCR, and Sabine Schmidt showed up for 1 year. They made like a whole like almost like movie production, like trailer production for the Queen's arrival. And then she came back the following year, and they toned it down. They didn't do like a full on like trailer for it, but they had like, you know, some of the funnier, kind of more personable veteran drivers like Tom Cornell and Gabriele Tarquini in the pit lane doing oh no, she wouldn't come back again next. No, she did it. She's busy. She's not going to do it again. And then, you know, her popping up and going, "I'm back," and then going, "Ah, crap."
Nice.
Didn't do particularly well, but she was driving for one of the midfield teams, so like, you know, she performed as well as the all-ankle Chevrolet was gonna, you know, perform.
For my way of seeing things, even surviving one lap is being a winner.
Yeah, she scored points in both outings, so I mean, yeah.
See?
Take it.
Even better.
In a car that was not guaranteed to score points. Like, it'd be one thing if like she got a ride with Citroen, which was the dominant team at the time, and scored a point in that. It's like, okay, yeah, it's a Citroen. It's going to do that anyways. But, John Ford with a moment, but a nice little save.
Oh! Ouch. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that didn't feel well.
No, we did a couple of like nice little grind saves. There's no real battles going on the track, so chat once again if there is a car you want me to follow. Until events dictate otherwise, feel free to shout it out.
If there's a car you want to see penalized, drop that money in the donation bin.
All right, we are going to follow Stefan Huvel for a moment here. Now, the reason I'm saying this is he just did his personal best lap of this race. A 9-minute, 3-second, 0.367. That's not amazing. It's solid. It's good. It's not groundbreaking. But I want to emphasize this. He is a solo effort here. He has been in that car for over 4 hours and has now found a personal best lap. That's kind of insane.
It's kind of insane he's a solo driver. Let's start with that and then let's continue.
Yeah, there are 2 people in this field trying to solo this event, and they are both crazy.
Yep.
But like, what's amazing, like, because the other one is Timofeyev, and we've seen Timofeyev in the pits taking like a, let's just say, a non-pit stop break, if you will. He's definitely, using the bathroom.
But I thought that's what bottles are for.
Using the bathroom or getting up and stretching or, whatever. There's a couple of like, long pit stops in there. Huvel, you would not think is doing this solo based on his performance. He's running 4th in his category, or 5th in his category. His pit stops are all normal length. It's like, this is insane.
Maybe he just opens the window and does the needful there.
Indeed.
Yeah.
The police is up to 2nd place there, Timo. Had a nice overtake there by Ben Hicks on the 55 car. And actually, speaking of which, Ben is into the pit lane as we speak from 2nd place. So, I'm not sure if this will be a driver swap or if he's going to double stint. We'll find out. They are the first car to get within 2 seconds of the race leader in terms of lap pace. But things are going very well. And the 55 is in as well. So both Lexuses pitting from 2nd and 3rd place. Just taking a gander if there's any kind of battles going on. John Ford is starting to catch up with the 777, so we'll park the camera here for a moment. See if the 69 can make progress. Gap is down to about 2 seconds. Now, you could argue that might not be a great thing because the 777 has been a cursed car today. It is a cloud making its way around the track. Oh, I saw that there was a really close gap, and then I looked at it. It's an M2 getting passed by a GT3, so that's not a particularly interesting unless you hate M2s, I guess. Oh! And the 777 is off the track. What happened to Kamil Modric? Just kind of loses the back end. And does the double slap off the wall. And we'll only lose 1 spot. How's the damage looking? How are you looking? Is this car drivable? Looks like he got off very, very lightly, actually. I'm seeing a lot of, there's a lot of, scraped up body paint, but nothing appears to be deformed. Modric trying to fight back. So he is, he's not taking this line down. They're catching up to one of the GT4 Mustangs. Could serve as a interesting blue flag barrier. The Ricardo Zonta 2000 Belgium moment here. Maybe. Oh, the blue flag has boxed him in! And the 777 is through. Back into 16th place for Modric. The number 6 car is pitted from 4th place. It's been having a very solid race. Kind of interested what Wavel's second lap is going to be here. He just had a personal best. We'll see if he can kind of be close to that, which would be, again, insane for a guy who has been in the car for more than 4.5 hours at this point. And by the end of the day, we'll have been in the car for 12. John Ford trying to keep up with the 777. More blue flag traffic up ahead. That has already played a role in this fight, helping out the 777 make the overtake stick on Ford. And that BMW gets out of the way nice and cleanly. No problems there. That is the Griffin car? Yep. It's Ulrich de Jaeger at the wheel. Wonder, is it just a Jaeger and Joubert in the car today, or do they have a third driver? No, it's just a two-man operation. Couple threes, couple fours. 2 is pretty, I think, standard. Let's see here, what's the breakdown? 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I guess only 9 teams are double driver. So maybe a little bit more in play than I'm thinking. Car 11 for the win. Well, I'm not sure car 11's in for a win, but having a solid race. Currently running 13th place. Take a quick gander over there is Gelsons, currently in the car. I don't think so either. You know what? It's a solid effort. Honestly, just getting this race done and getting this race done is a solid effort by these teams. 12 hours is it's a long race, and frankly, it's also coming back from adversity, because at some point there's going to be a technical problem, probably, and yeah. Oh, your first endurance race. You think doing pretty well? Yeah, I take that. I take that. You didn't embarrass yourself. this battle going on. We also got Richardson's caught up to Bergloff for 7th place, so the 43 BMW under pressure from the tail end of the Lexus crew. John Ford trying to get past Muldrick to no avail. Richardson not yet having any more luck with Bergloff. Down the inside as we head into the countryside, and that'll be the spot. We see Richardson as high as 4th place, so that 38 car is it's upwardly mobile in a way that I don't think that the 43 quite is. That 43's been good. It's been top 10 like all day, but it's always felt like it's kind of maxed out as that, like, you know, second half of the top 10. Whereas like Richardson, particularly in the hands of Richardson, because he was the one that got it up into 4th place, but that 38 car seems like it could be a top 5 car by the end of the day. It's just a matter of like putting together clean laps and like letting the speed actually be a thing. And of course, a couple penalties breaking their way would obviously help a great deal. Check in on the other class leaders. Conrad Kuhn still leading the GT4 category in the number 269 Mustang. Leading the way from Martin Spritzer in the number 30 Aston Martin. And rounding out the podium would be the number 9 Aston Martin of Just Verheist, who I swear has not had anyone else drive that car. No, he has. Jester Overbeek was in the car, and I think we just didn't notice it, and Gilles Van Dale is also part of that team, so... false alarm. He's not doing anything crazy. And then in the M2 field, it is InfoCraft in the MASH Motorsports number 142 leading the way, followed by Edward Wilkins in the GT3 Magnet, the 789 car. And rounding off the podium at the moment would be the number 53 of Adrian Marood, the Nubs Racing Division entry, the number 53. The 197 in the pits, that's the Stealth Bomber, and that'll promote the number 11 to 12th place. Kind of really hoping that something kicks off here for me to commentate on, because I am rocking solo at the moment. And when you're rocking solo, it's like the worst time to have like kind of dead action, because you're talking to yourself. There's no wall to bounce anything off of, and the closest battle I've got is John Ford trying to catch up to Modric again, which could kick off. Modric, the 777's been at the center of multiple controversies today, multiple incidents, and it's a Porsche. They always tend to be. Ford's closed it down to under a second. Putting the pressure on Modric. Might get a little sauce here. It's on between the 777 and the 69. See if John Ford can make it happen. Checking with the leader a quick bit. It's the number 2 driver, Borhan Adine, in the car at this point. Not as fast as teammate Son Angel, but at the same time, been doing pretty well. The pace is good and keeps the car clean. So I would... let's put it this way, I'd be perfectly fine with that as a junior teammate. I've said that I think a couple of times. He's doing the job. Not giving the race away. And he's completing laps. And I didn't even notice the 69's team name was Deceptive Pace Racing. I like that. I appreciate that. The 757 car has put up a personal best lap of 8 minutes 56 seconds 517. That's in the GT4 category. Solid effort. That car has fallen back a little bit after competing for the race win. It might come into play. It might be a pit stop behind or something. And that is going to be an overtake, I think, for John Ford on the 777. Should have the grunt down this straightaway. Porsche's doing its best, though, to make this ugly. And there it is. The 69 moves ahead for the time being. We have a request to check out the 23 car. And we have no problem granting that. Voros Bontad at the wheel. Currently running at 18th place. Kind of on its own. Fair bit ahead of its teammate. Fair bit behind the battle between the 777 and Ford. Oh, Ford lost a spot back to the 777. Hang on. Coming from a really far back. That's a really good overtake. That's just really good line by the 777. Gets the job done. eye out to see if Ford can make a comeback. I think the issue for Ford is that the Beamer has a pace advantage on the 777 Porsche in the back section of the lap. But there is a section of the lap where that 777 just is able to show its pedigree and pull away. And it's a relatively solid difference between the two. Ford's catching back up. He's got it down to a half second. Oh, personal best for the 55 car, 8-minute 13.112. That car has been running on the podium all day. And finally putting together its best lap. Alright, chat. The challenge was to break the 2,000 barrier on donations by 7 hours left in the race. We're getting very close to that, and we need a little bit over $100. Let's go. And I had somebody in the audience real quick. They have departed. Thank you to our anonymous donors, as well as Christian Spengler and Los Patos Hermanos for their recent donations. Oh, John Ford getting a little bit out of shape there, and that will, for the moment, I think put that battle a little bit in the rear view mirror. Nothing else really kicking off. If there's a car that you would like me to follow during these moments of not a lot happening, please let me know. We requested not too long ago for the 23 car. We gave a couple of laps on that one. Not a couple laps because this is a long lap, but a couple of corners. And I'll be happy to put the camera on anything else that you guys want to see. Rundown of the running order. In the lead is the 911 car, currently with Borhan Edin at the wheel. Second place belongs to the 911 under David Scooten. And third place to Pavel Kislyev in the 55. Rounding out the top 5 is the number 6 with Victor Fahet at the wheel. And the number 696 with Arsen Gregorian. In the GT4 field, it is still the 269 holding the lead with Conrad Kuhn, followed by the number 30, currently driven by Martin Spritzer. And in third place and hitting the pit lane is Jasper Overbeek in the Aston Martin, the number 9. Then it is Philip Ferlinski in the 757, who did his fastest lap last time around. We'll see if he can do it again, do better this time. And the Iron Man, Stefan Huevel, in 5th place in the number 12 Ginetta. In the M2 field, it is Isaiah Infocraft leading the way in the 142. The 789 of Edward Wilkins in 2nd place. Following that is Matt Keys in the 34, followed by the 53 of Fabio Varro and the 72 of Samuel Jardine. Request to see the number 1 car. We'll see if John Ford can make things happen here. Traffic did not work out for him there. And then we'll check out the KFC car now being driven by Christoph Pedersen, currently running in 11th place as the Mustang. Frolinsky unable to match his previous lap time, but did do another sub 9 minute. And also a personal best for the number 13 car of Nico Schmidt. That coming in at an 8:21.522. How's the 442 doing? Let's have a look. That is Nathan Gray at the wheel in 10th place. This car's been in 10th place for a long time. Very solid run. It's shown off some very good defensive driving, and it's getting the job done here today. So, thumbs up to the Los Patos Hermanos crew and putting together a very solid run for the Aston Martin here. Back marker there. Another personal... okay, that's an old personal best for the 55 car. Almost gave them credit for it again. There is the third place car of Pavel Kislyev. Currently carrying 25 seconds of penalties. Which won't affect its position at all. It'll just drive it further back of the 911 car. Number 16 was just put together a really solid race. Not really a lot of like big electric moments, but they're running in 4th place. They're doing a phenomenal job. Is there another way of donating except PayPal? I do not know, Luca. Unfortunately. I would think that there would be another way. Some other form of online payment. But I honestly do not know. I am unfortunately not abreast of the mechanics behind the donations. don't think we've really given much attention to Martinez, so let the 85 take its center stage here. It's run as high as 4th place, and is currently running in 6th place and having a just very solid day. Again, the fact that it's not shown up on commentary a ton does indicate that it's been, a bit of a, not necessarily a spicy day, but we're 5 hours into the race. Having avoided that kind of trouble is admirable and good. And you can blame that caster's curse on me. As the 85 has a moment there, but does stay out of the wall. The 85 drivers are now just in the pit lane going, do not in any way, shape, or form be nice to me. We do our best work when you're not looking. Ford is caught up to the 777 again. Porsche v BMW. German bragging rights on the line. Turning the heat on. That 777 again has been a bit of a bad luck car. Things have tended to happen around it. Some of it caused by the 777, but some of it has just been purely coincidental. They're also catching up to Stephen Huevel, who is, by the way, now in over 5 hours in that car. And he is a complete madman. The 1, 2, 3 is a request, and we will, of course, accommodate that. But I would like to stick with this battle for a moment. The 1, 2, 3 is currently running in 13th position and having a very solid day. And actually is putting up some pretty good laps right now. Last 2 or 3 have actually been quite quality. Yeah, we'll bop over there now. Oh, maybe not. It's so weird. This battle has been yin and yang. The Porsche is strong where the BMW is not, and the BMW is strong where the Porsche is not. So it's been like very like it'll crush down to like where it is now, which is about 0.4 of a second, and then suddenly it'll sprint up to like 1.1 or something, and then sprint right back down like a couple of turns later. And it's consistently doing that, so it's not like there's a mistake being made by the lead car or the chasing car. It's just a proper pattern. Side by side on the big straight. Ford get the job done. He's done it here before. This is the spot. This is where the Porsche doesn't necessarily have the grunt to resist. Did he lose the back end or did he have contact there? Hang on. We gotta check that out. Give me a... Preferably before we lose it. 15 seconds. We should get it here. This is from the 777. Aye, 777 clipped him. 777 lost it on the curb and clipped him. So, the 777 strikes yet again, ladies and gentlemen. And we'd request to go to the 1, 2, 3, and Dominic Mulkey. The crowd loves you, and we are here for you. See if anybody's ripping it up right now. Not particularly. Fastest lap last time around was only an 8:16. That belonging to the 696 car. With Gregorian at the wheel at the moment. Keeping the eyeball on the gap, seeing if anything is developing, but we're at a bit of a cool moment at the moment. So the 1, 2, 3 gets its time to shine. And of course, chat, if you would like to see any other car particularly featured during these cold moments, please feel free to, throw it out there. I am more than happy to make that happen. Another $50 from Shanu Marsanu. Thank you, Shanu. And we continue to move towards the goal of $2,000 for Cancer UK. Help us do everything we can to defeat this terrible, terrible disease and move into a world where we are free of the cancer. As a cancer survivor myself, I give my heartfelt thanks to everybody who's donated and tried to make a difference, no matter how small it is. Oh, hang on. Fajea's fallen back. Can I get a 30-second replay, please? The number 6 car has had a moment. By the looks of it. Yep, there it is. Got a little bit of the grass. Loses the back end, spins it around, and drops to 5th place. As the 696 McLaren goes ahead. Let's see if the Heron Company can make a comeback off that. Plenty of time. We still have over half the race to go. Nearly 7 hours of a 12-hour race. Just passed the 5-hour mark a little bit ago, about a lap ago, basically. Oh, Ulrich de Jaeger, by the way, with his personal best for the 77 or the 75 car, 9 minutes 7 seconds, 0.69. Very rapid driver. Still has a little bit to go in terms of creating the proper racecraft and some of the things that you learn through hard-earned experience. Still needs to happen, but the raw pace is 100% there. Christian Fengler is on the charge. Currently about 2.3 behind GT4 class leader, the 269 of Simon Herman. Herman working alongside Conrad Coons today. And we haven't... I don't think we've seen him in the car. But they do have a third driver, that being Silas Sachai. Who, by the way, I have seen go insanely long in races. And we also have a battle for the M2 class lead between Edward Wilkins and Info Craft. Craft in the white and pink is, I guess, the best word for that car. And Wilkins in the black and lime. This does make me wonder. The M2 class was being led by Lucasen for a long time. That car has fallen to 4th place. That's the number 53 car that also has currently has Fabio Vero in it, but also has Adrian Maroon, and I don't think we've seen Bas Rez, their 4th driver, yet. But that car has fallen back after leading for quite a while at the beginning, and now finds itself in 4th place behind behind this battle between Kraft and Wilkins, and also the car currently being driven by Matt Keys, the number 34 car. Pardon me, not the number 34, the triple dime. My apologies. But M2 has not had a lot of shine, and we've got a battle for the win. I smell the move coming. Wilkins could be looking for the lead here. That 789 has been having a just very, very calm, very efficient day so far. Both cars sitting on stop-go 30 penalties. Somewhat ironically. One of the GT3 Mustangs coming in behind them. That is, I imagine that's Cormac Quinn, actually. Which is a car that has had all kinds of bad luck today with technical difficulties. And currently he's driving with a very beat-up front end. Let's see if he can do it. There's no real grunt advantage here for either car, unless there's a very large setup difference between the two. If I recall correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, the M2s don't have a particularly large amount of variance. And Wilkins will go ahead. Bit of a liberal interpretation of track limits there, but gets the job done. And moves into 28th place, which is the lead of the M2 category. I do believe for the first time today. Imagine the cheers from the wall from Stephen Kral and Phil Walker are quite loud. That's not how you keep your lead. A little bit off there. And he's gonna hit the pit. Thought about it. And elects to continue onwards. Alright. Still not really any battles kicking off here. Chat, if you have a car you want me to follow, please let me know. Right now we'll give some love to the M2 leader because, frankly, we had not been paying attention to the M2 category all day. And, they deserve a little bit of love. Also, at some point we had a change for GT4 lead as Christian Fenkler has moved ahead. Didn't notice it because there wasn't really a battle. So I wonder if previous leader, the 269 car of Simon Herman, might have had an issue. Taking a little bit too much curb or a little bit too much grass. And ended up spinning out, which has allowed the 30 there. The 30 has been on a bit of a charge. It's been doing some good laps. The 190 is trying to claw back and not be last in class. Well, I do wish Cormac Quinn and company good luck, because to be honest, this car right here has in fact had a day. I think they lost their laps. I don't know if anyone can confirm or whatever, but I think they got the back, but I think they rejoined in a manner that made them a new entry, and then had to rework it around, get their laps back, and the fact that they're still out here is impressive. Yeah, PC crash. Okay. Yep, technical difficulties will happen. What was the deal with, like, losing your laps, though? Because when you guys came back in, you had a different livery in play and a different number, if I'm not mistaken. And as a result, lost your laps. Was that created by a issue of who joined first, or another issue? See, I appreciate that. You knew that the laps wouldn't count for the car, but they would count for the donation numbers and the total laps covered. So yeah, no, that's awesome. That gets you a big thumping. I'd give you a round of applause, but my problem is I have to press to talk to transmit. So if you can hear that, that is the thumping of my chest in salute of the 190 team. John Ford back up on the tail of the 777. You'd think John Ford would get tired of, like, trying to catch up to this landmine of a car. There's been a couple of incidents between these two, and I appreciate John Ford's truculence on the matter to get back at it. This is where he's been making the overtakes happen. The grunt that BMW has. Last time he made this overtake, though, 777 wound up giving a rear quarter panel touch and sending him into a spin. Might be the source of Modric' penalty at the moment. No issues this time around, though, and Ford will head into both cars pit. So that should give him some breathing room because the 777 does have that 20-second penalty to serve. We really want to watch this pit stop, but I'm just looking for anything else that's really going on, and I guess the best I've got is this battle for the GT4 lead. Simon Herman trying to track down Christian Fengler. Does have a drive-through penalty, so, that's worth considering, but at the same time, there is still 6.5 hours to go in this race, plus. So it's not like we're short of hope. Not like we're short on time, but if you keep doing that, you will quickly find yourself running out of car. Okay, Simon. It's like he felt the camera on him and he didn't like it. That car is probably going to crab a fair bit now. And I imagine that'll be a pit stop. Where is the next GT4 car? That would be Philip Verlinsky. Yeah, okay, he's good, like 2 minutes behind. So, oh, hang on. Return to pits. Yep, Herman's gonna go with the return to pit option. We do have a little bit of a battle going on. Vitor Ferreira, who lost 4th place due to a spin, is back on the tail of the 696 car driven by, I'm forgetting your first name, my apologies, Arsene Gregorian. they're making their way past the 53 cars. It slowly rejoins. Pressure's on. We got Steven Kernick in the audience. Steven, if you would like to chat, I believe you're going to put your hand up. Because I can invite you to speak, but you have to accept the invite. Steven Kernick, everybody, is here to save me from solo commentary.
Oh, well, I'm always here to assist where possible. And honestly, by looking at the racing, it looks like our crowd has been assisting with some of those fantastic penalties as well. So good to see that everyone's still keeping the absolute enthusiasm around a circuit that is known as the Green Hell.
Oh, we got Vitor Fajeda going for the overtake here on the straight. And I am noting that Gregorian's front end does appear to be a little bit bashed up, so that's probably not great for the aero. And that should maybe get the Ferrari back up into 4th place, which it had before Fajeda spun. And indeed, it's not even close.
Well, one thing with this circuit, any sort of damage in terms of aero, especially front-end damage, you can count out 1.5 to 2 seconds a lap. Now, that doesn't sound like a lot when you're doing roughly 8 minutes a lap. But that being said, going and pushing yourself out a little bit harder, it starts impacting your fueling, it starts impacting your tires, and drivers have to then try and work their way through it. And it might not be an effect right now, but come a little bit later in the race where that 0.5 of a lap that has been sitting in the settings for so long, warning you it's going to be there, can be an absolutely do or die maneuver to get yourself going. So good to see so many drivers are pushing as hard as they can, but maybe a little bit too hard considering we still have a lot of time left of this race.
Let's review the gaps right now. There is only one gap under 10 seconds at the moment. So, chat, you know the drill. The race is kind of cold right now. If there's a car you want to follow, shout it out.
Or even better, donate. If you would like to go and really spice things up, remember we do have the donations that apply penalties to teams and drivers. Now, this also goes out to the teams and drivers. This is for cancer. It is to give back to charity. So please let you know that it is going to be fantastic. One, we're giving back to charity. Two, you can create a little bit of pain to the teams and drivers around you. And that is where things get a little bit exciting, as drivers will have to start thinking out of the box. And if you want to be a unique sort of team, well, putting a linchpin in someone, a little bit, a 10-second there, a 5-second around, start piling those pit stops up little by little, that will start closing gaps up as well. So look around what cars that are around each other's teams and who that you haven't been talking to and went and said good morning, but they never replied back in the Discords. Those type of things generally do well. And I've got to say, you know, it's exciting to see so many drivers coming to the forefront and racing with us today. It's always phenomenal to get such a big field of drivers to come in, have a lot of fun, and honestly doing so well out on a circuit that challenges so many. So while we wait and see how it's all going, take a look over to some of the discussions out there in the virtual grandstands. We have got Micaiah does stuff. Can we look at the car number 76? Good to see a bit of support coming out there for the 76 Aston Martin GT4. I've got to say, I quite enjoy the Aston Martins a little bit, especially in the GT4s. They've just got that refined look, that bit of, how can I say, the Aston Martin James Bond. You know, that's the car that you're rolling up on the crowd and saying, hey, I'm here, I'm ready for a bit of fun, I'm ready to play. But also, the unique liveries coming in, not quite having that same style, but chasing down one of the BMWs up ahead. And it's good to see that now Markov in 32nd position, that 76 Aston Martin, trying to pilot his way through. Wants to get onto the back of Ulrich de Jager as quick as possible, start moving up that GT4
that is,
as quick
unfortunate,
as
that is
they
not
can.
Ulrich de Jager, unfortunately. That's
Unfortunately,
one of the
it's not.
M2s.
Well, I mean, it's not Ulrich Dioga, but you can still believe that it's a BMW. It's putting a bit of pain into the BMWs. I mean, let's be honest here. If you can't win the fight, at least you can go mug the little guy on the side.
If I'm not very much mistaken... Yep, I'm right. That is Edward Wilkins, the M2 leader at the moment. That he is up behind.
Well, gentle driving, got a serious amount of pace through the corners, and this is the one thing that many of the drivers had to get used to. And I don't know if you got to see this in practice, where the M2s actually keep up with the GT4s through the corners. It's able to carry enough momentum through. It does make things rather tricky. And the GT4s can combat the GT3s. So you land up having this bouncing off one another, trying to move forward, trying to see what works. And honestly, I've got to say big respect for the guys in the M4s, the BMWs, or the M2s. And honestly, mad respect to them purely on the fact of it's a car that takes a long time to get around the circuit. It is a lumbering beast to get around as well, but it's going to be a huge amount of fun. Taking a look, we've got stars light up my room. I wish I had stars lighting up my room. I've only got a globe. Anyone who wants to dish out donations, please do it to the bottom 5 of the GT3 class, except 190. If you're going to do car number 190, you're going to have to double it. So anyone out there, there's a bit of a plea. If you want to give back to charity and also to have a bit of fun, car 190 is the target. There it is, the beautiful Mustang, beautiful green British colors that if it gets lost into the tree line, the drivers will be missing in action. There is no getting back. It's game over.
The 190 has had a rough day. It lost about 45 minutes due to technical issues earlier in the race. And actually, they get a big salute. They get a big salute from me because they popped in knowing that their laps were not going to count for the car, so they joined as car 191 and just went out and put more laps up because there is a donation for the number of laps completed in the race, so they added to that, even though it wouldn't count to their car.
You know what? It's a definite salute there. But if you do want to go and increase the paint, you can double it. That's the only time you're allowed to give penalties to this car, because you're going to have to double it. How's that for agreement?
I'm fine with that.
It can't be just normal. It has to be a double. Then it's worth it. They've taken the pain so far. You're going to have to make it worthwhile. So if it's £20, make it 40. Then you can put it on the 190 car. Otherwise, go everywhere.
We have a request for the 43 car to get a little bit of shine. So Frederick Bergloff, you're back on camera. I do like that livery.
Oh, there we go. Gotta say, I love the teeth on the front. Absolutely incredible. So Frederick Berghoff going and having a bit of fun for the Sounds racing memory, and always fantastic to see the drivers pushing themselves going. But I've got to say, 11 seconds between 9th and 8th place at the moment, especially with the amount of time that has gone by. The drivers are having to work harder and harder at this point, and to keep as close as possible to one another is rather entertaining. That is the one thing that always amazes me about endurance racing, is how close competitors are by the end of the race. It's never just miles past everyone. They're always within a couple of seconds to one another. Don't you agree on that one?
That's true. It is pretty amazing. It obviously depends on a lot of factors. For example, that 211 car has been kind of running away with it today. It's up there and ripping it up. Although currently it has its slower driver in it right now with Borhan Adine in the car. And we'll see when Son Angel returns to the car. It'll probably rip up a couple of destructive laps again. I'm kind of interested in something here between the 55 and the 911. Let me just pull up the race stats here for a second. Interesting. No, they are on the same number of pit stops. Okay. So there's like, I don't know, the 911 is on a bit of a weird pit sequence compared to the other ones, which is causing it to kind of be in a race of its own, which is a little bit odd.
For now. But that being said, folks, we are so close to our goal. £2,000 is our goal, and we're sitting on 1,954 and 33 pence. I mean, this is incredibly close, and we just need £50 to push us over that 2,000 goal. I mean, that is all that is needed, folks, to hit our goal here for the Drive for Dean Memorial Race in benefiting cancer research in the UK. So if you want to help out, it's £50 to push us over that goal limit that we've been aiming for the Drive for Dean Memorial. And you get to go and put a linchpin in one of your competitors, as we do see a Ferrari having a little bit of difficulty ahead of Frederick. Now, I've got to say the carousel is a very interesting part of the circuit. You can either get it completely right, you can spin out, or you go over the top, and you're just running up against the barriers the whole way through. As we do land up seeing, unfortunately, Timioff going and facing that as well, and just trying to limp the car back in 33rd, plus got a 20-second stop-go penalty on top. Doesn't make things too working in favor.
In fairness, Timioff is like gonna just be probably happy to finish this race. He's doing this solo. He has no co-driver.
Wow.
So
Well,
he's been in that car for 5.5 hours at this point.
Huge news. Big news, folks. We have reached our £2,000 goal here for the Drive for Dean Memorial. Wow! We did it! That's incredible. £2,004, folks. Thank you so much. And my heavens, that is absolutely incredible. I'm lost for words. Your thoughts on this one?
It is inspiring to see this much money coming in to a good cause, donating to charity, and boys, keep it coming, because there will be a new goal probably in the very near future.
Well, Shanu, thank you very much for going and donating that 50. Absolutely incredible to go and see you guys really putting in the efforts and just being a part of this phenomenal race. And that being said, we've got so much going on. Please go down to our description and you can go and see our link as well to the charity. It's absolutely phenomenal to see it out there.
There is also the QR code on the screen, although immediately that appears to not be quite working because it appears at the bottom donation there. Unfortunately, blacks out part of the code and it's not being scannable. But you can try. You can try that as well.
We'll also post in the Discord, the post as well, just to keep it out there for everyone. And a massive thank you to you all. There is the link. Please go and take a look. Please be a part of it. It's absolutely inspiring to see it. Now, give a little bit of an idea for those that aren't quite sure how to donate. You click on the link and you have a choice of the penalties to give drivers, well, to give teams. You pick the car number and you can give it. £5 or €5 is 5 seconds. €10 is 10 seconds. €15 is 15 seconds. €30 is a drive-through, and 50 is a stop-go 30. And that will just change the entirety of the race. Now, that being said, we do have stewards out there who are working frantically behind the scenes. A special shout-out to them, and also to your main commentator, Mike Zamo, going and chatting to us and being the voice in everyone's ears. Got to say, I've been keeping you in the background here in South Africa, honestly, listening to all the phenomenal action that we've seen out there, the good chats from the grandstands, from people coming in. It's just always incredible. But a massive thank you to you all. We've hit that £2,000 goal, but let's see. Now, if we've hit that goal, let's try and think of a different goal. What would you say? Come on, let's play a little bit of a game here.
Oh, I was going to move it to 2,500, but let's play that one.
Okay.
Okay, so 2.5. 2.5. Who thinks we can get 2.5? I think we can get over 2.5. And with the amazing people out there, we're going to be seeing that very, very quickly. So I say 2.5. Serta, I'm happy for that. 2.5, let's go. And the challenge is out to all the South Africans as well to go and get a part of it, be a part of this drive for Dean. We do have a couple of us out and having a bit of fun. And, well, honestly, we've hit the first goal. Moving it up is going to be incredible.
We've hit, this is already the fourth goal. We started with 500, then moved to 1,000, then moved to 1,500, then moved to 2,000, and now we are at 2,500 pound. Let's see if we can beat what we got in the first Drive for Dean race, which was 3,800. Let's see if we can get more to kick cancer in the short and curlies.
Right in the tailpipe.
Yeah. Make sure it has a misfire for a long time. Sugar in the fuel tank. Salt in the oil tanks.
Sugar in the gas tank. Ex-husband strikes again.
If you know that trick, you're in trouble. I won't say that. I've never done that one before.
I don't have an ex-wife to do that to. I would never do such a thing.
Can't say. You know, I tried it out in VR. It was just very, very realistic.
Shout out to the 42 car driven by Darius Schmiluski, who has the personal best of the day last time around. And speaking of that, the 69 car of Salim Kranakake, also personal best last time around. So there you go.
Darius swallowed my sky.
Not particularly amazing laps, but hey, we're nearly at half distance, and you guys are still putting up improved time. So that's lovely.
Keeping it absolutely pinned. That's the way we need to do things. That's the way it needs to move on, and that's the way we keep going. I've got to say, incredible racing. That being said, but with that all going on, I'm going to ask the very, very difficult question to all the fellow commentators here. If you had your choice of car to race around this beautiful circuit out of our selection here today, what would you go for?
Lexus.
That's not even a question for him.
Why?
I love my Lexus.
Okay, small block.
It depends. If I want to have fun driving the Mustang, if I want to win, not the Mustang.
Well, see, for me, it's never do I want to win, because I'm not winning.
True. If I come into a race, one thing you can be sure is you won't be the last one.
I mean, in fairness, I'm very seldom the last one. I just don't win. I am solidly. Anywhere I've been, I'm solidly mid-pack.
Oh, okay. You see, now I'm not solidly mid-pack. See, I've earned the nickname the world's fastest backmarker. I'm the only person that can qualify last, but never lands up finishing last. But I'm always last car across the line. Work that one out.
Let me see here. What driver in this race is the most me? It's probably like Nathan Gray, who's been running around at the tail end of the top 10. Granted, his teammate is faster than me, so that's part of it. But he's up there in 11th place right now. Probably would be a little bit lower if he didn't have a good teammate. But that's kind of my my barometer, I guess. That's my spot.
Somebody wants to know why I find the Mustang fun to drive. I like the sound. I like how it reacts. I understand the car, and of all the cars, I can deal with it the best. And it's a Mustang. I like driving Mustangs in real life.
I grew up. My parents both had Mustangs growing up, so it's a soft spot car for me. But I actually haven't played it a lot because it got added to the game while I was in recuperation from my leg surgery, and I still haven't gotten really back into ACC since.
You see, I've tried driving the Mustang on a various amount of sims, and it sounds good. It looks great. It's my missus' favorite car. But I've also been around the real stuff in terms of a Shelby 500 fastback. I've been around the more modern stuff, and it all comes down to the same single problem. Now, I'm a short person, and there isn't a booster seat alive that can lift me up high enough to see past this catastrophe of a nose that's ahead of me. And it leaves me guessing, what can I do to try and figure out how to move forward? And I personally have to say, if I had to have my pick of the V8s, it would be the Mercedes. Low nose, long nose, much like the old Chev Z06 and ZR1 that used to race in GT1 and in GT3s, still races in GT3s, but in more of the Asian side. But honestly, that would be my pick of a GT3. Here would have to be a Mercedes.
Yeah, that's what Ike would say too.
See, that's another reason I would pick the Lexus. It's one of the few GT3 cars I've ever sat in, driven, raced around a track, and felt actually physically comfortable doing it. It fits my very non-racer frame.
Now, you just like the Lexus because it goes brr. Let's be honest. Well, we've got a bit from the grandstand saying Audi R8 and a Porsche Cup. Audi isn't always best, but it's a great sound. Well, the V10 is a screamer, much like the Lamborghini. And if you actually go take a look at the Lamborghini GT3s, here's a fun fact for anyone that's around Lamborghini GT3s. Go and see if you can look by the gearbox, especially the bell housing, because you'll see some have got a Lamborghini plaque. But underneath that plaque, which you had to pay €1,000 for, if you pull that plaque off, there's the Audi casting. The badge is on the casting of the bell housing. So to get rid of that Audi written on the back, you have to pay an extra $1,000 to make it work. So how's that for a little bit of a youchie for anyone out there that wants to be a purebred?
Now that you bring up the Lamborghini, I'm actually moderately surprised we had 0 Lamborghinis in the field today.
From what I heard with a couple of guys testing, is they bottom out rather easily.
Mm-hmm. Definitely, I could definitely see it not being a popular car here, obviously, but I don't know. I'm just moderately. I guess I'm moderately surprised whenever there is insert any particular car in a relatively limited class that is completely absent.
Yeah, no, true. Very true.
Because people prefer to drive the Audi than the Lamborghini copy.
Well, we only had one Audi as well, so it's not like that was exactly doing much.
Okay, now I'm going to put a bit of a rough one here because I've been looking around at some of the cars and I've been keeping an eye on the 757 in 22nd place to Philip Frelinsky in the 757 Motorsport McLaren. Now, personally, I love the McLaren GT4. It looks great. It looks like a more modern take on the original MP4-12C, which by far was one of the best GT3 cars built in terms of mid-engine configuration cars, if I had to have a pick of them. But that being said, the 720S GT3, hot take here, it looks terrible because it looks like a jube or a one of those jelly candies that's been left out on the bricks a little bit too long in the sun and it's been stood on. Just
there is something proportional about it that doesn't set right in my brain. I will admit that.
But the GT4 looks right.
Yep. No, I'd agree with that.
this is the thing. They've made the GT4, and they're like, you know what? This looks fantastic. And just as they were getting it out the mold for the second one, it just dropped on the ground. And just, like when you going and pulling out that fresh cake out of the oven, you just baked it, it's fantastic. You trip over the cat, and it just on the ground, sorted.
Well, they didn't have that problem with the 650S, the previous GT3 for McLaren. It looked like very nice. It was one of my favorite to look at. Not particularly drive, but from a look standpoint, it was great. But yeah, the 720 is. I honestly can't quite put my finger on what it is about it. There's just something proportional about it that scrapes my brain the wrong way.
It's that itch that you can't reach. It just keeps bugging you. Well, we've got a stop-go 30-second penalty handed out to third place. On car number 55 with Vladimir Danilov in behind the wheel at the moment. The Lexus getting punished. And that is a big one. That's actually looks to be one of our charity brought in with a €50 on that. So a massive, massive welcome. And thank you to see that coming through. But a stop-go 32nd from third place isn't going to be too much of an impact right now. But next pit stop most probably is not going to be very comfortable for these drivers.
It's a big deal considering that they are really battling with that 911 car. Currently, they're about a pit stop. They're a pit stop ahead, so that stop go is a big deal because that basically is their cushion.
Yeah, that's the pit stop long since gone and out of here. Checked out. Goodbye. See you later. Thanks for coming. Good to have you around. And yeah, unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Well, it is fortunate, but at the same time unfortunate. It's unfortunately fortunate for the fortunate drivers of the fortunate team.
A couple of cars putting up new personal bests. The 696 McLaren in 5th place has done that with a 8-minute 13:075. And also the 69 BMW has put up its session best of 8:28.172.
Well, unfortunately, a bit of a penalty coming in for the 227 car, down in 34th position with the likes of Dmitry Tomofev for the TMF Racing, bumping car number 24 a couple of times and makes it a little bit more of a problem, has scored a 5-second penalty. So this in pit lane is going to be a 5-second stop unfortunately for the TMF team. Not quite ideal what they wanted to have, but it did happen. We do have the Griffin Sim Racing team BMW M2, Lucas Chabert, who unfortunately got a bit out of shape for the Griffin Sim Racing team, and that nose is looking a bit second-hand of note. Not ideal circumstances for the Griffin Sim Racing team, and I'm sure that we will all have the likes of Antonio Gamble shouting in along with Jason Farmer saying, come on guys, what's going on here? How come we got a broken nose? Let's try and get this car sorted out. I mean, 7 laps down from 30th, but still putting in good contention. And I do want to point out, we have 3 different classes. We've got GT4s, we've got M2s, and GT3s. And we have M2s that are laps ahead of a GT3. The silence is deafening to that thought, because I'm sure you had the same idea as me of, like, how?
Well,
multitude of power.
The how I have answers for. The 190 had technical issues, a crashed PC, and as a result lost about 45 minutes of track time. And the 227 is less an explanation and more a example of insanity. That car is being driven by one driver the entire race. And there have been some pit stops and some long moments where I am entirely certain the driver had to get out of the car and crack his back and use the bathroom.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, we've got a big take here. The ERA racing team against Cancer. Christian Fingler behind the wheels. Got a stop-go 30-second penalty. He's lying in 20th and looks to be first of the GT4 class cars. Not ideal situation for them. Going and charging up ahead. They only 35 seconds away from the 555 Ferrari GT3, but this is about to impact them heavily during the course of the race. And honestly, it's the reason comes down to having those amazing teams, amazing drivers, amazing spectators helping to donate and be a part of it. And once again, massive, massive thank you to you all. Next goal is at £2,500, and we know by the end of this race we'll do it. We've got 6 hours to absolutely smash it out of the ballpark and be one of the biggest charity events happening out here across the world, as we got quite a few drivers from across the planet and many of us joining out and being part of the show. And honestly, I was showing it off as there was an article in the Overtake GG website, and I sent it on to a couple of mates of mine and said, take a look at this event. And the first thing I got back was, can I cancel my holiday to the coast? I want to be able to race. Unfortunately, their missus, their families and such didn't quite approve of that, but they've been keeping an eye on the streams and supporting it as well out here in South Africa. Fantastic to see. Always
Flow Scoop back in the wheel of the 442 and looking to try to get back up into the top 10 where that car has been most of the day, but currently is in 12th place after some hardships in the last split.
All right, well, bit of a shout out here. The Scuderia Agile team is running in a bit of a problem. They're lying in 9th place. They car 64. But they have been found coming in a little bit too hot into the corner and causing a bit of an incident with the 42 car. Unfortunately, getting a 10-second penalty as well. So for the 9th place team, with only 45 seconds ahead of the Ford Mustang, the number 1 car is going to be chased down. They got a 10-second on the next stop. But the KFD team really showing what they can do with Chris Vance, now needing to dial up the pressure. But I want to go and point out there is a close battle happening for 12th and 13th position, as it is 0.3 of a second. Flowscup and Malison are on the back of one another. Drive for Dean Cohen right onto the back of the Los Pantos Hermanos team as they charge their way through. Ferrari versus Aston Martin, front engine versus mid engine. This is going to be wild, and I think we're in for an exciting race.
There's been action around that 442 car all day, as it's been roughly around that 9th through to 12th position all day, and never seems to have a boring moment. There's always a car chasing it, or a car that it's chasing, and just can't get that moment of peace.
The moment you want to just start like folding in the mirrors, painting out the cameras, just get rid of everything. Just stop having things in your mirrors. I've got to say, between the two, the black with Lumo Pink looks amazing, but I'm not a fan of matte black.
Normally,
but I have a reason.
Normally, I'd agree with you, but I think that combination of colors works. Normally, would be totally with you, but I think they pulled that off very nicely.
The problem is, I live in Africa. And Africa, we love our sunlight. We love having a fantastic 30 to 40 degrees Celsius to deal with. And that definitely goes and pushes the temperatures up. Matte black cars instantly goes up 10 degrees. And you start to feel that pain right away.
I would die.
I've been in a race car, matte black. It was, the fastest car out there, but the rotary was hot and everything else was beautifully hot. And by the end of it, they actually took a temperature gun and they shoved it into the car. And we were sitting at 70 degrees in the race suit itself. I didn't have one of the cooling things, and I was sitting at 75 degrees as, they're getting tied up behind one of the GT4 Aston Martins. Not ideal for this, and it is an absolute slugfest. Flow Scub in a little bit of a hard situation here, trying to maneuver his way around.
They do manage to make their way through. There's also a fight kicking off between 4th and 5th place. Round, I don't know, 7 or 8 between the number 6 and the number 696. They've been had it a couple of times throughout the course of this race, and they are back at it once again.
DGSR going and fighting against the NVIDIA RTX. And I've got to say, whether the RTX is turned on, that is going to be a bit... I don't think RTX is turned on. Let's be honest here. This massive grid that we have got here of 37 entrants currently driving around on the track, around a circuit that's 24 going 25 kilometers long, and you want to turn RTX on. You would successfully set fire to your house, your neighbor's house, and probably the countryside. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Anyone with melted pin connectors will agree with me on that one. But Andre, looking for the side-by-side. Got the side draft. Going to work out. Roman, unfortunately, no top end to deal with him. And the McLaren showing almighty force down the straight, getting past the Ferrari of Roman Frilla. Now, Roman is going to sit behind. He's going to try and get the advantage in terms of clawing his way back. This is a hard push. That being said, we do have a change of position, as we've still got our 11th and 12th battle going on, the Flow Scub and Mike battle, but we also do have Nico that was in the pits and has taken over the car, now dropping down to 13th position. So keep an eye on that. We will see a change for 11th and 12th, I do believe, but we have seen, unfortunately, one team for the Drive for Dean template car going down the order, and has got the likes of Nico heading back out onto circuit to rejoin the race. Christian Fengler still sitting with that stop-go 30-second penalty. Hasn't served as yet, but will be serving on his next pit stop for the ERA team, and putting in a huge effort there. But I gotta say, brava has to go to the M2 class, a class that everyone tends to frown away from. Honestly, doing a fantastic job. The DGSR GT3 Magnets with Stephen Kroll behind the wheel, lying in 29th position, leading out the class and hoping to stay ahead. Christian Fengler of the ERA racing team against Cancer leads out the GT4 class. And we have got right at the top is the FOMO Racing DFD with Brian Idin going and racing for first in the GT3 class. Honestly, great to see so many drivers fighting out there. So many teams really just putting in the extra bit of effort.
Oop, contact with the wall for the number 123 car. Nothing too bad, though. Recovers nicely. But the paint job will not like that.
No. But you've got to do it properly. A little bit of contact. It's the first contact, second contact, third contact, then you carry on. 1, 2, 3. You've got to get it right. If you go... Imagine this. If you go and bend only just the nose, what about the side of the car that looks fine? Then it's like out of shape. So if you bang the side of the car, it then pulls into shape. But then the rear isn't right. So you bang the rear and it pulls it into shape. Then it's all symmetry. Think about it.
Perfectly damaged to the point of symmetrical.
Exactly. Well, that being said, if you want to really catch out anyone that is OCD, who's got a friend here that's extremely OCD?
Me.
Yeah, have you got a friend? Come on.
I am the friend.
Okay, right. So you're going to hate me for this one, because I know what I'm going to send you for Christmas. So be prepared. I'm going to send you a beautifully square frame with the Leaning Tower of Pisa in it. But a straight shot of Leaning Tower of Pisa. So you can appreciate how this feat of engineering is held at an angle in your square frame.
Just knock it down. Just knock it down.
So for anyone that wants to have that, a piece of fun. Have I done it? Yes. Am I not liked by my mate? Yes. Does his missus keep it in the passageway at home, heading to the bedroom? Yes.
Oh, that's hard. That is hard.
Oh, if you haven't divorced a person by then, well, you haven't tried hard enough as yet. But honestly, for everyone out there in the land of our virtual grandstands, glad to have you guys here. Absolutely phenomenal. Up to 2,119 pounds and 33 pence. I mean, this is honestly phenomenal stuff. Please share the link with everyone. Share the link with friends, family. Get as many people to come and enjoy the racing, to be part of the cause, as we have all the proceeds going to the cancer research in the UK. And it's just phenomenal to have you guys here. I'm going and breaching through the goals over and over and again. Like Jus Volhist, who's got 50 pounds, Intercraft had a 50 and a 15, so they've done 65 pounds to kick things off. We've got Los Pontos Hermanos who put in a 50 as well, just to put in a bit of pain, and those donations are just rolling through. So please keep up with it. We love the drama, we love the excitement. Well, that being said, we've got one for the teams. Now, I've got a very, very good question. I wonder if Serta can also help us out here. Because, Mio, I've got an idea.
Okay.
How about we put a goal or a donation amount, and the commentators would have to do something. We'd have to sing a song.
I'm not sure how much torture our audience wants.
Well, who would think this is a good idea? So I'm going and asking to everyone out there in the virtual grandstands, all your amazing people going and tuning in, being part of this amazing show, would you like to not only put an impact on the drivers, but at the same time put the screws into the commentators?
I am game. I'm just saying, if I sing, we may have people bleed from the ears.
Commentator feed pics. We'll have to get numbers for that.
Whoa, my feet are horrid looking. Again, you don't want that.
But here's the trick. Follow me on this one. I'm going to lead you down a path that is incredible. So if you had to have a camera of you in your shoes, on your pedals, and they hit a certain donation goal, you take your shoe off and it's just your socks. For every donation after that, you cut one toe out of the sock. So you have to hit a certain streak before the entire sock comes adrift. Sort it. Keep them on the edge.
It's on the table.
So, there we go. Just giving some ideas out there. Talk live to a driver in the car. Now, that would be interesting. We challenge drivers to do that. We will go and find a driver that is sitting in our Discord that is willing to do that and have a chat to them. I think that'll be a bit of fun.
I've done that before. It's perfectly doable.
Yes.
Wouldn't want to do.
Done that.
Wouldn't want to do with either Flo Scoob or Mike Mullison right now, because they are in a tight battle with 1/10 of a second between them. But
I think it will be worth having a chat to these guys. Imagine just in the middle of their drive, they focused in right before the braking market. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, chatting to.
That Aston Martin is bouncing quite a bit actually on the straightaways.
You're not sitting so comfortably, but still managing to keep ahead. I'm wondering if Mayak is actually just assisting the Aston Martin at this point of Close Cup. They know they're both doing the same time. They know they've got 5 hours and 50 seconds left to keep going. And it's like, okay, Why do we going to throw things out just as yet? Let's try and push them into a mistake. Let's try and force a problem. Well, that being said, FlowScub just gets a stop go 30-second penalty. Ouch, bang, crash, thud. That is an ultimate takedown. And I've got to say, I'm absolutely here for it.
That's definitely going to compromise a race that could have been a top 10 performance without that. But we still have a half race to go. There's still time to come back. There's still time to make it happen. And that Aston Martin has been...
There's still time to add another stop go 30-second penalty. I mean, come on. We're in a race here. You got to use everything to your advantage.
Absolutely.
And when you're giving to charity, and you got people that are also with charity, you can put the linchpin in a couple of these. And this is where FlowScub, despite all the fighting efforts, those Pontos Hermanos team, they've been doing so well. Unfortunately, that Ferrari sitting in the back, the drive for Dean Cohen car is just sitting there going, listen, you keep going. You keep going down that route. You got to stop go 30-second penalty. And the only person you're hurting right now is yourself, because I can choose when I want to pit and when you are going to pit. So you're going to have to think a little bit more outside the box. But it's interesting that we've seen the stop go coming in for Christian Fingler, likes of FlowScub, getting those penalties a little bit further through. Likes of Kroll a little bit further down, who is in 29th position, has got a stop-go 30-second penalty. He's only 83 seconds ahead of Karl Heinz in 30th position. So the M2s are also getting it as well. And if you want to be part of this, folks, there is a link in the chat as well. And please go and be a part of it. Absolutely phenomenal to be going and sharing with it. And we'll take you through of what each donation means for the different drivers. If you want to donate, you do have a bit of an impact here. €5 is 5 seconds. €10 is 10 seconds. €15 is 15 seconds. €30 is a drive-through, and 50 is stop-go 30. So, if you think about it, £50 is a stop-go 30-second that you dump onto a driver. So, think about that if you want to make an impact. If you want to go and cause a drive-through, it's 30 seconds. A drive-through in the pits alone is 30 seconds. So you can keep them for a minute in the pits by spending £50. In what better way to start impacting your friends that are in championships around you? Thoughts?
Ooh, there is a stint going currently at 2 hours and 25 minutes. Wow. The number 42 car must smell like burnt bacon.
But roasty toasty in there. And honestly, you gotta say, the bravo to the stamina of the driver to keep going that long. The question is, how long can the 42 car keep it up? So logistical nightmare racing of Darius going and fighting out. And I've got to say, if you ever had a chat to Darius, especially, he is the James Hunt of sim racing. Incredibly quick driver, can commentate, but the filter doesn't quite function. Have you ever heard like James Hunt's old commentary?
Yes, I have.
Darius is exactly that. He would go straight out, and you would have racers going there, and he would go, that's a beep up. You go, no, Darius, don't do that. It's like, you're live on air, buddy. Don't do that. Don't be that guy. Oh, bit of damage for the number 10 place car. Chris Vance got some serious impact to the nose of the number 1. And that is 10th place. Starting to look a little bit rough for the KFD team. The Mustang, unfortunately, going and not getting the special spice put onto it. And left out on the curb. So not a good time out for the KFD team as they've been fighting it through.
Didn't
I'll
actually
see,
look like
trying-
the hardest
yeah.
of contact, honestly. Surprised it took that much damage, but sometimes it's just the wrong angle, the wrong part of the car making contact, and the brake happens.
Unfortunately,
sometimes your car just explodes. I'm thinking of Jean-Eric Verne.
oh, that moment that you have a first gear, a second gear, a third gear, a fourth gear, fifth gear, and you think you're going to go back to fourth, and you go straight from fifth to second. It's that type of explosion. If you haven't done that in a manual car, don't test it out. Wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah,
Tom Malami
it's not an
saying,
experience
"How's
you
it?"
want.
No, I wouldn't recommend it. It's rather interesting. Tom Malami going and saying, "How's it?" And yep, feeling 100 times better. And thank you very much. But the main commentators out here, likes of Mo and the likes of Serta and everyone being a part of the show, absolutely incredible times. And honestly, a massive shout out to the commentary team, the stewarding team, everyone behind the scenes putting in the entire work to make this all be at the top. And honestly, I've got to say, I'm really enjoying the racing as it is, and I'm enjoying the incredible action.
We have had this prolonged battle for 11th place, and Flo Scoob's got to serve that stop-go penalty at some point, but for now, he continues to hang on in the 442. Chris Vance in the pit lane as well. Christian Fengler's in to serve his penalty as well. And the end of the absolute legendary stint of 2.5 hours of Dariusz Szmulewski is over, and Jude Neville has taken over the car.
I'm glad that I'm not the only one that goes and gets that name horribly wrong. That's for certain. Yeah, it's one of the difficult... It's one of those difficult names, I have to say. It's difficult. Apparently, if you hear it enough times, you will get it right. I have heard it enough times and still get it horribly wrong. But in turn, I think in terms of trying to get things right, I get a little bit more problematic. You know when you're playing Pal World and you have to land up butchering those pals? Well, I do that with names.
Oh, I butcher names all the time. I mean, there was a guy I commented on for like years in his races, and I continuously added an extra N to his name. Don't know why.
Just happened. Ooh, bit of damage for DeSounds Racing in 8th place, the 43 car, getting a little bit out of shape. And unfortunately, the Beaver Teeth getting a little bit of faceful of the dirt. And we do have another problem coming in for the 777 down in 17th, going a little bit of off-roading. Not what you want to do in a 992.
The 777 has been an absolute danger magnet all race long.
Oh, man. Just an absolute bitter feeling the whole way.
Well, another lap for Flo Scoob. No stop-go penalty.
I'm seeing that there's a Luca in the grandstands. This wouldn't be a Luca Monroe by any chance. There happens to do a little bit of iRacing as well. I wonder if it's the case. If it's the same person, then I think it is. Oh man, have I got stories of an incredible driver that races Lotus 79s and does rather well with it, and myriad of other GT3s has done rather well. Nope, unfortunately not. Damn. Okay, so I can't talk about that. He has an EV on his rig, and honestly, that EV is a good luck charm, and has been one of the banes of my existence, because he's been one of the drivers I could never beat, because every time I looked up towards the cameras on one of the broadcasts, he works for Overtake GG, as one of the writers. He had a story put out on him recently, but he has this EV that sits there, and every time I kept looking up at the screen, and I got to see this EV staring at me the whole time, I started trying to think of every EV evolution thanks to my misses, and it landed up going and making me lose races hugely. We've got the likes of Timo Sprachman in 14th place, trying to get away from Jim Mielsen, who is chasing down in 15th at the moment. Mielsen's been on a great drive out of the ERA Server 1. Really been showing his more of a price into the sim racing side, and especially into the Server 1 of ERA. It's always been phenomenal to see. So Luca is from Germany and racing in the 123 car. Fair enough. Fair enough. Good to know, Luca. Now I know name to a comment. Now I just need a face. One thing, to have a face.
I don't think I've seen you in the car at all today, Luca. What's the deal? Are you saving up all of your time in the car for the end of the race?
Just allowing the teammate just to wear himself out and then be the person to take the last two laps across the checkered flag.
Sometimes it happens. I mean, I race a lot with a bunch of guys from like New Zealand and Australia, so sometimes it'll be like, all right, so we're doing this endurance race. It'll be like, well, I can't make it for the beginning, but I can make it for the end.
Be that driver that just takes the stolen valor, as we do see side by side between the two of them. Flowscub not backing off, however, and allows to get by. So Flo going and forcing Mike to battle his way through. The Drive for Dean Koo and team are unfortunately not having an easy time against Flowscub just ahead for Los Pantos Hermanos, who's making this Aston Martin as wide as possible. And despite a stop-go 30-second, as we do see Mike falling off the circuit, out of the braking zone. Very easy to do there.
And we've seen that Aston Martin be very, very wide today on a number of occasions. It's been a fantastic defensive drive from Flowscub and also his teammate Nathan Gray. They've done a fantastic job in that 442.
Always phenomenal to see a drive as well. I've got another ticket outcome coming in, which is just as we get Jim and Milson in 15th battling out with Timo Spochman in 14th and 15th as they side by side. The Drive for Dean template BMW losing out to Jim, the 197 McLaren, managing to leapfrog ahead and starts to pull away at current. But here's some breaking news. The 789 car going and getting a penalty. So the 789 is Stephen Cole, who has been on a proper charge and has currently had a stop-go 30-second by our beautiful donations, gets, unfortunately, a 5-second for unusual braking behavior in front of the 72 car and forcing the 72 car to jump to its death. As we also go a little bit further back, the 33 Griffin Sim Racing Lucas Joubert getting out of shape. He loses out to Carl Henderson, who is in a GD3 car, but Lucas getting himself twisted around and now managing to rejoin the race, but nearly putting a dent on a newly fixed Griffin Sim Racing BMW. So we've got a little bit of news here. Lucas saying, I'm not the fastest and the safest, so I let my mates drive a bit more, but definitely will hop into the car a little bit later. Always phenomenal to see. Big one to talk about, however, is the number in 12th, the 123 car, getting twisted around, and that Ferrari not looking like a happy camper.
I think he's a little bit red-misted. I think right now after the battle with Flo Scoop, it went, not the way he envisioned. We'll just put it that way.
He was still trying to give a good chase, and they're running up to a bunch of back markers. I'm watching the replay at the moment just to get an idea, and just the rear let go, a beautiful slide, and just skates along the wall, but that rear just let go. There was no grip to it. I wonder if maybe running the traction control a little bit too far down, plus the tires are a little bit too much on the warmer side, overdriving the car a little bit and taking the impact. Possibly that coming into play for the 123 car, but not ideal situation. That being said,
still in a very respectable 12th place, though. Just needs to kind of calm it down and get back to doing what that team's been doing all day, which is putting up, consistent performances.
Can either calm it down or make that 30 stop go 30-second be a little bit harsh. Follow me on this one. You got to stop go 30-second. Drive in the pits is another 30. But if you help out with another 50 pounds, that's a stop-go that he added on. That's 60 seconds on a time, making it 90 seconds told. You get where I'm coming from here. You get what I'm putting down.
I'm getting it.
There we go. So, just maybe a bit of a thought there for the teams if you want to try and move forward. As I do take a look over to the 24 car, and this has got Daniel Barakas, the Pulse Driver Racing charity, going and looking a little bit out of shape in the BMW and a little bit broken nose. That is a Beaver that tried to go to Brazil.
I'm a little bit more worried about the back end, actually. The wing looks crooked.
Yeah, no, it's broken. It's most certainly broken.
It's certainly broken.
And the tires long since cooked. That is the only way I can describe the tires at the moment, and give it up to Daniel trying to drive it back to the pits in this really, really rough state. Honestly, the tires is when you go to a restaurant and you order a well-cooked steak, and they come out with an urn and just got a mob of people around you, and the first thing you get is someone giving their last rites to this urn, and they put it on your table and they say sorry for your loss, and they hand you the bill in the process. That's how cooked they are. We also have another car running into a bit of a problem. It's the number 9 car down in 24th. It's one of our GT4s, the Dutch Understeer squad, getting exactly that, a bit of understeering and landing up off into the wall. Not ideal, and losing out as well, and not having an easy time out there, as we do have a charge up to the lead is the likes of Philip Frinsky, the 757, regaining the lead. Now has a GT3 trying to make up some time behind them in 22nd position. The Pulse Drive Racing Charity with Gal Benedict chasing down. Lucas Collab pulling into the pits and will be going and getting the car sorted out. So a bit of a change for the GT4s as a new leader, the 757 McLaren, leads out the charge.
Valinsky back to the front. He's been there before. Note here on the number 9 car, it doesn't look like they actually had contact with anything. They just kind of stopped at the side of the road. I'm wondering if maybe some kind of hardware problem, or perhaps for the pedals in particular not working. Just look like, just very odd looking at the replay.
That moment that you think you're all okay, and that Chihuahua runs behind the brake pedal, and just, you hear a sound. Moments like that. As do take a look at Flowscub has come out of pit lane. He's served his stop go 30-second, plus has done a fuel stop in the process to get himself out of there. He's in 13th position, trying to truck on at the moment. But I've actually had one where there was a very interesting... Well, we actually getting reports. So before I get back to that, driver wanted to fix the rear camera but made a mistake. Chose to stop the car instead to fix it.
Fair enough.
I'm guessing it's that unlikable thing that when you jump into the car, your virtual mirror disappears. This is why I personally like having the in-car game mirrors the whole time, where you have the wing mirrors and the center mirror. Yes, it takes frames away from the PC, it kills it, but my heavens, nothing more infuriating than you jump in and next thing that virtual mirror goes click.
Goes, see ya. We have an interesting battle here for 25th place, and this is 4th place in the GT4s, I do believe, between Silas Sachai and Stephen Wavel. And the reason it's interesting is Sachai's not been in the car all day. This is his first run. He's fresh. He's ready to go. And Stephen Wavel is one of the 2 drivers who is trying to make the full 12 hours solo. So we have maybe the freshest driver on in the field against the guy who has been in that car since the beginning, battling it out for position, which is an interesting contrast.
Well, not to take away, as we do see our GT3 Mustang going in past, our 1-2-3 car has fallen off the radar here. I kid you not. 1, 2, 3 is no longer in the race.
Yes, that would point towards possibly a technical issue with somebody's PC. And we have confirmation for the chat. Disconnect.
Oh no!
All right, hustle your asses back in. You're not the first ones to get disconnect. Get in here.
That's it. Get yourselves back in. If you've seen the green, you have to see the checker. That's the rule. As we do see Flo Scub trying to make up some time. He's in 12th, fighting against Simon Diglett. And looking to go side by side. Simon making it rather difficult for Flo. Hard on the brakes. Flo does look for the inside line. Gets it. Sweeps across the nose. Simon tries to go for the undercut. Over the curb even. To try and make it work. Unfortunately, has to concede the fight. And drop down into 12th position.
Clean driving. Good work by Flo Scub. Trying to make a recovery after that stop-go penalty, and also has a 10-second penalty on top of that now as well.
Oh man, that is definitely not the fun that comes in. But still, once again, we are leaving it into the hands of our amazing supporters, and massive shout out to you guys. We've hit our £2,000 goal. We're now up to 2,149 and 33 pence. Man, can I say the 33 pence is one of the most irritating things there? I don't know. My brain just does not like that.
You can blame Los Patos Hermanos for that.
Damn. Well, that being said, a massive thank you to all. The latest of those amazing penalties coming in, the amazing donations. Los Pantos Hermanos came with a 50. Mickey Taylor came with a 10. Anonymous came with a 10. And Donnie McGarry getting a 10 as well. Massive shout out to you guys. Phenomenal. And honestly, some great stuff. And big shout out, Lucas saying we're back in the server. The 123 car returns. And, well, Mr. Price going and saying we've decided that the car 24 has developed semi-active aero with that damage. Well, semi-active aero. It could be air brakes, if you think about it. How does an airplane work when it needs to slow down? It literally moves a lot of the panels facing forward for air brakes. And around a circuit here where you're going so fast, and we've all seen the GT3 Nissan GTR, the PlayStation Nissan GTR, go many years ago, launch off into the crowd. So the 24 car deciding to prevent such problems, considering the beaver teeth of the BMW can create lifts. I respect their ingenuity and safety.
Whoa!
Anyone buying this at all?
Number 42 with a huge crash.
My heaven! My word.
Jude Neville got caught up in a battle between two other cars, and it got ugly. Far too much of the curb, and the 42 goes into the wall.
Woo! Man, oh man, over the curbs and sent flying of note, bottomed out on the way through, and that just did not work out in Jude Neville's favor. I've got to say, I expected a lot more damage on that car than what they've got at the moment. I mean, it became
reasonably okay.
No, but that's what I'm saying. If you think about it, it literally is the first Porsche motorbike ever invented. And it was on the driver's side. All the wheels were connecting on the driver's side. So that is perfect. And I've got to say, rather impressive.
There's a bit of a bend on the wheel, and it looks like Jude's having to work a little bit hard to keep that car going quite in the correct direction. But, yeah, I expected worse.
The 123 car getting confirmation. They are rolling. They're in 15th position and going, folks.
They're back, and they've got their ace in the hole, Dominic Malky, in the car.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Well, that being said, we still haven't come up with an idea, because we've got these penalties here that can be served. by going and being part of the charity. And this goes out to the drivers. If you want to go and punish the teams, please click on the link. It's out there in the description as well. It goes out to the UK Cancer Foundation. That being said, we did put out that we need to have a commentators one. First, we got to give a price. Now, it's got to be beyond 50, okay? Because we can't interfere with the drivers.
True.
It's got to be beyond 50. So what would you think? 60?
I can see 60.
You can see 60. Okay. So 60. And what should we do? Sing a song?
It'll be interesting to hear what the chat wants to make us do, I suppose. It's their money, after all.
Okay, so here we go. And I want to see if we could get this one right. If we get a donation for £60, we will allow, within reason, the person who donated to choose our penalty. How's that?
Yeah, keep in mind, I woke up at 3 a.m. for this, so be kind.
That's part of the fun. Oh man, I've got to say it's going to be a great one. Christian Fingler going and saying jumped out of the car and 1,600 laps completed thus far, done by our leader. Absolutely incredible stuff. Christian Fingler, I've got a question for you. And this also goes out to Asetek. If we had to go and have £60 donated to give a penalty to the commentator, so let's make it a bit of fun. So £60 for a penalty to the commentators, and possibly a penalty to a team. Guys, a bit of both. What do you think? Mio, what do you think of that one?
I think we got to go up to 80 if we're going to do penalty to a team and a commentator for the same donation.
I'm happy with that. So 60 if it's for commentator, and it is 80 for a driver as well. And if you want to get that done, let us know. But Christian, we need a way to be able to give that info to us with the penalty within reason for commentators. So we need to work out a plan there. All right, well, our current donors, Donnie McGarry with a £10, massive shout out. Necrodogs, 555, and Mark Avery coming in. And I've got to say this, though. A little bit more pain comes in from the 555. A £5, 55 pence. Why? Oh man, that's like going to a supermarket and you see it's like £5 and 99 pence, and it's like special.
We do have a guest in the. We do have a guest in the booth, Ragnarok. Please,
good afternoon.
Let us know what you're here for.
Yeah, I'm the former driver of the camouflage Chevy, the number 269.
That I'm watching right now.
Yes, exactly. I have watched the replay of this of the live stream, and I saw my crash being live broadcasted. So I just thought I would come in for a clarification, because I guess a heat wave came over my son, and my brain just managed to disconnect, and I somehow successfully forgot to brake into 2 consecutive corners while chasing down the P1. I also lost a bit of motivation because we had an unfortunate crash the lap before, but our new driver is doing decently right now. He was a bit stressed out, but I think he's starting to improve. I will not leave him waiting. I think he needs a spotter based on what I see behind him. So I just wanted to say this is not my usual driving. But we're having a great race. Otherwise, it was very fun to drive, even with the stop and goes and drive-throughs. I'm happy to be here.
Well, that's good. You guys are fighting for what is this currently? 4th place in class? With
I think 4th, 5th. Yes, For our
And,
faith.
that Ginetta is crazy, of course. Stefan Huevel has been in that car since the start of the race. And,
It is insane.
I can't even fathom. My
I did 3
my
stints.
legs would have been asleep by now.
Yes.
Long ago.
Yes. Huge respect to him for doing that. I heard about a guy who did even 24 hours by himself, but 12 hours is insane, and I cannot imagine that. As someone who enjoys driving this track in this car a lot, I would be in the bin by now.
I think in 24 hours, I would literally call the police to their house to be like, no, this welfare check is legally required. This person needs to be committed to an insane asylum.
Yes, we have no idea how he managed to do that, and he ended up in the 2nd place, we think.
Wow.
So he even drove well. Insane.
I mean, technically, I did race a 12-hour as a single driver account, but it was not a single driver. So the deal was my dad was driving half the race, but because we were using the same setup, there was no way to have a second account attached. So it was me the whole. It was my name the whole time, but he did, I don't know, about 5 hours of the race. I did about 7.
Yeah, real life driver swap.
Yeah.
Bringing realism to the home.
We're roughly the same height, same dimensions, so we didn't really have to do much adjustments to the sim rig.
That's a nice cooperation. Well, thank you for your comments. I really enjoy the live stream. It is fun to watch when I'm not driving. So thank you again.
Well, good luck in your battle with the Ginetta.
Thank you very much. We'll need it.
Absolutely phenomenal.
And again, a shout out to Stephen Huevel for putting the pressure on Silas Chachai right now, who is fresh against a guy who's been in the car for approaching 7 hours.
Bingos. That is, well, I mean, you're on your own endurance at the moment, going on for the 12-hour sprint. But that being said, we've got a bit of a question, and is it possible to bring cameras into the stream as one of the stuff? So, like our cameras.
Yeah, I've got a webcam set up that I can certainly put on the stream.
Because I've also got a webcam. We can possibly make a plan here. So, I think I know how. There is OBS Ninja that we use, and we can put them as 2 overlays that are, you take the links, you post a link, so they browse the sources, and then we're able to flick it on and flick it off. So not to disturb all the racing action, but we are able to show the 2 of us going and having a bit of a fun time. And we're also getting a bit of a request for some onboards, and I think a good one. Is Silas making a little bit of a whoopsie-daisy moment, going and losing out a bit of time. Stefan Huevel now looks on the inside with the Mustang through the carousel.
And is in the wall.
The Camaro getting a heave-ho there and not turning in. But Chris Vance also trying to get back to pit lane. The Mustang looking very, very second-hand, and that is a pony on the way to the glue factory.
Let's have a look and see if we can pull up on board here with Silas for a hot sec. See if the car's handling okay. Looks good. Looks good. Looks like there's no significant damage.
Well, if you look over to currently 10th place, Chris Vance will show you how it's not looking good with the front engine.
Yeah.
He's just pulled into That is how it's not meant to look.
Yep, that is not phenomenal. Silas is actually caught right back up to Huevel, so this is not over yet between the Camaro and the Ginetta, which, talking about like the contrast of this battle, you have Sachai, the fresh driver. He's not been in the race at all. Here he is in his big moment, all nervous, all green, and Huevel, who's been in there since the start. And you also have probably the 2 most dissimilar cars in GT4, Camaro versus Ginetta.
Very true. Very, very true. Well, we are going to see how to move forward here. But a massive shout out to you guys. We do have quite a few of our amazing donations coming through. And still on that road to £2,500. And let it be known, this is the 5th breakthrough that we're aiming for. We're up to £2,235 at current. And still on the climb. A massive shout out to you all. Phenomenal to have you here. And if you want to be a part of donating to the cause, to be part of this amazing effort, we will post the link in the chat as well, out there in the virtual grandstands, and allow you guys to be a part of it. And run you through quickly of what each of the things are. £5 is 5 seconds, £10 is 10 seconds, £15 is 15 seconds, £30 is a drive-through, and £50 is a stop-go 30. £60 is you can give a challenge to the commentators. £80 would be towards the commentators and a driver. Sounds fair?
Sounds great.
There we go. Right, we've made our beds, and now we wish to sleep in it.
Oh, race leader
What
is
type
in.
of bed it is?
The 211 car is in for another pit stop. Possible driver swap, but we'll see.
And we got a stop-go 30-second that was handed out to the 38 car, the SBC Racing Knobs Nuts Lexus DF. I mean, okay, I've got to point out, there was a team specifically in one of the leagues, I saw it out on Facebook, that made its name so abnormally long to read out that it was one of the most difficult things. It was just bizarre. But it turns out it's a street out in like Germany or Sweden that's just got so many characteristics to it.
Interesting.
Yes. It's literally just a street. I don't know which street it is, but I will find it. I will attempt to say it. Or show it. But yeah, it's the longest name for a street.
Got a drive-through penalty for the 297. It is currently being driven by Aussie or El Renta in the second Camaro, I guess we can call it.
Right, so I'm going to find this. Holy cow, Poland. Right, this is the name. Okay. This is literally in Pollock, Poland. And I'm going to paste it because, man alive, it has 72 characters. That right there.
That's absurd.
72 characters. That is a street name. Oh man, no, even a Welsh name. No. You ran out of ink before you ran out of paper. What have we done? Pandora's box has been opened. Now watch people come with the longest names.
We have a change in the GT4 leader again as the 757 car has pitted and the number 30 is back out in front. Because Kolb currently in the car.
Now, I've got a question. If we land up with a penalty and it's to try and pronounce one of these stuff, you and I are going to be fired. You know that.
I mean, you gotta pay me before you can fire me.
Well, I mean, if they want to go to £60, it's there. It's there. We welcome the challenge for it, and we look forward to seeing many more coming and being a part of it. And once again, massive shout out to the virtual grandstands going and giving a huge amount. That being said, we've got a couple of teams coming in, giving us a couple of drivers, a couple of teams, spectators out there. Necrodogs with a 5, and 555 with a 555 again. Why? Mark Avery with 25, and then we've got Teens85 with a 5069. Unfortunately, the number did not work out to that because we got 2,235 and 57. Now, I've got a question. What happens if we get 6,900 pounds for the Cancer Research UK?
We have a very nice day.
That would be... That would be a good one. Now, I got a question. That being said, imagine being the person that receives that amount and has to input it on the computer without cracking a smile. It's literally impossible.
They'll smile.
They will smile, but that's the thing. Imagine you can't smile. Imagine you can't smile, like that sort of thing. Honestly, there will be more chance of finding the cure for a flu than not to smile for that.
Give you guys a little bit of an onboard on Jude Neville, since there has been a request for some onboards from the chat. Neville previously had a very badly handling Porsche and seems to be better now.
Oh, my heart goes out to the 24 car in 18th with Bolas Joronik out behind the wheel at the moment. And the Polestar Racing charity, they have been through the wars. I don't think this BMW has ever pointed straight in its life. And it's just limping around at this point. I give them they do. They're soldiering on. Absolutely soldiering on. But that car looking a little bit on the rough side.
That car has seen some better days. Its paint job mechanics are crying right now in the pit lane. The designer is going, "What have you done to my baby?" And things are not great.
It's one of those type of cars that just you support the team for carrying on the way they do, just to really battle it out and keep going. And a bit of a word here, saying we 24 car must get at least a 15-second damage stint. So, well, that's that would be one way of doing it.
It's in the wall again.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh!
Almost collected one of the Lexuses. A couple of cars zipping around it.
Oh, man.
Here comes an
Where do
Aston
you go?
Martin.
Where do you go?
Here comes a Beamer. No! No!
Oh, there's a Beamer that isn't too happy.
That is not going to be a happy Beamer at all. The number 85, which is in 7th place, gets knocked around by a rejoining 24 BMW. Oh, and then plants it in the wall.
Yeah, that is the Starlight Racing Orange. Unfortunately, looking a bit bent, was 11 seconds away from 6th place. Well, that's successfully been changed, and now just battling to bring the car back.
That is not good for them. They were looking at a really, really solid result. Still are, but that has definitely made their lives a little bit more difficult.
Oh, man. Oh, and the 24 car limping around. Man, oh man. Oh no, they're going to meet each other again. Oh man, that would have been like a heartache at that point. Ooh.
And the 757 is once again trying to make that charge to the lead of the GT4 class. It's got the number 30 in sight. It's got a McLaren GT3 to, kind of deal with here before it can get onto it. But I sense a battle. I sense things coming.
Your sixth sense is kicking in.
My ability to look at a statistical lap projection is kicking in.
It's like the weather barometer where someone says, "What's the chance of the rain?" You go and suck your thumb, you put it in the air, and you say, "That much chance." It's the scientific way of doing it. That being said, we got a McLaren off and into the weeds. just ahead of Lucas Collab, had a near miss moment. And it had the likes of Nico Vintal going and falling off the circuit right in front of him. And that has just brought the Gamer Extreme in for the fight. The 757 is on a charge, and Lucas Collab just saw one of the 9 lives that his cat had disappear. No, we've just got
a
more.
really solid battle for this GT4 win, even if the GT3s are a little less impressive in the regard of the win.
Well, Dominic Mark going and saying the 1-2-3 car once again, another disconnect, taking them out of the race. Oh man, my heart goes out to you guys. Come on, get that car sorted, get it back out on track. You guys can do it.
It's currently out there with Jan Nowak right now.
Well, they're driving again. Okay, so there was a disconnect, and then a reconnect, and then a disconnect. Oh my heavens, I'm just taking a look back to the 18th place car, trying to get through the top. I mean,
sweet Jesus.
This is a car that's so close to the pits entrance. The Pulse Driving Racing is so close, and it has been near miss after near miss for a couple of drivers. And unfortunately, the driver inside the car is doing everything he can to battle.
He's got it in there. He'll get the crew to scorn him for absolutely ruining the car. And hopefully, they'll do what they can do and get that car back out there.
Absolutely a killer effort there.
There is request from the chat to see the 76 car of Micah Nekochechny, currently running in 32nd place. Where does that work for the GT4s? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8th place.
Woo! Always fantastic to see. A massive shout out to all the drivers out there going and pushing in the hard work, and always glad to see so many people going and fighting it out. Sun and Angel leading out the field, the 211 car, with Ben Hicks of the ERA Highway Patrol trying to make up some time. The DFD Highway Police continues to charge on, and now with the drive for Dean all over the ERA Highway Patrol. Whoop whoop, here comes the police. Gotta say, well done to the GD4 they just overtook. No, the M2, apologies. Going and utilizing the indicators, showing which way they're going to be for the car to pass on the other side. Always great stuff to see drivers moving their way forward and being a part of the race. So, taking a look through all the battles that are going out there.
The number 30 has gotten a little bit of breathing room at the top of the GT4's table, pulling a little bit away from the 757.
To 11th place in the wall, Chris Vance, and he had Jude Neville for a bit of company. And once again, the Mustang, brutally broken. The number 1 Mustang in 11th had a little bit of a moment with Jude Neville, by the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks like Jude. Oh, no, Jude, no. Oh, that's bad. We got the replay. Jude spun it around. He was driving the wrong way on the track, trying to rejoin. That's going to be a penalty.
Man. Yeah, that's when you could hear it. That's that slipper from the other room. That's just... And it's pain. That's just straight out pain coming in. And once again, the KFD going and once again taking a solid knock.
That car has been damaged in so many ways. We've seen it in the pits a number of times trying to get put back together. It's still out there, and it still might get a top 10 today, which is kind of insane.
Honestly, I've got to say, there's some incredible driving as well. And you think about it, on a track that you will end up having mistakes coming through. and being a part of it. Well, Chris Vance now catching up to Jude Neville, the two reuniting again. And I think for Chris, this is not a reuniting effort that you want to have. You want to try and get away from.
If I'm Jude Neville, I'm making this real easy, real apologetic. There we go.
Yep, high line on carousel. There we go. You take everything. You take everything. I'm not going to bother you any further on this one. But Chris Vance now trying to make up some time, and that, 10th place is 72 seconds up the road from them, and still with a hard push there, you have an opportunity to gain some time, and always a great way to move forward. Let's go quickly through our top 3 in each class. It is going to be FOMO Racing out in first place for our GT3s, so 211, getting chased down by the DFD Highway Patrol Police. And that is the ERA Highway Patrol. And they've got the likes of NN, Pavlov Kislov, racing in third, the NNs. Then for our GT4s, we've got the ERA Racing Team against Cancer, Lucas Collab behind the wheel at the moment. Gamer Extreme for the 757 Motorsport lying in second place in our GT4 class. And down in 24th, but third of our GT4s, the Dutch Understeer squad, has got Luke Neverhazen going and racing as hard as he can. For our M2s, a little bit further down in 29th position, we got Felix Kremerick, who is part of the MASH Motorsport, and not to be part of MASH the series, because that was really good. We got Phil Walker running second of our M2s, running in 30th position. And third of our M2s is the DGSR Mobile Chicane with Ryan Greenaway chasing down.
Ryan Greenaway's had an interesting day. There's been nothing but chaos around him. So we may see more of that.
I think at this point there is so much going. Oh, big turn of events for our M2s. Walker's got a stop-go 30-second penalty on him.
It's gonna hurt. He was within, I won't say striking distance, but within, eyesight of Kramerich. Only about 12 seconds behind, but that stop-go is definitely going to complicate matters. I don't think it puts his second place in danger. No. There's a very
it definitely takes a fight out of first place, considering 13 seconds is going to be the one to keep an eye out for. And Silas going and having a bit of a moment with Gamer Extreme in the GT4. Silas in the Camaro having a very, very bashed up front end and just absolutely seesawing on the steering wheel, try and get it going. Hazard lights ablaze, just anything for people to notice that this Camaro is very, very second-hand.
Yeah, we're on board with Silas right now. You can see from that steering wheel that things are not good. Not good.
Oh, man, this is
where is he?
This
on the
is just
track
hanging
map
on
right
for your
now?
life.
He's not far from the pits. I guess that's the only good thing I could say.
It's the moment you're listening to your voice over the radio saying, turn left now, turn right now, in 500 meters. Well, getting in a bit of a, to those that have donated thus far and joining us here on the WromWrom channel, make sure that you hit the subscribe, hit the bell notification icon. Lots and lots and lots of amazing racing that goes on. But let's talk through some of the donations that we've had. And honestly, a great one, the 555 coming in with a 555, Mark Avery with a 25, TNs85 with a 50, 69, and Bruce East going and putting in the latest of our going. Big thank you to Bruce with a £15. And once again, pushing our mark over. We are at £2,250. And regrettably, 57 pence. Oh, man. Someone do me a favor. Just get rid of that pence.
Somebody, bring the 43 pence.
Just come on. Round it. Just round it. Please.
The pain on his face is excruciating.
You know what I'm expecting. and this is going to be it, because it's going to go up to £5,000. I can see it coming down, but it's going to be 5,001 pence. Yes, you know the pain of that.
Well, if it wasn't bad enough that the 24 car has been entirely rebuilt from scratch, put back together, welded in the pit lane, they now have a stop-go penalty of 30 seconds.
Oh man, the agony, the pain. It's absolutely fantastic. More! Let there be more chaos! Oh, Jude Neville also landing up with a bit of problem. He's got Sean Skitter in the car that's just taken over in the 28th. The 42 is now stopped off on the side. Sean Skitter is parked off and came to a stop after exiting pit lane.
Could be a virtual mirror issue, could be a hardware issue.
Well, last time he landed up like this was because he sunk in the car with the camera controls.
Oh.
Has it happened again? Is the question.
That would be very unfortunate.
Hopefully, they're not moving, so there we go. He's just got going. So
Signs
logistical nightmare racing, definitely having a logistical nightmare. Error 404 was found.
The 85 car is trying to make a comeback through the field. It got taken out by Jude Neville, so segways earlier on, and putting a lap on one of the BMWs in the lower classes, but trying to take the fight to Kago Sheriff in 7th place. The gap is about 2.7 seconds right now. That is the closest we got in the field. So I'll put the camera on that. And we'll see what they can
once again, a reminder to those that want to join in. If you want to go and create some chaos, use our Tiltify link, and all proceeds go to the UK Cancer Research. Always phenomenal to be helping out the Drive for Dean initiative. And this is for one of our drivers out here in sim racing, Mr. Dean, who passed away after a valiant fight for many, many years against and friends to many. And his dying wishes were to run a drive to give back to the cancer research, to help prevent further cases of cancer being on, and to try and find a cure for this dreadful, dreadful disease. And honestly, a valiant thing in part. You know, many times you can think, when can you be selfish? And it was not to be the case for him. He wanted to give back to the communities as they've given to him. So, if you want to be a part of it, it's £5 for 5 seconds on a team. It is £10 for 10 seconds, £15 for 15 seconds, £30 for a drive-through, £50 for a stop-go 30, £60 for a commentators challenge, where you get to put a penalty on us, the commentators, and carrying on from there. So, there is your goal marks to go for, folks. And we have currently got a 50. We've got a come through. Mark Avery with the 25, Tins with the 50, 69, Bruce Ace with the 15, and Lewis Knight comes in with a whopping 50 to go and give a stop-go 30 seconds. So honestly, great part on his part. Yeah, massive, massive thank you for the donation. And once again, thank you for the stop-go 30-second penalty that you dumped onto one of our drivers. Oh, as I do see the number 6 out in 5th place, getting out of shape, got right onto the back of Mike Johnson and lost the rear. And this just happened. So,
oh, Lord. Yeah, that's, oof. That's a lot of
kind of arrived on the scene in the grass, over the curb, and that was that.
That car's had
Exciting
that team's had a remarkably consistent day, so that's a rare unforced error.
Not too much pace and not enough grip underneath you. So, we have got a ticket that's come through. The 24 murders 85 while trying to rejoin 30 seconds to the 24. So once again, segue to our Mustang. They got absolutely yeeted into oblivion.
How is our fine 24 looking at this moment? Has it... you know what? That's as good as it's looked.
It's carrying on. It is carrying on. Beautifully done. Honestly, glad to see the drivers really putting in the effort.
Gabriel Sakuro looking to make up some ground after some problems the 85 has had with lap traffic. And trying to catch up with Kago Sheriff, but doesn't seem to be happening. That gap is actually getting larger rather than smaller. So Kago Sheriff is putting on a good show in the 43 right now and doing a good job of trying to secure that 7th place for the team. And I do believe that would be top BMW honors in a pretty large BMW field. And I also love the livery. It's the teeth. It's all about the teeth.
To say one thing, the BMW, the M4, who actually enjoys the look of the car?
You know what? I actually do.
Hot take. Really?
I actually do like it. Now, here's the thing. That I'm thinking that maybe
yeah,
helps
I'm
it
wanting
out.
to hear about this. Come on.
I hated the M6 so much, so ugly, that the M4 being just an improvement probably helps it out a lot with me. Like, that I don't have to look at the M6 anymore.
Okay. I just want to go through this because, well, I'm going to take the hot take here. This BMW M4 came out at the same time as the whale shark of an LMDH GTP. And they put together. And honestly, I'm not a big fan of it. Because whoever designed that front grille... Now, I like the look of the M6 because the grille was smaller. Look, it wasn't a very beautiful car, but I could deal with it. If you look at the M2 that's out there on the track, that grille looks beautiful. Looks, in proportion. But then for some odd reason, someone pushed the plus button when designing the BMW. And they designed that atrocious nose on the car. Whoever the designer was for that, and whatever reason they decided to go because of aerodynamics and better cooling and whatever the case may be. Honestly, I think the person should be taken out, put to asylum, because they're not really well. They need to be checked out. That came when those two came out the factory. There has to be a little bit of a concern for BMW. I mean, you've got beaver teeth on one, and then you've got these snouts that are sitting on the GTP LDMH car. Why? Just why? Give me a reason. How can every car work with a smaller snout? The M2s work beautifully with a smaller snout, but the GT3 and the new GT4 sits with this huge nose on it. Give me a reason, please. I'm looking for one.
What do you think I am? Do I work for BMW? No.
Well, we got Riz in the grandstand saying, hot take, MSEC looks okay, but sounds even better. Agreed. It sounds amazing. It goes like hell. As a GTE, it was incredible. As a DTM, it was amazing. And then they designed whatever this thing they call it. It's like the Ferrari 296. Ferrari 296, impressive car, impressive machinery, but it looks like they got bored on the design.
A little bit. I'm not a fan of that one's look either, yeah.
And, another hot take. You got the screaming V8. You got the screaming V10s. You are known for screaming motors. And you decide that you're going to have a V6 that needs an asthma pump attached to it to function. Why?
It's very weird. It is a very un-Ferrari choice.
I think I know where the guy from BMW went. He became an engineer for the motors.
Enzo Ferrari will return from the grave to beat someone to death with his own gravestone.
And it will still look absolutely fantastic when done. The shape will be beautiful.
I was kind of hoping that the 85 car would have a fight for the 43. It's not really coming together here. It doesn't look like Gabriel Sacchero has the pace needed to get up with Kago Sheriff, which is a shame because I could have used a good battle in the GT3s.
Well, we've seen battles all around. That being said, still 4 hours and 45 minutes to go. Still lots in this race for drivers to push their way forward. And we do have Andy Trump with 25 coming in. And a massive thank you to Andy going and adding a 25 there in support for the charity race. And issuing a penalty towards drivers as well. Honestly, phenomenal. You know what would be really fun? And I wonder, because our admins are in the background looking at all this, it would be wonderful to have a list. And wouldn't it be spicy to say who the person is, or the team is, that issued the penalty to the other team? Yeah, imagine how much fun that is. Because if you want to do your mate in, you've got to ensure that the commentators don't figure you out. It's like a game of Sherlock Holmes.
A little bit. Now here, this brings back memories. Elshad Perry at the wheel of the stealth bomber. Let's go.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Well, I've got to say, some of the beautiful sights and sounds around. But that being said, if you had to pick a car with best engine sound, what would you pick? Best engine sound. And this goes out to everyone out there in the grandstands as well. Best engine sound on a car that you can listen to. And it's open. It's open. You can choose. Any ideas? Oh, okay.
It's more just like an overload.
Well, Mr. Price jumping in saying Porsche 992 if it's ACC. If not, then it's the Subaru Boxer Rumble or the Rotary Screaming. I agree with the Rotary.
That's the Rotary, yes. That's a fantastic poll.
The Porsche, I'm not too sure of, because it always sounds like the diff is about to explode.
Yeah, nah, I've never been big on the Porsche sound. But
okay,
everyone has their taste.
Alright, so what about the Judd V8s that have been in hill climb cars, in Formula 1 cars?
Those are fantastic sounding.
Okay. Aston Martin Valkyrie.
Absolutely.
The start of an LDMH Cadillac.
The
B10 era of Formula 1.
That one, honestly.
Well, I mean, the Cadillac, when it fires up that low electric to the rumble immediately after. A GR Yaris 3-pot. Oh, bit of carnage gone on. 20th position, coming off Mike Johnson, and also 22nd Voris Buntard. And 23 car, the Pulse Driving Racing Charity, losing out to Lucas Collin.
Getting overtaken by a GT4, that can't feel good.
It's definitely an ache that you would feel. See, if you had to describe the pain, that is the equivalent of getting out of bed in the dark in winter. It's negative degrees. You're in your board shorts, and you start taking a walk through the lounge, and you catch the side table with your pinky toe, but it only lifts the nail.
That's so painful.
Well, that is what our number 11 is feeling in 16th position, as Jilly Sins goes and turns the McLaren round and has to back it up, forward, back, to be able to get going.
Oh, yeah, I see it. Off the curb, into the wall, backs into the other wall, goes forward, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it, wait for it. Okay, no, he didn't go into the wall again. Okay, all right.
Didn't have an Austin Powers moment.
Did not complete the Austin Powers getting stuck on the Nordschleife. Quite.
Oh, man. You know, this is where I love racing. I love having people around, and especially our incredible spectators joining in. And once again, welcome to all of you from across the world joining in for this Drive for Dean and a charity race, 12 Hours of Northside, where we are giving back to the Cancer Research UK. And you guys can donate, be a part of it, and you issue out penalties to teams and drivers. And if you are feeling a little bit funny, for £60, you can put a penalty on us as commentators. So there we go. Within reason, might I add. We do have our cameras up as well, so that does make life a little bit more interesting. So we can't fake it.
Indeed have the webcam, so that does work in our favor. I can add that to the stream if need be. And hopefully my internet connection doesn't protest too much.
Oh, fair enough. But that being said, honestly, massive welcome to you all. Really, really glad to have everyone out being part of this amazing event and really giving in everything that they got. We've got so far for our GD3 out in first place, the DFD Highway Patrol, ERA Highway Patrol running in second place with Ben Hicks. And then we got Pulav Kislev in the NN Lexus running in third. But I'm seeing lots of flags coming up. Jolly Signs into the wall again. And so is Mike Johnson battling to get his car going. The McLaren's having a bit of a problem, but they're number 11 stuck in the middle of the road and having a bit of a tough time as we are seeing cars getting around. That is a nightmare case. And I think the tyres are shot, and that's right before you get on the main straight, losing out a tremendous amount of time.
Not sure what happened to the number 11 there. I put the replay on, and it's just like, it looks like the car got sent airborne by an invisible bump.
I think possibly might have caught the curb. Just came
It's
bounced
possible.
off
It's
the
possible the lag is causing me not to see the curb. Obviously, I assumed that her hit the curb, went airborne, had a problem. But like on the replay, there was no curb hit, which made it look just like very odd, very much like the Invisible Man was lying across the track and got run over.
You know that big red button they say don't push? That's what happens when you push the big red button.
Press the eject button.
There we go.
Number 16 is, or the number 11 is in the pits to take a, honestly, probably at this point a seance, an exorcism. There's something supernatural going on with this car.
Mike Dodson is fighting his own demons at the moment. The IFW.net is constantly trying to bring himself back in the 81. But we are getting some notes here from our beautiful, beautiful stewards, and honestly, phenomenal stuff. You must see the outfits they're wearing. It's to die for. Honestly, Drag Creeds would be so proud right now. So, the 55 decides that the 42 does not exist and drives through them. So the 55 car in third place got a stop-go 30-second penalty for absolutely decimating the 42 car and ensuring that it just happens.
I feel like the 42 car at this point doesn't want to see blue flags ever again in their life, because it doesn't matter what driver's in that car, blue flags mean horrific things for the 42.
One of those moments that you wonder why. Just no. Cannot change my color gradient on the screen and just try and eliminate something. Now, at the moment, first place of our GT4s, Lucas Collab, has got an absolutely charging likes of a McLaren on the back of him, but we're also getting some notes that Mike Johnson battling in the 81 to just try and bring it back, and the 24 of Biles going and landing off in the dirt more than once at this point and not having an easy time. So, a couple of drivers out there not having an easy run, and unfortunately, many of them really fighting to keep it on the track. And once again, I keep looking back to the 81 car because I just see yellow flag after yellow flag, and it's more because he's slowing down too much for the corners just to make the corner. I don't think he can see, let alone steer that car.
Oh yeah, I'm on board with them. That wheel is mangled, would be the word I use for it. There is no way that car is pleasant to drive or safe to drive, frankly. So
this is when the round room goes square.
Oh!
There was a show I went and saw about that. A chap went and said, okay, well, he's got a shape, he's got a triangle, and it goes in. He's got a square and goes in the square hole. Then he pulls out a triangle, and he goes, yes, it goes in the square hole. You sit there, he goes, this is a circle. It goes in the square hole. Oh! That is the same amount of pain that I think Mike Johnson is busy feeling at this moment.
Yeah, every time Mike Johnson tries to turn, it's not super bad in the right-handers, but when he has to make a left-hand turn, that car wants to just do a complete donut.
So definitely not built for NASCAR. Going the wrong way.
Indeed. This is the opposite of the NASCAR setup.
But will work for short oval when they change rotation. Many people don't know that. Short oval actually does change their direction from left hand to right hand.
That's true.
And that is so they don't wear the track out so much. It's why tracks sometimes can run anti-clockwise.
I'm just marveling at Mike Johnson's ability to get this car around with what is clearly...
It's incredible.
I'm going to go with 5 minutes of damage on this car, at least.
I think 5 minutes of walk out the car, even if it's 2 minutes. So, good question coming up. What is our favorite? Which car is the favorite of the commentator?
Are we keeping that open, or are we talking just like GT3 ACC cars? What is there limitation here, or am I just picking the 1999 F1 Formula One Jordan?
That just sounds like abusing the rules. No. Let's go to what car in the sim as of right now.
Okay.
If you had to pick, what would you go for?
I feel like I've answered this question twice already with the Lexus.
I was hoping that at some point sanity may prevail. I do apologize, folks. My fellow commentator here, busy falling off the bus. We are getting him immediately checked for health reasons. Because Lexus. Why? Just why?
It's got my good results!
It's got good results, but is it a looker?
Sir, I am a bald fat man. I do not judge things by the looker. I don't get to have nice things.
Well, if I had to look at some of the cars here, oh, I mean, this is tough. There's some really good liveries out of the circuit as well that is just... It's making it work.
Oh yeah, for sure. If you're asking me like to pick a car out there right now,
yeah,
complete with the livery, there's a couple candidates. I really like the 6960 NVIDIA RTX car. That livery it's doing it for me. It hugs the curves lovely. I also like the number 5 car.
It hasn't burnt its pins yet.
The number 6 car, pardon me, in 5th place. My bad. The D4D team. That's looking great. The number 43 car. Love that livery. Is there another candidate?
I'd have to say my one is between the 43 and the 442 in terms of liveries.
I like the 43, and I'd like the 442 as well. I'd pick the 43 if it's between those two.
The reason I won't put the 43 as my main favorite until it clouts the wall a few times just to bend the nose straight.
Actually, the 81 has a really nice livery. It doesn't look great right now because Mike Johnson put it in the wall like several times.
Well, that's it. One thing being said, and it does get brought up, I would enjoy actually hearing some of the stories of how teams came together. Because if you think about it, in terms of teamwork, getting ready for an endurance race, this is never an easy thing. To get your friends all together, family, everyone to be a part of it.
You gotta find people whose schedules work with you. You gotta find people who like the same things you do about a car as well, both artistically and how it drives. You've got to have that camaraderie, that ability to build each other up after a mistake, because that mistake will happen.
And this is where I'd love to hear some of the stories, because I'm sure there's a lot of fun moments of, got a phone call 5 o'clock in the morning, guys couldn't make it, or we've been planning this out for a long time and we've been trying to come up with the best solution. I know that a mate of mine, his very first time got into ACC was after Project Cars, and immediately fell in love with the Bentley. And not because he could drive it, but because it was the first car that popped in the menu, and the game froze on the menu. For 30 minutes, he thought the game was loading, but the car was frozen on the menu, so it kind of etched into his brain of this Bentley. And I think there's going to be many teams out there that are going and saying, I'm surprised. First endurance race I did, I had to look for teammates for 30 minutes before the race. I can fully appreciate that. That phone call you give your mates and say, hey, listen, be a part of it, be a part of the event. Honestly, been there, done that, got the t-shirt, and will forever get the t-shirt. As I'm taking a look at the 64 car, out in 9th place, an unusual mistake for the Scuderia Agility, who is just bouncing the car against the wall, trying to limp it back to the pits. Just not having an easy time out there. And honestly, that top 10 is looking a little bit fleeting.
So I'm not sure when the damage got picked up, because on the replay, the car is already...
He's had the damage for a long time.
Yeah.
This has been a long time, unfortunately, and it has been a painful trip for the Scuderia team, who's just not even bothering about the corners anymore, and like Sega, starting to cut corners.
Heading into the pit lane for some much-needed service. Oh, what a crash on the way into the pit lane. It's getting embarrassing.
Oh, man. Oh, Jingos. This is not looking good. Nearly there. Nearly there. Oh, no. He can't turn it. He can't turn left.
Oh, yep, no.
He can't turn left.
He's gone with the escape to pit lane. Yeah. I feel it. I feel it.
Oh, man. That is a bit of a gut punch, unfortunately, to the lot. And that is going to be a dropout of position. It's going to be a big open look for Christoph Peterson, running in 10th position with the KFD team. They used to having a bent car and will be understanding the pain. But let's run through who is our top running order as we'll take through. It's Sonic Angel for the FOMO Racing DFD team. Out in first place are GD3s with DFD Highway Police in second with Ben Hicks. Paul Kislev running in the NN car is third place of our GD3s. A little bit further down into our GD4s. It's Gaming Extreme 757 Motorsport leading out the field with Martin Spritzer of the ERA Racing team against Cancer. And then we got Luke Neverhazen just dived into the pits now, but will be holding third place ahead of Stefan Huville. The Dutch understeer squad will hold third as it stands. But moving down to our M2 class, our absolute fighters out there, we got the MASH Motorsport out in first place with Felix Krimerick chasing the front. Phil Walker in second place for the DGSR GT3 Magnet. And third of our M2s is the DGSR Mobile Chicane Greenaway running in the 999. So it was phenomenal to see the drivers really pushing as hard as they can here on this phenomenal drive for Dean. It's a memorial race, 1,000 NORDSCHLEIFE. We got 4 go of this incredible effort. And honestly, I've got to say, been a absolutely stellar race thus far.
Phenomenal action. Some carnage, which was expected. And some heroic attempts to drive cars that really probably were actively beating their drivers to death at various points. Problems in the GT4 category, though, and good news for Gaming Extreme. They are the only car in the top 3 that does not have a significant penalty at the moment, as the number 30 has a stop-go for 30 seconds. There is a pun somewhere in there. And the number 9 car has a drive-through penalty.
And if you want to go and change all that is going on, we've also got the link as well to our Drive for Dean. And you can post our couple of penalties as well. And Southern Tiltify goes to the Cancer Research UK. A big thank you to everyone that has donated so far. Smash the milestones over and over again. Our next milestone is £2,500, and we've got to go through currently the people that have given. We've got Anonymous with the £10, and massive thank you to them. Hugh Hattrick with the £2. Sika Mukas with a 1043. Thank you so much. That is so helpful. £10 and 43 was so special at this precise moment. Thank you.
I was waiting for you to notice that.
I'm keeping an eye on many things right now. Christian Fingler with the 50, giving a stop-go 30-second penalty. So big, massive thank you to you all. Hopefully, Christian, because you're also sitting with a stop-go. So honestly, a great run there. That being said, just 17 positions. Douglas for the Drive for Dean template, unfortunately landing up in the weeds and getting a little bit down the order. Not an easy time for the 11 car, and really having a difficult time out there. Honestly, cat squirrel, okay. Cat squirrel. Now I've learned something new. Cat squirrel. Huh. Okay. Did not know that. drive-through penalty comes in for Neverhazen. And he's down in 24th position. Not going to be a fun time for that GT4 car. The Dutch Understeer squad going and losing out a little bit of time. And it looks like they may have changed driver. That's actually used Verhaest that's behind the wheel at the moment. And landing off in the dirt. Going and losing out a little bit of time there. So always some great effort going in. And drivers trying to move forward at current. And really trying to keep their way into the attack. Honestly, some great stuff. We've also got our 13 car lying in 12th position at current. It's got Nico Schmidt behind the wheel, the draft lead. And is absolutely battling their way through. And Nico really making a bit of an attempt here to charge his way up through the field and really keep on the money. It's good to see so many drivers still keeping a solid grasp on the fights and moving their way into the front of the packs. But they've also got to remember, this is a race for position. So a lot of the drivers are still looking for that first place on the cards, not wanting to lose out any time and wanting to be at the sharp end of the field. We've seen a lot of stop-go 30 seconds. We've seen a lot of 10 seconds drive-throughs and all coming in. And once again, you can help out and being a part of it. And we are so close to the goal of £2,500. That would be our 5th breakthrough here on this phenomenal event, with everyone being by our side. And honestly, just a massive thank you to you all. We are £2,398. But I am seeing, unfortunately, the 64 car just having, I don't know what's going on, is completely swapped around in the pits. The 64 car...
Oh, Lord.
It is pointing in the wrong direction, but I just noticed this car rotating round. Did they miss a pit box and attempted to swing it back into the pit box?
I don't think so, because the 64 was the one that returned to pit with the escape button. They were the one that was unable to turn left to get into the pit lane. So I am greatly confused as to how they ended up facing the wrong direction. They used the automatic placement. Oh, okay.
They're turning left now.
Okay, the car appears fixed up. Okay.
Left. Swing it.
Oh,
okay.
Nice.
Straight. Wheel straight. Okay. A little bit of movement on there. Up on the jack, Scott. That would
be a disconnect. Yeah. Okay, well, hopefully the 64 car can sort out their issues and get back out there. They've been a top competitive team here today. Their race went a very dark direction when they could not pit. And hopefully whatever is currently gremlining the team is fixable.
Well, you spin my head right round. That seems to be the case. Going back a little bit further, 11th and 12th are in a fight. The likes of Nico getting onto the back of also Perry, as the two of them are going to be fighting it out between one another.
Ooh.
Smith looks up on the inside of Perry, gets the pass done. I've got to say, Smith, great drive there. Perry, very well done not to go and visit the dirt in a very, very tricky situation.
Request from the chat for the 42 car to get a little bit of love.
And the 75.
There we go.
So good to see the drivers going and having a bit of fun. Massive shout out to virtual of the show and being a part of the amazing action. I've got to say, the 75 El Bear going and saying well done to the Griffin Sim Racing team. Ulrich Diaga behind the wheel at the moment of the Griffin Sim Racing team. And the 42 that is going and battling out towards the front. And that is the Logistical Nightmare Racing team that has seen some highs, some lows, some spins, and maybe the tail end of a Mustang one.
They also at one point saw the front end of a Mustang bearing down on them as they were opposite direction on a track, and that I can't imagine was a non-traumatic experience.
That's unfortunately you sitting there with your little Porsche, and next thing here's this absolutely behemoth coming down at you. I mean, that's like having Spider-Man versus Rhino at that very point. You know, Spider-Man barely has his pants on, and Rhino's through the walls cutting at him at a rate of knots. Well, the Juggernaut. Let's go back to the old X-Men. I mean, going right back to the old X-Men when they brought out the live-action movies, and we got to see the Juggernaut for the very first time go and just rampage through buildings and just absolutely wipe out everyone. That's before Kitty decided to just pull him underground and make him look like an absolute toss. But honestly, that was that moment. You just see this behemoth coming at you, and you realize this is going to hurt, but I am prepared.
And then you get hit, and you're really not prepared.
You thought you were. Oh, as our dude got up to 17th position, the 555 gets it all wrong, gets twisted around, and looks like has also a bit of contact with our 4th place McLaren. In the video RTX of Andrei Poshkakov getting involved in that little fight, and now getting a bit sided by a Camaro that was trying to make his way through. The not ideal situation coming in for the 555, who got a little bit out of shape, and it all went wrong from there.
Just an odd place to lose the speed that he did and slowed down a little bit too much for the corner. And I think he just caught the 696 out and got nudged to the back.
Well, the 64 back into the server, so looks like whatever the problem is, they managed to get themselves sorted out. I'm going to see the 64 rejoin back in. But still so much going on, so much exciting times, and we've still got 4 hours and 14 minutes left of this incredible race. And now that being said, I'm going to give you a little bit of information from the stewards as we have got our ticket. Anyone runs out of track by themselves while trying to get back up to speed, the 442 comes along, wants to pass, and the 81 does not let that happen and cuts the 442 into the wall. And it's a drive-through for the 81. So the 81 getting a little bit punished there for absolutely murdering a car. And we also got number 9 hits the wall, hits 142 from behind while trying to overtake. 10 seconds goes to number 9. How's that for your bingo card? And unfortunately, that is 3rd place of our GT4s. Likes of Just Verhulst is running in 3rd place and getting a penalty added on for a bit of a crucial mistake during the course of the race.
55 and the 24 going to war over 17th place at the moment here. These are 2 cars that have been a little bit hard luck in general. And we'll see what happens. Oh, the 55, the 555 just kind of lets him through. Let me hop on board here. I mean, the car is damaged, but it doesn't seem to be that damaged. I'm a little bit surprised that that was given up quite as easily as it was. The number 11 car per chat has had a disconnect and has rejoined and is back out there, but is driving on default setup. And I imagine that doesn't feel great. Number 53 car has had quite the day. The Nubs Racing Division car led early in the M2 division by a fairly commanding lead, which Sebastian Lucasen got the team. But they've also run in dead last place. for a significant portion of this race. So Lucason's had a pretty solid day, but the drivers around him, Fabio Vero, Boss Rez, and Adrian Maroud, have had a struggle. So I don't know necessarily what would account for that, but definitely a team that has been very driver dependent as far as their abilities. Slowly but surely, Gabriele Sakura has been catching up to Keiko Sheriff. I thought that this wasn't really going to develop into anything because there was a time when Sheriff was kind of just basically flying away from him. But it would appear that the whatever has been going on, the 85 is now on the ascent. I wonder here, what's the stint length for them? Pretty similar. There's only a couple minutes difference. Maybe the 43 has cooked its tires. And the 85, by virtue of that, is coming on strong. A couple of key pit stops in the GT4 category going on right now with the number 30 and the 757. Those are the two top cars in the division, both in the pit lane. And 30 is dealing with a stop-go penalty, which I imagine is going to give the 757 a significant edge, at least at this point in the race. Not really a hot fight going on right now. This is the closest we have here is this battle for 6th place. But it is closing. And Keiko Sheriff getting a little bit too much of the curb there. Good luck, Mr. Price. And may the force be with the 24. It certainly could use a little bit of supernatural help, given the amount of damage we've seen on that car today. A little flashing of the headlights there from the 85. Very impatient with the traffic. Can't say I really blame him. He's about a 1 second behind a car that is in 6th place, and you know this is a key battle. And needless to say, that's pretty important. And it looks like the 64 has gotten itself back into the server, and hopefully we'll be able to step up and deliver, because that's it's been a fantastic day for some of that team. Lucas Schmidt has been very, very impressive, very solid, very top-notch. There has been a bit more of a problem with Paul Tutiano and Matej Glaverdick having slight issues in their runs, has unfortunately limited that car quite a bit, and of course had a massive both technical failure and collision that put it into the wall and significantly damaged it. Could not even turn into the pit lane properly and had to do the return to pits. So checking in on the GT4s again, now that their pit stops are handled again, it is indeed the 757 in the... No, not in the lead. It is the number 30, driven by Martin Spitzer in first place. That is the ERA Racing Team Against Cancer. And in second place is their main competition, the 757 Motorsports, the number 757 car of Gamer Extreme. And in third place, it is still the Dutch Understeer Squad, Juist Verhelst, pardon me, running in third place. It's a little bit out of this. It's about 3 minutes back, so I would say that this is a more or less a 2-horse race for the win right this second. Request to see the 76 car. I can, of course, accommodate. Currently at the wheel, Adam Time. In the last place GT4 car at the moment, the Aston Martin. 100% most skilled V2. And having a struggling time now after having some bright moments, but currently about a minute behind the number 75 car of the Griffin Racing Team. And after that, you're going pretty high up. Because after that, you're looking at the number 42, which, to be honest, I'm a little bit stunned is running in the top 5 of the GT4, because it is at a rough day and a half. Got a good battle here. Oh, that's not really a battle. That's a GT3 making its way through traffic, so false alarm.
It could be a good battle.
Could be, but it shouldn't be. That's what I'm getting. That being said, it is the number 23 car, and the number 23 car has gotten into trouble under blue flags a couple of times. So we'll see.
Well, more than 1,900 laps completed by our drivers thus far of the 12 hours of NORDSCHLEIFE for the Drive for Dean Memorial Race, where you can give to charity as we are charging towards our 5th goal, might I add you, that we have gone for. We've started with 500, it's gone up and up and up, and we are sitting on 2,488 pounds, and our goal is 2,500. And the current guys that have joined and given us quite a bit. We've got Ragnarok with the 30. We've got Nubs Racing with the 50. Captain Yoda with the 10. Honestly, massive thank you to you all. Christian Fingler with the 50. Was just incredible. But our top donation thus far was by an anonymous person, and honestly, very gracious in the donation. My heavens, just re-looking at it, £500 we had earlier that was given to the Cancer Research UK in this Drive for Dean Memorial event. So we are so close with 4 hours and 4 minutes to get that 2.5. And I think by the end of when we enter the final 3 hours, we're going to be closer to that £3,000 mark, which is a massive run for sim racing. And honestly, please share to everyone that is around. Let them know how to be a part of this tremendous event and to be a huge part of it. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be a 50. It doesn't have to be a 10. It's anything goes towards it. If you've got $1, if you've got £1, if you've got R1, anything that goes out is definitely helpful. That's it. It's it gets a part of it, and honestly, I'm all for it.
Got a good battle going on here for 6th place between Kago Sheriff and Gabriele Sakuro. This has been a fight that's been honestly bubbling for some time. Sakuro's been in the neighborhood, has been closing the gap, has been getting closer and closer, and we're there. 24 seconds between the two of them after nearly 8 hours of racing, nearly a full-time shift, and here they are clashing for 6th place as we go down here.
Incredible stuff.
Wow. If you want a driver to suffer or a team to suffer, you can donate and put them into a penalty. So remember that. So to speak, for every pound that you donate, it's 1 second time penalty.
Ooh, there we go. To add a little bit of fun to it, for every pound, it is a second penalty. So if you want to be that one guy that puts 2 stop-go 30 seconds and £9, you could be that one guy. Imagine that, hey? If you think about it.
You're allowed
Just
to
to be
cheat
like-
for cancer.
If you can think about that, that would be the ultimate middle finger. I would think to a team is that it'll be well worth it. It will most probably get a good smile on the face, but at the same time, to know that you have to 69 into the pit, or get a 22nd +1 if you're in the case of this epic battle of Gabriel and Kygo fighting out one another. Imagine a penalty coming in now, because he's got to... Imagine giving him another 11 seconds. Would you call that a multi-21? Giving ideas here, guys. I'm firing the ballpark. Let's go for it. Somebody make my dream a reality. Let's see that 69. Let's get that 21. What else can we think of? The 666?
666.
Oh yeah.
666. There we go. That would be a good one, I think. Trying to think of other ways of doing it, because, quite frankly,
we could
then it's show.
We could provide the answer to every question in the universe.
42.
Yes.
42.
Yes. Right. There we go. 42. Ultimate question. 42.
And by the way, the number of labs completed is important, because Christian is gonna be donating 5 cents for every lap the teams do. So that's a lot of money.
That's why I appreciate the guys who have had technical difficulties, the guys who have had a rough day, and they're still out there. They're figuring out how to rejoin and get out there and keep the money flowing.
At the moment, it's 95. At the moment, it's 95 euro that he is gonna drop as donation.
95 euros. My heavens. And honestly, this is just all because of our amazing drivers going and finding out on the circuit, and also showing in some tremendous effort also to you guys out there having a great bit of fun. That's going to be £82.34. Oh gosh, no, we got around the number. We got around the number, folks. More laps, more laps.
Yay.
Round that number. We can't have this. Kygo, Gabriel, instead of fighting with one another, charge on, charge on.
Might be worried about Gabriel Sakuro being able to deliver those laps, because he's driving pure qualifying laps behind Kygo right now. There is no safety to the lines he is choosing.
That's it. At this point, I am very tempted to jump into my own rig to set a couple of laps just to ensure we don't have those fractions of a sense kicking in. Oh gosh. That would be devastating to one's mental health. Gabriel going and constantly keeping the pressure up, looking for any way to get by. You can see not hounding for an attack right now, but just keeping close enough to force Kygo into a little bit of a situation. Now back straight means that this is going to be Gabriel's choice to play. Keeping the slipstream for as long as you can, right to the bottom, and try and go for the inside. Lift them to the apex, get them to come off wide, and that'll allow you to pass into the left-hander. At the moment, Kygo sitting that inside for the DA sounds, and side by side they go. Gabriel around the outside has got the drive, but has he got the momentum in through the left-hander? Side by side they go, BM to BM. This is a buzzing situation with Kygo down into 7th, but has a fight back, looks to try and reclaims the position. Unfortunately, just runs out of road, and that forces Gabriel to start sprinting off into the distance. And Kygo into the pits. How's that for a bait and switch?
Yeah, we were
He's
getting
going to be
to that
serving
point where
that
pit stop for both
penalty as well.
Yep. 197 has picked up a 10-second penalty as well. The number 142, which is important because that's the M2 leader, Felix Kramaric, has picked up a 15-second penalty.
Another bit of a situation going on. Second place of our GT4s, Gaming Extreme, fighting out with Christian Polsvik, who is not having an easy time out there. We've seen this BM get hurt a few times, but it has got some serious drive, but unfortunately not enough to get past the GT4 at current. And I do foresee a little bit of an issue coming up because he is fighting to get round second place. Gaming Extreme wasn't going to make it easy.
I would have gotten out of the way if I was Gaming Extreme. That's just me. You're in a fight for a class victory here, potentially, and I don't trust that 23 car as far as I can throw it. Nah, I don't know about you. I can't throw a BMW M4 all that far.
Well, that being said, a big one coming in. My Makarov going and putting in the 12 pounds. We are officially up to £2,500, folks. That is absolutely incredible. And honestly, I am all for it. Massive, massive thank you to you all. We have smashed the goal yet again here in the Drive for Dean Memorial Race. 12 hours of NORDSCHLEIFE in benefiting cancer research in the UK. Massive, massive welcome and a massive thank you. We now are going to shift the goal a little bit more. We've hit it 5 times. Let's make it as we're up to 3,000 as our goal. That's 500 off our goal. Now, that being said, we still have a couple of things in play. 50 is the largest penalty you can give a team. And that is a stop-go 30-second penalty. But if you go 60, you get to penalize us, the commentators. And that does become a little bit of a tricky situation, because you get to dictate what the penalty is within reason. As I am taking a look to the 777, however, getting a little bit turned round, gets himself going in 15th position, not having a good time, but he fell off at the exact same time as our 14th position, number 69, Walter Mass of Deceptive Pace Racing, who at the moment, having a banging against one of the cars and not having an easy time out there. Mass trying to bring it all back into check, but absolutely incredible stuff. And, Mordred, what do you think of... We've hit that mark. 2,500 has been given in by our incredible, just teams, drivers, and everyone out there in the virtual grandstand.
It's a phenomenal display of generosity, a little bit of spite, and I want more.
So it's your thoughts on this? I mean,
my personal goal is that we crack the 3,800 we did in the first Drive for Dean, but 2,500 is already excellent.
So the mark that we're aiming for is 3,800. It's 3,800 is the mark, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. It was 3,800 and change, but let's say it's 3,800. And when we crack that open, we have at least come to exactly the same number that we got when we had Dean still with us. And there's a little bit of argy-bargy going on in...
Well, an absolutely incredible affair, and honestly, that 3,800 mark with a bit of change, and well, for anyone out there, let's avoid the change. They keep making it, so we're ending on zeros. Please do not pull the Superbox style of 99 cents. You know that you always get that $5.99 on the shows. Please don't do that.
Yeah.
Please, I'm begging you. I'm
only 19,999 with 99 cents. It's a bargain.
I'm begging you for a donation of a low price of $60.01. I want to watch as Steve's soul leaves his body.
Oh man, I've been hanging on to it. I've been like tying a rope around it at this point to just pull it back into the chest. thankfully, we have got so many people that are doing everything they can to prevent my soul from exiting the body by having the pins at the end.
Number 64 is in the pits again, and I'm a little bit nervous about that because that car is, it's had a day. It's had problems. Most people view the pit lane as like a safe place on a track. Not the 64. No, the 64 does not feel that safety.
It's always a tough time out there. It is a real tough time, and honestly, good to see they still sticking in it and moving forward. It's always phenomenal to see drivers pushing that mark a little bit further up, wanting to keep going and to ensure that they keep fighting.
Had a change on the GT3 podium, actually, that we haven't noticed. The 696 has moved on to the podium over the 55, as the NN car has fallen to 4th place. Not sure what the deal with that is. Looks like they had to make an extra pit stop, so maybe a penalty that we missed, stop-go or a drive-through penalty coming to haunt a team that was looking like a surefire top 2 team at one point in this race.
Always a great effort to see drivers pushing themselves and continuing to move forward in the tremendous effort. And honestly, if you think about the amount of time these drivers and teams have been at it, fighting tooth and nail to ensure that they can be in the race and fighting out, is just incredible to see. Honestly, a massive thank you to everyone on the incredible running. And that being said, donating to the cause doesn't mean that you go and just see the incredible efforts going towards the Cancer Association, but also to go and penalize drivers in the race as well. That means you have the opportunity to give a 5-second, a 10-second, 15-second, a drive-through, a stop-go 30-second, and remember, every pound that is donated counts for a second, which means you can start pulling out some of the fun stuff and put in, well, possibly a multi-21 on a driver, because you know how fun it would be to be the reason you lose a position is because you've had a multi-21 pulled on you. I think that'll be quite funny.
That'd be hilarious.
Out of all things you would have is just this completely out-of-pocket moment where you lose a position because of a multi-21. Not even a stop-go 30-second, but a multi-21. Or maybe 2 stop-goes with an extra 9 seconds on it. Just putting it out there. It's a thought. It's a possibility. And it can be made by everyone from around the world. It doesn't matter what you got. Rands, euros, pounds, dollars, rupees, all of it is welcome for charity. All proceeds go to the Cancer Researcher UK in this phenomenal effort. Now, our target has been moved to 3,000 after breaking through 5 times thus far during the course of this 12-hour. We've got 3 hours and 48 minutes remaining. Our reaching target we're looking for is 3,800 pounds, and that is the game plan. That is what we're looking for. That is what we're going to be battling for. As I do take a look at our 8th place, Kygo, looking a little bit rough coming into the pits. The 43 looking a bit bent out of shape.
Let's see if we can get a replay and see what happened. Looks like I got it. All right, what happened to Kygo? Looks like a fortunate accident that he did have, because he's on the replay, he's pretty close to the pits and still looks okay.
It was right at the end. I would presume he lost the car right at the end, and that was the cause of it.
mean, if you're gonna lose
And
it, that is the spot you want to do. Minimal time crawling to the
But
bits.
I think he lost it under braking. I would think he lost it under braking. So would have dived through the left-hander, all fine, and then as he started braking towards the end, just missed the brake marker, clipped the curbs, and in towards the wall.
Oh, there's a snap of oversteer, actually, that sent him in the wall. Interesting.
Oof. Well, a shocking realization when the moves, well, it doesn't move and your car does as well. So that just makes things a little bit more on the tricky side for it. So drivers having to really think out of the box here. Honestly, great to see so many putting in a solid effort here at this beautiful event made to give back to those fighting the big sea. And if you know any loved ones that are involved, been in this type of fight, they're constantly going through it, or of any friends, family in that. This is a way to give back, and honestly, for future generations. I know it's been a really, really tough time. It's been an impressive event, purely on the fact of Dean was a cancer survivor for quite some time. Unfortunately, went into remission when he lost out his fight. But instead of getting greedy, his last wishes to all the communities was, listen, to have an event that brings the donations through and gives back to the associations, which was our previous, and we hit 3,800 pounds as the going amount that was donated to the Cancer Research UK. Honestly, massive thank you to all the people at the Cancer Research for all the hard work that they do in the background, trying to go and make things work. And honestly, always phenomenal stuff. And massive thank you to all our partners as well as joining us, like Overtake GG being a part of the show, the likes of WromWrom also going and allowing us to be on the channel. I gotta say, for Mordred and myself, it's been an interesting time to be in the. Not often you and I have been in the commentary box to one another. I have to admit.
We tend to be on opposite splits.
Yeah, that's it. We tend to move each other to different sides of the situation. But that being said, it has been phenomenal. And honestly, Mordred been awake since about 3 o'clock this morning out in America, and honestly putting on a phenomenal show that you all day long. Myself out in South Africa. We've also been joined by a couple of commentators, well, and who have been amazing parts of the show. We are expecting to see a chat with, along with Adam Ty as well, who's been in and out to join us throughout the course of the day. It's phenomenal. So, I've been going through some of the Cancer Research UK, and just on their social, taking a look at the 24th of June, they went and spoke about a person's story. And, the Cancer Research UK is for people and for further efforts. And one of the stories was a gentleman that had pain in the hamstring that led to a cancer diagnosis at the age of 21, which turned this man's world upside down. And his name's Tyler. And as a boxer, was dedicated to his health and fitness, going for a walk and heading to the gym. Tyler, through those dark early days, which is why his biggest piece of advice to others like him is to try and do things that make you feel normal. Even though you are in a fight, try and make yourself feel normal. Go and do what you need to do. Don't let it beat you down. Go and overcome. And if you or someone you love has just been diagnosed with cancer and feels things are overwhelming, you're not alone. There's no right or wrong way to cope with getting cancer. We have support available, whether that's speaking to the nurses at the connecting with others on an online forum, and finding advice on the website for the Cancer Research UK. So, I mean, that just goes and tells a story. And honestly, the story that comes in for Tyler as a 21-year-old who has been part of this program. He had his first boxing boxing fight in front of 600 people, and he won the fight, but didn't know he was boxing with a brain tumor. But that still shows that even when the chips were down, and he didn't know about it, he still fought on. And he got to be one of the stars for cancer research. And I'll see phenomenal work. And for all the nurses and doctors out there, they really prioritize everyone out there for the cancer UK. And honestly, some great stuff. There's so many stories. And just give you a sense of what exactly the Cancer Research UK is, that all these donations are going to, as we aim to beat 3,000 as our target goal, that we want to get to that 3,800. No. I'm saying this now. Mordred, I'm going to say something. Stop me if you can. You can't stop me because I got a live mic. That being said, we hit 3,800 for the Cancer Research UK. We are going to one-up that one. We want to get to 4,000, and that is only possible with you out there in the virtual grandstands, the teams, the drivers, the spectators. Hang
on. I might have a problem here.
1 second penalty that gets added on to the drivers, and us as commentators have even given on a £60. If you donate £60, you get to put a challenge to us, the commentators, within reason, but we still have to serve the penalty. It could be from wearing funny outfits, it could be from singing songs, we could karaoke, could be all of it. Take a look over to all our amazing donators thus far. Newest one has been INH with £10. Thank you to you, Anonymous, with the £10. We are now up to £2,520 for the Drive for Dean Memorial Race. And remember, for every lap that is being completed, it's going to be a couple of cents as well given to our cause. And we were looking at €90. That is now going up and up as the drivers circulate, doing more and more laps. Absolutely brilliant stuff, and can't thank everyone enough for the amazing support for being with us. And honestly, this event coming together, having so many people being in the background to ensure that this event could happen. So a massive shout out to all our folks on a tremendous effort right the way through, and all the proceeds go towards our cause. We still have a tremendous amount of drivers. 35 drivers out on the 35 teams currently. Incredible job trying to push that a little bit more and hoping to stand at the sharp end of the field after an incredible race. And that being said, we're getting ready for an incredible ending as well, as this is all going out to the Cancer Research UK. And a massive support. And this is proudly supported by the likes of Overtake, SimGrid, WromWrom, DGSR, ACM, ERA, all going and putting towards it. So a massive thank you to all our supports of Overtake, SimGrid, WromWrom, DGSR, ACM, and ERA being a part of our partners in this incredible event. So, with that being said, we're in for a great running order and a great race at the moment. And drivers having to push the boundaries a little bit more. Quickly running through first, second, and third in each car. Starting off with our GD3s at the top of the pack. It's Sonic Angel going and running for the FOMO race. And then we have got David Shooten in the DFD Highway Police in second place out there in the Lexus. We have got the NVIDIA RTX, which was a livery favorite, going and saying, listen, it's getting a bit turned on like RTX. All that joke, finally. Running in third place with the likes of Andrei Ploshkov. Then we have got our GT4s down in 20th position. First of our GT4s, Mon Spritzer, the ERA, right? Cancer The Gamer Extreme in the 757 Motorsport is running second in the McLaren, and third is Dutch Underseer Squad in third place in the number 9 Aston. And we have got our M2s out on circuit. We've got Edward Wilkins at DGSR GT3 Magnet. He's getting chased down by second place Mash Motorsport, Carl Heitz in 30th position, second of the M2s, and then third of our M2s is DGSR Mobile Chicane with Marek Dovrik behind the wheel, putting in an incredible fight. So phenomenal stuff. Mildred, I've got to say, it's been a wild turn in events. We're watching, really trying to battle their way through. I know you're a big fan of, well, fantasy fights. Well, we're getting to see that exactly coming up, because if I look at like Chris Vance, who is in 10th place, has broken a 23-second gap to Flo Scub, is now broken it down to 15 seconds as Flo is making mistakes, landing up, catching the wall, and not having a good time out there. The Aston Martin looking a little slow, a little broken, and may have the KFD Mustang that has bit the wall more than once, being able to get by.
I'm pretty sure that KFD Mustang has hit almost every wall around this track, and how they're still going and running in the top 10, I don't even know. Oh, there's the overtake. Scud must have gone on the wall again.
Scud went into the wall. He physically can't steer the car. He can't steer the car. It is that broken. He is getting passed by every single car out there and not being able to fight. This is a nightmare case for him, and for a team that have been rather consistent in their drive, this is not turning out to be a fun time.
Yep, there's that angle on the steering wheel there. Generally speaking, I don't know how much about cars you guys know, but if your car's steering wheel is pointed at the 10 o'clock position and you're going straight, there's something wrong.
There's a little ding somewhere that may be affecting it. Also, Mickey Taylor having a little bit of time. He's in 13th position and gone venturing off, reversing a little bit while there's a BMW coming alive. That was the 40, taking a bit of a break and having a moment of a moment with Mickey Taylor there. Won't lie, that went and turned me into a little bit of a puddle at that point.
Well, he's pointed the right direction now, and he's rolling. Let's see here. How's the car looking on the inside? Looks like it's driving okay, actually. So, may have gotten away with one there.
Well, absolutely incredible stuff. And a little bit of stories coming about the Cancer Research UK, and I want to pass a little bit to you. So, for anyone that doesn't know about it, there was co-founders of Cancer UK, was Cancer Help UK, were Nick James and Sally Tweedle. Nick James is a cancer specialist at the University of Birmingham NHS Foundation Trust, apologies. He is also a professor in oncology at the University of Birmingham Institute for Cancer Studies. Sally Tweedle was an educationalist with an interest in literacy. Her husband's cancer and their search of cancer information online inspired the Cancer Help UK, which is part of the Cancer Research UK. It began with the medical school server at the University of Birmingham, hosted in Cancer Help UK. The management of the site passed to the Cancer Research Campaign in 2000. In 2002, the Cancer Research Campaign and the Imperial Cancer Research Fund merged. Together, they formed the Cancer Research. Cancer Help UK is now the About section of the Cancer section under the Cancer Research UK's website. A little bit of a story about Sarah Jane, which is aka Sally Tweedle, one of the co-founders. Born in 1955, passed away in 1999. Sally was instrumental in setting up the Cancer. At the time, most online cancer information was aimed at professionals and not towards the average Joe. This was little information for patients and relatives, as a bunch of jargon makes things rather difficult. Sally's background was in education. She saw how to present effective, detailed online material to the general public, and the website launch was a success, which is honestly great, because when you're trying to look up about information, especially into the realm of cancer or many of these medical anomalies that we tend to run ourselves into, you can run into some heavy jargon, and it does even take professionals off on the back foot to try and remember it. Sally earned a prestigious fellowship in cancer education from the Cancer Research Campaign. In this role, she promoted the transmission of cancer information to the general public and to medical students. Sadly, in 1999, Sally was diagnosed with a widespread cancer of the duodenum. She died peacefully at home with her family around her, as she wished. Passed on the way she wanted to go, and left such a legacy that has been passed on to the Cancer UK research. And honestly, you hear about a story like that, and if it doesn't draw up a little bit of emotion, that is like, wow. Just everything that goes on and what you're going for. What you're going and being a part of this story. And even for us here, it started out in the early days with Dean, a fellow sim racer that eventually succumbed to it as well. Unfortunately, that was a nightmare situation, but in his last wishes, he wanted to have a single event, brought everyone together, and donated a fund to the Cancer Research UK. And honestly, when you think you're on that type of stage, you can throw yourself out there and really just jump on a cruise ship. Why do you need to worry about too many other things? Well, that all changed, and honestly, phenomenal stuff has come out of it. 3,800 plus was our goal, and we hit that a couple of years ago. If we're lucky to do it all over again. And so far, thanks to the absolute generosity that we have accomplished thus far, we're up to £2,565. And our goal for £3,000 is on the run. But I say, we got 3 hours and 29 minutes left of this race. And I want to see, by the end of it, I would love to see 4,000. We pass that mark completely. We pass the torch completely. We really fight it out. And I want to see guys get clever with their stuff. A stop-go 30-second penalty is £50. £50. If you put 2 stop-go 30-second penalties, that's 60 seconds. And for every pound, it's 1 second. So if you can put a £9 into it as well, you've got that number. Yes, you know the number I'm talking about. If you can't get that high, at least try and get a 20-second penalty and then put an extra 1 there so you have a 21, and make sure that's as you're overtaking a person on the circuit. Multi-21, baby. Let's get creative about it. A big shout out to Anonymous with the £10, Mia Markov with the £30, and Dean Umerick against Cancer, 15 and 9, sitting with 50. Absolutely love it. Fantastic to see it. We're up to 2,615. And I'm glad there's no pence at the end, because my heaven, I don't want to see a sale sign. I don't want to see that $9.99 at the end.
Ruin it for him, boys. Ruin it for him. We also have a car in the. We also have a car in the top 10 that has not been there in some time. I don't want to say never, because honestly, I can't remember at this point. It's been almost 9 hours. But the 1-2-3 car, driven by Jan Novak, is in the top 10, having displaced the number 13 of Timo Sprackman.
Well, that being said, we do have a very special guest joining us, and this is known as Thomas Copenhagen, or Thomas Hagen, coming and joining us, one of our ERA stewards, and been working frantically in the background to be a part of the event. First of all, Thomas, welcome to the commentary box. Sorry for
Thank you.
the absolute insanity. If there is £60, we get penalised, just to let you know. Since you've been handing out penalties, £60 penalises us, the stewards, where whoever is giving that £60 gets to tell us what to do. So just
that's cool.
forewarning you, penalties may be issued our way.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
So take us through, how's it been going, and how's the race so far for you, taking a look at the tremendous amount of laps are being done by all our drivers and everyone really pushing their way to the sharp end of the field.
It's really a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's been great to watch. I've been going through periods of absolute chaos where I'm panicking, and smooth sailing where I can just sit back and relax and enjoy the racing. So I've had my fair share of a little bit of everything, to say the least.
Well, we firstly a massive thank you for helping out with the stewarding, something that not many people do. Before we move on to our next guest joining us, but when someone mentions stewarding, what does that mean for you? How does stewarding work? For Joe Soap, sitting in, tuning in for the first time, I'm hearing stewarding and sim racing. Gosh, this cannot be a thing.
Right, so how stewarding works is that we look at incidents that happen on track, and with the absolutely amazing tools we have digitally, by being able to look at absolutely every single camera angle, we can pause, turn back time, slow it down, all of that stuff. And with the telemetry of the cars as well, we are able to get very technical into whoever might be at fault or not at fault, instead of just plainly looking at an incident and thinking, oh, he's at fault, that guy's at fault, and stuff like that. So being able to go in to the technicalities like that is something I really enjoy. And then being able to help newer drivers by, looking at their incidents in detail and being able to help them and advise them on what to do differently in order for that not to happen one more time, I get a lot back for that.
Right, now with that being said, we do have a guest at the moment that is in a 5-4 position against Mickey Taylor, and that is Flo Scub, who was in the car. It's Nathan Gray, who's now in the car for Los Pantos Hermanos. Flo, welcome to the commentary box. We just saw Nathan do a little bit of a naughty tap in front of our steward, and you sitting in the car within range of our steward. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling really, really good. It's very, very warm. I'm like, you could stick a fork in me, I'm done, basically. It's hella warm, but it's a lot of fun. Nathan is doing really well. It was a little bit of a tap with Taylor, but it's all fine. I'm sure he gave the position back. Stuff like that happens, and I'm pretty sure he got by then normally. Right? Yeah, no, it's totally a lot of fun.
Totally normal.
Yeah, we've been having a really great race so far. Well, until I just completely forgot where on the circuit I was, and lightly gave a little bit too hard of a kiss to the wall here. But yeah, no, it's been a really fun race so far. I've been enjoying it a lot. I think we've been the team that has been penalizing itself the most from our teammates. So who needs friends? Who needs enemies when you've got friends like that, right? But yeah, I think we caught like 3 stop-and-go penalties, 2 or 3 that we handed ourselves. So that's quite funny.
It's you and the Pulse guys that have definitely got that crown.
Yeah, we hurt ourselves in our own confusion. Yeah, no, we've been doing really well. I'm really happy with the pace. I'm really happy with the event as well. It looks like a lot of fun. And yeah.
Well, I mean, when we talk
You
about...
might not be happy now.
Oh, why is that?
No.
Nathan
I think you've got to go back to the pit rather quickly.
Nathan has... he's developed a sexual attraction to the wall.
Ah, damn it. Yeah, my ACC just decided to, hey, it's funny if we just jump around and show other cars right when that happened. Yeah. Ah, Nathan's fine.
The car seems okay, but there was a couple of touches there.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, he's got like a little bit of suspension damage. The steering is a little bit not straight, but that's fine.
Honestly, that looked like it was going to be a lot worse.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of stuff looks like it's going to be a lot worse, to be fair, and then it's not. So, yeah.
Well, this also brings in a very interesting conversation because, Thomas, in these type of situations where you start to developing damage, in the case of Nathan Gray and Flo Scott's car, the Los Pantos Hermanos team that has really been on fight at the moment, when there's damage on a car that seemingly makes a car a little bit more difficult to drive and there's contact, what are the factors that you look at as a steward to rule if it was in malice or not in malice?
So we do take damage into account, but we also look at the actions taken by the driver to try to overcome that damage. So if we see a car that is, well, call it damaged beyond repair, and this guy is then trying to race normally and then causes a collision, we will absolutely view that as an aggravating factor. But if the said driver is trying to stay out of the way, he's staying off the track and doing his very best to stay safe, we will take that into account and potentially mitigate any potential penalties coming his way, because he is showing us that he is trying to stay out of the way, to stay out of accidents.
Oh, that's going and giving the point. Now, Flo, as a driver, when you are now in this situation, you got like Nathan Gray and Mickey Taylor at the moment, 2.1 seconds separating the two of you. There's a little bit of damage on the car. What are the considerations that you're taking? Bringing fuel down, it's bringing your top speed down. You've got the competitors on top of you trying to go a little quicker. What are the considerations that you as a driver are going to move forward?
I mean, it really depends on how bad the damage is. Like, so far it looks like, as I'm watching this, we're like 4 or 5 kph down on top speed, but the rest is fine. We're still pulling away from Taylor. Like, Nathan is absolutely goated here, clearly. Considering the damage, he's just passing the pit lane as well. Clearly he's decided, okay, the car feels alright still. The damage is not too bad. I don't know how bad the steering is right now on the straight. I think it's just like a little bit. He's got to counter steer it. And yeah, he's clearly decided, okay, I want to keep going. The car still feels fine. He's got the pace in himself, for sure. And yeah, it really just depends on that. If you notice, okay, it's really too bad. I'm struggling. I'm fighting the car more than I'm fighting the track. Then yeah, that's the point at which you decide, okay, what's the best course of action? How do we get to the pits safely without impeding other drivers as well? That's the important part. You don't want to mess up someone else's race as well. And yeah, no, he's doing a really good job. And yeah, he feels like he has the pace, and he's got it.
Now, we've got to ask two things. One, this incredible livery that you guys put together, the Los Pantos Hermanos team. Actually, let's go back a little bit. Los Pantos Hermanos, for anyone that doesn't know the team, the Three Ducks, you mind giving us a little bit of background of how the Three Ducks came to be? The Los Pantos Hermanos that honestly just took the world by storm.
Yeah, well, it's not Three Ducks anymore. We've grown quite a bit since then. But yeah, we started out basically at the beginning of the year, end of last year, as a few friends who were like, hey, we like racing together. We're in a league, ERA, that has just opened up a team championship as well. And hey, do we want to start a team? And from that, basically, well, I think I've overtaken them a little bit with my love of ducks. So they've picked up on it as well, and they're now as crazy about them as I am. And yeah, no, that has taken off a little bit, and we've decided, hey, we want to do a team, and then we were like, hey, yeah, let's get some nice liveries together, let's get some nice Let's get a nice trailer going as well. Show everyone, hey, we're new, we're ready to go, we want to have fun. And yeah, it's grown since then. We've gotten 2 teams, I think now it is, on the Era Sunday season. As well as, I think, a total of like 17 drivers in total across different sims as well. Depending on who's got time and when. We did plan to take 3 cars out today as well. Unfortunately, it's only Nathan and myself due to the others. Unfortunately, IRL is happening. You know, clearly they've made the wrong choice. And yeah, no. Los Patos Hermanos is growing. We're having fun. And we're looking forward to more.
Now, if I remember correctly, Los Patos Hermanos, the precursor to the team that we know now and we see out on track, was called the Fast and the Feathered at one point that used to race in the DGSR and NERA.
Yeah, we've not raced in DGSR so far. We've started there now basically, but no, we've only been in Era. But yeah, it was only Era really, and it was the Fast and the Feathered. It was a friend of mine and myself, and yeah, we got approached by Shimon and the others, and yeah, they were like, hey, let's just put it all together. Yeah, the guys from Wise Racing Motorsports have joined us now as well. So it's all growing together, and yeah, it's the Fast and the Feathered. We had a really good season there as well. My friend got P2 in Iron that season. I finished P1 in Platinum, and from that success, we're building our well story.
The Las Patos Hermanos, the 3 ducks, and I remember the video came, and this was kind of the big thing about it. Out of nowhere, there was just this beautifully put together video, and I would love, Flo, if you ever get the video or the YouTube link for the video, please let us know. We'd love to show people of this, how it was put together. But it was absolutely incredible to see how it was put together, the story of the family of the going at it now and really, you know, creating their own team, and it gave a bit of a background, and I think it evolved into something new. But your team up now for the car, what is the reason? How did you guys come to be in your? As we just saw the 11 car, sorry, the 1, 2, 3 car, unfortunately in 11th place, had it coming together with one of the GD4. And just had a monster of an impact. That was might have been one of the M2s he was trying to overtake.
Yeah, it's an M2. That's the
number
number 53 car.
There. Oh man!
Wait,
no, he dropped a wheel on the grass and it sent him flying. I actually have to say the M2 didn't really play a role.
So that was the 53 car, was it?
Yep.
Oh, so that's my team. I'm sure to hear that soon.
Damn.
Well, Luca behind the wheel has been saying that he hasn't been the quickest, and he hasn't been the safest of all the drivers. Been in only now into the Pink Panther, and unfortunately is now limping the car back to the pits.
Yeah, it is what it is, I guess. It's a 12-hour race. You know, there's 12 hours for things to go wrong.
I mean, it is for position for us. I'm still... you don't wish anyone any harm, right? You're really hoping everyone gets through this without any thing. But there's a small bit in me that's slightly happy we're going to gain a position. And we're up into P11 from that, very likely.
You know how you can also grow that P11? You know, to move yourself up. As Nathan Gray, all the way out from South Africa in the Los Patos Hermanos team. Welcome, Nathan Gray. And good to see another South African out there. And I'm just not being biased in terms of South Africans. I'm just, proud of it. But that being said, there is a Tiltify page that you can go to. That
is true, yeah.
It's this Cancer Research UK for the Drive for Dean rate. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's for the Driver Dean Memorial Race, and
Yeah, I think I've heard of it like a year ago. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a 50 for a stop go, but if you go 2 50s and a 9, that might be a good one. Just a thought, you know. Use it, don't use it.
We can also
it's a good race. You must go and see it sometime. It's really, really good. Highly recommend it. I'll put the link in the chat as well, in the virtual chat, just so everyone can see. But just so you can do it. But you know, just to assist, you know, if there's major damage to a car, you don't want to rush it. I mean, rushing's a problem.
They kind of need to get to the pits as well. Oh, now they've hit the wall again. Ooh.
So
in Galgenkopf onto the dirty.
I
That's
believe
really
so.
sad. I mean, we can also use it to get Mickey Taylor off our back, right?
But Thomas, maybe you need the team of Los Pantos Hermanos to assist you in repairing the car as well.
Potentially, you know, if Los Pantos Hermanos stop penalizing themselves and start penalizing others, you know, maybe they will gain some positions.
I think
Yep,
no.
We gotta see about that. It's a lot more fun.
We're looking at this a little bit on the offsides here. I mean, Los Pantos Hermanos can go and assist in the repair of your car. I mean, it's a possibility.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, this is where it's all about working together, I would say. Mordred, do you think that's fair? You know, assisting each other, either, you know, helping that it's not a rush job repair, or whether they can get some assistance to help with the car. I mean, Luca is having a difficult time there. I'm sure that the entire Drive for Dean Cuban team will love to have a bit of assistance, and Flo Scub, I think, will be phenomenal in changing tires for 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I can even do it in 29 and a half. But, you know, I don't want to rush myself as well, you know. Maybe I want to keep them in the pits a little longer as well. Maybe I do it in 35 seconds. You never know.
Well, I've put the link. You're more than welcome to use it, and for everyone out there in the virtual grandstands as well, please go and assist in these drivers that are, you know, having a difficulty of whether they should help each other or whether they need to have some more time of repair. We have got the donations that you can do, and added on to the fact, we do have that £60 where the commentators land up with a penalty. So £60, commentators get a penalty. So 50 gets stop go 30 second for a team, 60 gives the commentators a penalty, which you get to decide. So there is the play for it. But Mordred, I gotta say, been an incredible race. We got 2 incredible guests with us, 2 teams that are fighting out on the circuit, but also getting to see some incredible talent really fighting out their way through. Anything from your side you want to say to Thomas, who the 2 of them have been working frantic in the background?
No, I've just been enjoying trying to find the action for the camera as much as I can for the stream, and enjoying that the 1, 2, 3 cars attempt to drive with a steering wheel that had a default straight position of 5 o'clock. It did not work well. It was a rough time, and we're just watching the number 12 car, which is again trying to do 12 hours as a solo man effort, which is crazy, which is wrong. But Stefan Heuvel is 1 second behind the number 297 car and is trying to get up into a podium.
Well, absolutely incredible stuff. We're on the road to £3,000. We're on 2,600 in Memorial. And a massive, massive thank you to everyone going through a couple of our donations. 9 with the 50. Anonymous with the 50. Evil Noodle with a 10 and a 10. Just to add it in as well. We are starting to see some more of the penalties coming through. Christian Fingler getting a go 30-second penalty. That's the ERA Racing team that are first place of the GT4s. They got to stop 30 second. And that being said, the 757 Motorsport with Philip Frinsky behind the wheel has also got a stop-go 30-second that needs to be served, and that is a penalty. So that is going to be first and second at each other, really having a good go at one another, trying to move forward. But we also do have two teams that are more than happy to assist with each other's repair at this point. Flo, have you decided whether they need more time to repair the car and you willing to assist, or?
I'm gonna have a check with Nathan in a second what he thinks, how much is appropriate. And and I also gotta figure out my dinner sometime, but yeah.
Remember to make it funny. I think it would be worth. I mean, the options there.
I've got some good ideas. Yeah.
You want to make it. You want to make it memorable.
Yeah, like something like your wheel is still a little bit loose or something like that. You know.
Okay,
well, you forgot your pants or something like that. You know, driving naked. I don't know if that's really fun.
Well, Thomas, from your side, I mean, you've got your rival team here. Have you thought that how they can assist you in the repairs of your?
I've been busy trying to assist my own team with their repairs.
Fair enough. Well, that being said, honestly, it's phenomenal to have you guys here and just being part of the show, and honestly keeping us some amazing company in an incredible race. Now, we are starting to see some interesting situations. Climbs out of the SBC Racing, that's Lexus. That's got Steve Richardson that would be behind the wheel, trying to move forward in the Lexus. Loch Nessie, the Stray Light Racing Orange, in 6th place, has been trying to keep it up and keep going. But Steve Richardson taking the wheel of the SBC is out and having a huge amount of fun. Running in 6th place, interesting to see how this is going to work out for him. Hasn't been on track for too long. And that being said, it's going to be a rough one. We got 3 hours and 5 minutes. We are close to the £3,000 mark, folks, as that would be our 6th breakthrough. And we are aiming to beat the target of £3,800 raised. We did that last year. We're looking to beat it again. And it is going to be a huge, huge push. And we want you guys, all drivers, spectators, teams, to be part of the show, to give towards the Cancer Research UK. All proceeds go to the Cancer UK research. And honestly, massive, massive shout out to them and all the incredible work they do. Massive as well. They're going and joining us here in our drive for Dean Memorial. And it's honestly just been an incredible, incredible run. With so many people coming to the part of this incredible event. Massive thank you to Overtake for being a part of the show and also putting out a really, really impressive article and just explaining the sheer gravity of this event. SimGrid for being our host as WromWrom, DGSR, ACM, ERA, and also got to give a shout out to all the commentators and stewards fighting out behind the scenes, making this all work, being a part of this incredible show. And honestly, a massive shout out has to go to Mordred, who's been here from start and gonna see it to finish 12 hours as a commentator. And honestly, that is just incredible stuff to see. He's doing his own endurance race at the moment, and we are trying to help out as much as possible, giving a bit of a voice on air to see if that's going to help or drive him to insanity. Any votes?
That involves me having been sane at some point, and I don't think that was ever the case.
No, we're going to push you to sanity, then to insanity.
Okay,
That's full circle.
We're doing the 2 laps here. I got you.
Yes, it's you got to make sure. It's like Flo. You know, he thought he could make the corner, but discovered the walls don't move.
Yeah, that's very surprising.
I'm stunned that the walls don't move.
Yeah, so was I when I touched it. I thought it would, like, you know, I thought I would give way. Anyway, I got a bounce. I thank you very much for having me. It was a lot of fun. I'm gonna check back in with Nathan, see how he's doing, see what he thinks of maybe sharing a little bit of time with the others. in the pits, or maybe giving them more time.
He is leaving
And,
Mickey Taylor for dead, I'll say that much.
Yeah, he is. He's got really good pace, even despite that damage. He's doing a really good job.
Well, if it helps at this current point of time, it's 94.5 seconds to 10th place.
So you're saying about the stop and go?
Say if you add a 2, maybe a 2 and a 9, you will definitely bring it a lot closer, and that top 10 will be a fight out, because you have got the BMW with Timo Speshman, who is behind the wheel at current in the 13 car. And once again, 93 seconds, do as you will. But there's a very good race going on that has time penalties that can be dished out.
Yeah, well, I'm going to have a chat with Nathan. Thank you very much for having me. I wish you good luck and a lot of good racing. And yeah, maybe I'll see you again.
Looking forward to it. Just keep away from those walls. Ducks don't do well with it.
I'll do my best. Thank you very much.
So Stephen Wavell, who is now approaching 9 hours in the car, has just overtaken for 4th place in the GT4 category, 24th place overall. And yeah, that Ginetta is still going. Oh, pardon me, that was a lapped car he overtook. My bad. He's still got 2.7 seconds to go to the next car, but insane. Our other driver who was attempting to do the race entirely solo appears to have quit. So I can't blame him.
All got cooked. All got cooked. Honestly, massive shout out for getting thus far and landing up with a bit of an issue. So yeah, that's honestly, every lap helps. And you know what? For anyone that does fall out of the server, please do get yourself back in, be a part of it, because for every lap completed, there is some funds going back to the race as well that's being handed in. So we are pushing to get the ultimate mileage in doing it. Now, I've got to do a little bit of a math. Car number 20, the GT3s, is 6 laps down. So how much to put 20 GT3 cars 6 laps down? So I would say a fair chunk is needed to do that. But it is most certainly doable. We you know what? We're going to have some fun here. Mordred, Thomas, we're going to have some fun. We're going to create some carnage, because looking at the teams and how things go, we've got first place, which has got Son and Angel behind the wheel, still going and giving everything he's got. He's out in first place, and at the moment is 70 seconds ahead of ERA Highway Patrol, the DFD Highway Police that is fighting out there with Ernest Lundberg. So 70 seconds is 2 stop-go 30s.
Yes.
For first place.
Yeah.
Okay. So, that being said, it may be rather entertaining. Now, I've got a question. For the bottom of our GT3s, so the final of our GT3s is car number 190. What lap is car 190 on?
Car 190.
How many laps completed by car 90?
He has
That
completed
is my
54 laps.
54 laps. Okay.
Yes. The lead car overall has completed 64 laps. So that is a 10 lap difference.
So it's 10 lap difference. And 1 lap is 9 minutes. Let's call it 9 minutes a lap. So we got to work out how much time you need to make the final car get onto the lead lap to get that 10 laps. So let's work this one out. So 54 to 10 laps. So 9 minutes lap. Come on. Okay, let's try and put our brains together here. How many?
5,400 seconds.
100?
5,400.
5,400. 5,400. So 5,400 stop goes is needed. So we need to work out how many stop goes is that?
So 5,400 seconds into stop goes. We're talking about a minute a stop go. We're talking about 900 stop goes.
900 stop goes. Okay.
Oh, pardon. Transpose the digit there. 90 stop goes.
90. Okay.
Which is
so
only
that is
4,500
4,500 pounds needed to put the last car onto the lead lap. If anyone wants to try do that, that would go and absolutely bottle first place. Or you can put a fraction of that into going in each of the different cars and completely screwball the entire field as well of all the GT3s.
And if it helps you feel better, I feel bad for the 190 car because it's the one that lost about an hour due to technical difficulties. So, you're really just helping make the karma work.
Oh, absolutely.
So there we go, folks. And we're going to put the link yet again in the chat as well for you to go and be a part of it. We would love to see it. We're on the road to £3,000 here. And a big shout out to some of the news that have coming through. Rose with a 5, Sechin with the 50. Massive thank you to you all. We are 2,700. So close to the 3,000. Last year we got to 3,800. This year we're aiming for £4,000. That is the goal. That is the aim. That is what we're going for. And that is what we are pushing to go forward. And I'm taking a look down to 16th position. The likes of Julie Sons in the McLaren is just battling to bring that McLaren back to the pits. So ultimately a good one. But that being said, if anyone wants to know roughly how far in seconds each of the drivers are to one another, we as commentators and stewards will provide such information because, we owe it to the people, I think.
Transparency.
We owe it to the people. No, we have our list. It's not been redacted, but we have a list.
We ran for office on a high transparency platform.
Yep. And pose all questions to Thomas. Thomas not wanting to be involved right now.
I got otherwise preoccupied, sorry.
It's fine, don't worry. That's how it works. You just be preoccupied. Whatever goes on,
yes.
Whatever questions, just be preoccupied.
Exactly.
By the way,
what was it?
Shout out to the 757 team, which just put up the fastest lap in the GT4 class last time around. 8:55.75, sub 9 minutes around the NORDSCHLEIFE in a GT4. Pretty impressive.
That is seriously impressive, and I dare anyone to try.
And they just removed their drive stop and go 30 penalty as well, so they're going for the win.
They are going for it.
All right,
which
so
means we need to stop them.
They are 56 seconds behind the leader, Christian Fengler.
Exactly. So, chat, please stop 757.
Well, we're getting asked the difference between the 190 and the 81. Now, there's 58 laps is the 81, and the 190 is on 55. Now, I'm terrible at math, so I'm going to my calculator out here. Mildred?
It's about, we're looking at about 3 laps, and it's hard to say how much that's going to be because the lap time's been variance, but about 8.5 minutes probably per lap.
So 8.5 minutes, 3 laps. So that would be how many seconds?
It's a 510-second lap. They are 3 laps behind, so about 1,500, 1,530.
1530. 1530 divided by our 30 seconds. So 1530 divided. I am trying to math here, folks. This is a big brain stuff here. Trying my best.
If you're looking for the stop-go penalties to help them out, you're looking at about 26 of them.
26 stop-go penalties.
You know what? Let's call it an even 30. Call it an
even 30. Okay, right. So you're looking at £1,300. £1,300. Even a fraction of that will definitely make a difference. Absolutely. So if you are considering it, just putting it out there, you can get creative. You can get wild. You can have some fun. And honestly, we can see a lot of it. The only rule I'm putting down is none of this 9.99 cents. We can't have this like special where it's a 99 at the back of it. Can't happen. I refuse.
Oh, absolutely. Even number.
We can't have these pins coming through. It just can't happen, folks. It can't happen. But there we go. I'm giving you you're looking at £1,300. 1300 to bring it all the way close. So that is going to be a big run, but I think it is possible. If you want to see the 190 car in the Ford Mustang, go and catch up to the 81. And possibly even overtake it. Big time. Just think about the improvement that you're doing. You're assisting the drivers in relaxing after a grueling race around NORDSCHLEIFE. Just putting it out there. So we do have another invite guest. Over to you, Mordred.
Hey.
Hello.
Hello, I'm Botton from car number 24. We are very thankful for all of you for organizing this wonderful event. It's our team's first endurance event, and we've managed to put together 2 cars. Unfortunately, one of our drivers had to retire because of computer issues, and he's one of the fastest drivers in our team. I am the slowest, so the balance is a bit between. 2 of our cars are right behind each other, at least in terms of position. So there is a big, pretty big rivalry on who finishes ahead the other. Basically we are 3 guys with 3 very different driving styles. And the setup that we use is not really favorable for me, but I'm the slowest driver, so I just have to live with it. And that's all fine. So I hope that we can give you enough action for this next nearly 3 hours, because we are trying to give you an action. We didn't have a. Yeah, so
honestly,
we didn't have
for
Yeah, go on. Sorry. Go on.
After you.
So we didn't have a stint yet where we didn't have at least 15 seconds of damage.
I've seen that. Both of your cars have basically been rebuilt from scratch over the course of this race.
Yeah, I have managed to get 2 sets of 4-tire punctures, which, gives something that describes my driving style. I just put the front end in and then, put that front end in and it corrects then correct the slide. I'm a Porsche 992 main, but we figured that the curves and the Porsche are not friends. So we went with the M4 because it handles the curves a bit better and it's also pretty stable but well, our driving is not.
Well, honestly, as your first endurance, we are truly honored to have you and the team going racing with us, especially for such a amazing event, the Drive for Dean Memorial for charity. But take us through, where are you all from? Where are you guys from? Where are you based? And where people could get to know the drivers, the personalities behind the names that we see out on the circuit. They have been really fighting out. I mean, you guys are up into 18th position, which is no easy feat after a incredible 9 hours and 13 minutes.
Yeah, well, we are from Hungary. Basically from all the parts of Hungary. I don't maybe a couple of guys in car 23 are friends and they know each other in real life. But as far as I am concerned, this is my first event with the guys, and the same for our third driver who had to leave. Yeah, so we are just an upcoming team who play for fun. So we are, as you can see from our times, we are nowhere near professionals, just amateurs who like racing. And
well, I think I speak on behalf of everyone here. You might not be professionals in terms of the pace, but doing the 8-minute 41 as your best lap is definitely no easy feat. To race this long. To race this long is incredible. This is one thing. Professionals are scared of the circuit. They're scared of these type of races. Not many of them tend to enjoy it, but I would give yourself a little bit more credit as a team that is unifying together. Not many knowing each other from a real life perspective. You guys really stuck it in for an incredible cause, incredible race, and have been fighting it out where most teams would have thrown in the towel. And even I've seen professional teams, if they're not getting first place, if they knock it once, that's it. They throw in the towel. You guys have bent, broken, and twisted this car. You have gone with all your other cars and just really had a rough race. But honestly, you might not be a professional in speed, but you're a professional in our hearts. And honestly, out there in Hungary, guys, keep up the amazing effort. Mildred and Thomas can agree with me on this one.
Absolutely.
Well done, and keep going.
For a first
Absolutely.
effort, this is
It's been
very solid.
Yeah, it's been a great effort from every driver in here. It's been absolutely amazing to watch.
Yeah, thank you. And I think we will be here for every event of yours that we can attend. Yeah, so have a good, fun night, everyone. And yeah, see you
Absolutely. And before you go, I just want to ask one question. How do we say good morning or good afternoon or good night in Hungarian? I'd love to know, because we've got different personalities in the world. Mildred's all the way out in the US, and it's going to be into the morning heading to after the end of this race for him. I'm out in South Africa, so it's going to be heading in early morning. It's late evening, early morning. And Thomas, are you out in US as well, or UK?
No, I'm Norway, actually.
I was going to say,
okay,
he's
okay.
Norwegian.
All right, well, here we go. So, how do we say good morning, good evening, or good night in Hungarian? If you don't mind us asking, live on air.
Oh, no, I love teaching Hungarian. So, good morning is jó reggelt. Good afternoon is szép napot, or jó napot. And good evening is jó éjszakát.
Jó éjszakát. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Good enough for the first try.
Okay, right. Hopefully I didn't go and swear at anyone there. But honestly, thank you very, very much. Please tell the team, keep up the solid effort. You guys are doing well out there. And just keep your head down. We're looking forward to seeing that 24 car come across the line.
Yeah, we will definitely come across the line. So yeah, thank you once again for organizing, and have a great evening, and we will make sure to provide you some action.
Awesome stuff. Well, I mean,
bye bye. Yeah.
Cheerio. Well, I've got to say, we get to meet all sorts of people from around the world, and this is just a fantastic part here in the Dean Memorial. As we get close to that £3,000 mark, we're up to 2,740. Last year we got to 3,800. This year we're trying to go for that £4,000 mark, and you guys can make it work. I did, however, see Nathan Gray hit the wall a couple of times. That's going to play into the favor of Mickey Taylor, who gains 11th position, but also Luca, starting to gain in 13th, is 82nd at the moment.
About 79, but yeah.
No, it's 80 going 90. Yeah, Thomas, don't listen to him. It's 90. Stop goes. 3 stop goes.
Just about, yes.
So just a thought there. Just passing thought. I know you've been frantic in the background, going and sorting out, because let us remind everyone that not only do we have the penalties that get applied thanks to everyone going and supporting, but also the crowd dictating how the race goes. But we've also got live stewarding happening at the same time. So when there's incidents out on track, they're getting sorted out by our stewards, and penalties are being applied in the background as well. So our stewards are doing a lot of work at the back to make this all work and to be a part of this show. Honestly, a great effort, and wow. I mean, we've seen so much happening out during the course of this race. But I do want to point out that 80 seconds is between first and second overall, after 9 hours and 19 seconds of racing. Can you believe that?
I'm more amazed that both of those two cars are doing near their best laps still of the race at this point. It is incredibly impressive.
Now let us remind that there's also 50 seconds between first and second of our GT4s. Bear that in mind for ERA Racing Team Against Cancer and 757. 50 seconds after 9 hours of racing. 2 stop goes. Thud. Change of overall positioning. 15 seconds separates Carl Heinz in the MASH Motorsports M2 with Phil Walker in the DGSR GT3 Magnet. That is 1 stop go 32nd, and that's the race flipped. First and second in each class can be swapped with 1 stop go 32nd coming in at the right time. 2 is a sure lockout, and that's what we've got, folks. I mean, I'm quite staggered by that. Honestly, I'm quite taken by that because
Number
the incredible
13 car
racing that we
flirting
had
a little
that
bit
far.
with the grass there.
Oh boy.
But he comes out fine.
Oh boy.
He comes out fine. The risk works.
Honestly, we've seen some incredible racing as drivers carry on. I see the ERA Racing Team caught behind Phil Walker as 29th position is dealing with currently first of the GT4s, trying to give it everything they got. We've got our 18th position, and then is sitting with a stop go 32nd. We have got 15 seconds on Stoys, who is lying at 15 degrees Stoys for the MPL team. Stop go for 8th place of Frederick Berghoff for the DA Sounds Racing Memorial. So really good to see so many drivers still pushing, giving it everything they got towards the end of this race. 2 hours and 38 minutes. 2 hours and 38 minutes to get to our goal of 4,000. Our next goal, which will be our 6th breakthrough of the entire race, folks, because thanks to you, it has been on the climb. We're at 2,740. We're aiming for 3,000. We are aiming to go and get 4,000. We still got Anonymous with the top donation of £500, and that is absolutely incredible. And we would love to see someone come in and take a fight there. But we just got a new donation in from DSR K Sheriff coming in with the £30 to push the goal to 2,770. Oh man, I'm getting lost with numbers.
That donation coming in, I think I'm going to disappear and also at the same time teach you good night, good evening, good morning in the other way around in Norwegian. So, here we go. God morgon, god eftermiddag och god kväll.
I love it! I love it! I love it! Someone saying it really knocking out of the ballpark. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm happy with that.
This is very nice.
That's incredible. I love it. Oh man, doesn't that give you chills?
It does. It does. It does.
Oh man, we just got mic drop by the Norwegians. Just by the way, I mean that's it. We got mic drop. We got bottled by Norwegian. US, South Africa, Norwegian wins. Wow, so much is going on here, and well, we have got the likes of Jertan Bongers in the grandstands that is saying, I'm Sheriff. So thank you very much on your donation of £30 and bringing us closer to our goal, but at the same time, congratulations on putting a penalty on other teams.
Mm-hmm. So, Son Angel still leads with the 211 car, the FOMO Racing DFD crew. They've done a fantastic job, been in the lead for most of the laps of this race. There were some moments when it wasn't the case. The 911 had the lead at one point, the 55 had the lead at one point, but this 211 car has been borderline unstoppable. We've really not seen it put a wheel wrong. It's gone out there. It's done everything you could ask for. I'm laying the caster's curse on very thick here. Come on.
It takes 3 penalties, 3 stop-goes to change it.
Number
3 stop-goes.
Number 43 car would like to say that they are just 2 drivers and do a good job.
I mean, if you think about it, 12 hours, 2 drivers, 6 hours each.
That's
an incredible amount. We've got solo drivers going for 12 hours.
We have a solo driver still out there. 25th place, the number 12 car, the Ginetta, Stefan Huvel, still out there. 5th place in class.
Honestly.
And it is a madman.
I mean, this is just incredible, incredible stuff. Well, Sheriff, you're more than welcome to come up chat to you, get a bit of an idea of how your 6 hours went. Just being a part of this amazing event. You also donated to the event as well during the course of this race, which is definitely helping out going towards Cancer Research UK and being part of the incredible one. I do think, however, that I've done the last couple of interviews. You're going to go with this interview when it comes up, but I am going to dive into some more information about the Cancer Research UK to give us a bit of an idea of what happens. Over to you, Mondra.
All right.
Hey, hi guys.
How you doing, Sheriff?
A little bit tired, but good. How about you guys?
Doing good, a little tired, but it's all good. I mean, there may or may not be a flood upstairs, which I'm a little bit worried about now. But
oh, understandable.
my landlord came knocking on the door to get me to turn the water off, so I'm a little nervous now. But
yeah, that's really understandable. It is what it is. We gotta live through it sometimes. Same as it goes on track. Sometimes it's really nervous overtaking the M2s and the GT4s, but easily doable still. But sometimes they can you think they're going to the left, but then they're going to the right, and you really got to calculate for that. It's sometimes really sketchy, but so far we had no accidents with traffic, so I'm happy about that, to be fair.
I was gonna say, I don't have a memory of your car looking like anything was flying off of it, so that's that's a generally positive vibe.
Yeah, well, I gotta shame on myself a little bit here. I did have a pretty big accident in my second stint, so almost 2 minutes of damage, sadly enough. But other than that, me and Freddy, my teammate, have been doing pretty good, to be fair, yeah. Not many accidents.
It's been a solid outing. You guys have one of the nicer looking cars out there as well. A lovely livery. Reminds me of the late 90s, early 2000s Jordan F1 cars, which I'm all here for.
Well, that's exactly kind of the look we were going through in the sound. So I'm happy that you got that out of that.
Excellent, excellent. You guys are running in 8th place right now. Kind of lonely at the moment. You're about 3 minutes behind the 7th place car. About 4 minutes ahead of the 9th place car. So, how do you fancy your chances getting further up the field, or is 8th place kind of the I don't want to say the goal. That's the wrong thing, but like is that a satisfactory result?
Well, actually, P8 is already a satisfactory result, indeed. We came here just to have fun and to test out our car and test out our teams. Sadly enough, our sister team had to forfeit pretty early due to a miscommunication between the drivers and fucking up their entry list. But yeah, we're still going, and yeah, honestly, there's so much going on, and we had a pretty good chance. We were really close to P7 and P6, but because of my accident, we're now 3 minutes behind. So yeah,
well, that number's coming down. We just got a drive-through penalty handed out to the number 85 in 7th place. So
yeah, because I gave it to him.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
They gave me a 10-second time penalty, so I said to my teammate, you know, I can't let that slide. I gotta give something back, you know.
Tit for tat.
But yeah, teammate is now gonna finish it, so I'm done for the day.
Oh, you
Thank
did
God.
the last 2.5 hours of the race. Wow.
I've driven actually. Yeah, he's doing the last 2.5 hours now. Yeah, we've been doing triple stints all the way.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty good. But after about 2 hours, you get in that automatic flow. You know what I mean? And then you're not thinking anymore. You're just driving, and that's the best, honestly.
Well, it's good to say. Good luck to Frederick as he tries to maybe reel in 7th place. It's gonna be a tough ask, but you know what? We got 2.5 hours left. There's 3 minutes to be made up somewhere in there.
Yeah, and still a lot of time left for anything that can happen. Well, I wish you guys good luck with commentating, and also thanks to the host for organizing this amazing event.
Excellent. Oh, we got some people looking to hop in. We've got Adam Tyne is back. And I do not know how to say that name. Jayamber? I don't know. We will find out.
Oh. Yeah. I'm from Hungary too. Hi. Good evening for everyone. I'm from the car 23rd in Pools Drive Racing Team 2, like some of the previous driver did. Botond. I am Botond too. I'm from Hungary. I'm from the west side of the country, actually, and we are the twin car for the previous one, Pools Drive Racing, yeah. And now we are on the 90th position. And thank you guys for do this event and this charity, because I think it's so important to say this for the big world and present it, because it's a very serious problem now. And actually, it's just a great event. This is my first time too, like one of my teammates, same situation, but one of the team is actually experienced driver, and this is not the first time for him, but it's actually great, and we are enjoying this event. We had collisions actually, and some serious damages and mistakes. But this is how we learn. And
Was it your car that had the rear wing hanging off of it, or was that the other car?
it was other, I think. It was other. But yeah, we had some still other issues. But yeah. Yeah, so we are on VR3, so we didn't have any technical issue except some lagging, but I think it's from the game, so it's not the server, because I and my teammate didn't have any issue with that, so it was good. So yeah, I came here for say thank you for you, and I'm really happy because I can be here, and this is my first time, so this is a great start, I think, in career, and yeah, maybe that's all. I say hi for the other car, actually, if they are hearing this. So yeah, and I want to say good luck for every other car, actually.
Well, that's good sportsmanship, and I appreciate that.
Honestly, well done, and wow, all the way out from Hungary, being part of it's always phenomenal. Thank you to you and the team, and much like all the teams and drafts out there, fighting to keep it out on the circuit and surviving it all, putting on the show, seeing you guys out racing. It's honestly an honor and a privilege to be on the microphone for you guys. So massive thank you for joining us and being part of the show.
Yeah, I appreciate too. So, and this is a free event, actually, what I think more rarely than a person can think, because on iRacing, for example, you need to be good to be a part of a race like this. But this is free and everyone could join to this. So, and yeah, this is a charity, so that's the main point of it. So yeah, it's great. And yeah, I heard back the previous interview of my twin car, of our twin car pilot, twin class pilot. It was great, and I enjoyed the show, actually. So so I appreciate, and maybe some of us appreciate the whole event for that, and we are happy to this. So thank you again.
Not a problem. Happy to do it, and happy to have you be a part of it.
Okay, so maybe. Okay, you can say that. Yeah.
Well, absolutely to have you, and really great stuff on being part of the Drive for Dean event. Now, I am seeing a car ricocheting across the circuit, and that is the 31st car number 42, Logistical Nightmare Racing, bouncing around and, well, looking a little bit handful there, Mordred.
Yeah, I've got him on the screen now, and it's kind of weird. The initial contact he had wasn't really anything significant, but it's like he's lost all grip. Let me hop on board here with the oh lord, that yeah, oh okay, yeah, no, that's yeah, that wheel's at 7 o'clock while going straight. That's not fantastic. That's not what you want.
That's is that that's all, folks, from that Porky Pig.
He's in the pit lane. He's in the pit lane now to get it fixed up. So hopefully the 42 car can soldier on and continue to pile on those laps and get that donation in there.
Yeah. That being said, we've got our fellow commentator, amazing voice, and also got the coolest picture in the world, resulting in a little puppy dog. And that is Andy Tai. Welcome, Andy. Welcome to the commentary box yet again for some phenomenal action here for the. We up to 2,700 £2,870. We're on the road, well, 2,820. Apologies. We've gone up. A massive thank you comes into Anonymous with £50 donation, and that is going to be a time penalty to one of our drivers. And we're on that road for 3,000. Now, that being said, Andy, we have got a little bit of a thing going on. If there's a £60 that comes in, us as commentators get penalised, and the penalty is chosen by that person who donates the 60. So, do you still want to be here? It's going to be fun.
Well, I've had a good streak of racing so far. I've been done 2 stints. Only done 14 seconds of damage, mind, which I'm really surprised about. There's been a few wall rides I've done, pretty rad. But yeah, managed to come away unscathed for the most part. It wouldn't go amiss if the 100% most skilled drivers didn't come away with extra penalties. We've actually come away with only 1 so far.
So which car were you in again?
You better
which
be knocking
was the
on
number again?
all
Sorry,
I
didn't catch
this
that.
Is it. That's it. Yeah, car number 76. It's the most skilled drivers. He did say, now Elliot, who's currently racing, he did ask, please don't have me on camera. Please don't. But it's kind of happening, and I have literally no control. And I can't say no, because I want to see my boy racing. And he is pulling out some serious track work at the moment. He's been practicing since the morning, and I have every bit of faith that he is going to be doing us proud here for Team 76.
Well, so far so good. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, no jinxing. I usually have, when I do commentate, I usually bring with me the commentator's curse. So every time I land the camera on one of the unsuspecting drivers, they usually end up in the gravel. Followed swiftly by myself saying, you can't park there, mate. And they end up back in the pits. So, yeah, I usually have that curse, but not today. It's looking good.
For the first time today, the fastest lap no longer belongs to the 211 car. The 55 car has taken the fastest lap with a 8 minute 11 seconds .277 lap time. That is 1/100th of a second faster than what the 211 has done. And they've got the purple.
Well, you know,
so congratulations
Elliot's
to
out
Pavel.
there on a Elliot's out there on a charge in the 76 car, and you know, I really appreciate all the hard work that's gone in, but he's been driving really hard. So, you know, to the Griffin Sim Racing team, Ulrich Diaga, I just worked out for you. Don't stress, but I'm helping out here because, you know, Elliot looks worn out. Adam over here also looks very worn out. 2 stop go 30 seconds should be fine. It's 71 seconds, so 2 stop go 60. And I know pounds is a little bit to think about, but we can put it into rands. It's 2,300 that goes to the likes of charity. So for the Griffin Sim Racing, there's the number. I will put the link as well. Remember, it's to help the Cancer Research UK, and also poor Elliot that's been racing hard in 30th position, only 70 seconds up the road from you.
So, I want to caveat, this is for Elliot's first stint. It's the very first stint, and he's come in, and he's like, please don't put the cameras on me. And now he's getting a penalty. This is the first foray into such a huge event, and I feel guilty because I've brought him into this arena over from iRacing, and this is this is how he's been welcomed. Welcome to the party. Hey, have a penalty.
Okay, so hold the phone here. Hold the phone. So you telling me this is Elliot's first time in endurance in ACC after jumping ship from iRacing? Okay, firstly, I'm an iRacer. I've taken great offense to this matter, but I'm still glad that you got to do it here. But that being said, folks, Elliot is having his first stint out, and he hasn't incurred a stop-go as yet. Come now. I go and plead to all those out there in the virtual grandstand help Elliot a little bit furher? I mean, even just a 10-second stop, help him out a little bit to carry on. What do you think? Mordred, you think that at least helps out Adam? I mean, I think the bane of the
I think it's only fair that he get the full experience of everything that the game and endurance racing has to offer.
Hello.
Well, I will post the comment, but I'm going to leave you be for now. As I said, Griffin Sim Racing Team 2,350.
By the way, the one-man army. We have to play a little Our Lady Peace anytime this car is on screen at this point. Stefan Huevel has picked up another spot and has moved up into 4th place amongst the GT4s. Again, this person, this man, this legend has been in the car for almost 10 hours.
I'm just amazed, honestly, to point it out there, going and fighting out, done an incredible job. Another little discussion that you have is Prem, who's chasing him down 1.8 seconds in that Camaro, is looking to give him a little bit of a run time. They're finding out for position. They're running 4th and 5th at current, and they're within earshot of one another.
It's definitely going to be one that I'm keeping my eye on here with the camera. Quite a bit. We'll see if Prem can come back at him. Huevel overtook him a couple turns ago and has opened up the aforementioned 2-second gap. So we'll see if that Camaro can come back at him.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to take any blame for anything that happens from this point forward. All happened was, wrong place, wrong time. I come into the booth and then it's like, oh, Adam, yeah, penalties. What do you think? Your team? I'll see. We'll see. But we do have with us at the moment in the booth, I believe, is my teammate who is actually, let's just say, the one with the title of 100% the most skilled driver singular. That is my Makarov.
Don't short sell yourself, man. You're doing great.
No, stop! I'm blushing. Stop it.
I just came off my stint. Handed over the car to Elliot. He asked me to spectate him, give him some tips, and in the first sector, I spotted absolutely nothing to correct, so I let him be. He's doing great. I just want to commend the guy that's doing the race on his own, the Gilletta driver, because I was behind him at one point and he was pulling away from me, and doing that after like 9+ hours driving, it's unbelievable, at least to me.
I did that one.
Yeah, that's pretty much all I wanted to say. We are clawing back, we were last place in class at one point, and right now we are 7th, I believe. So, pray for us. After Elliot is done, then there's 2 more stints, and I'm gonna bring us over the finish line, right, Adam?
Yeah, yes, you will.
Hopefully, I haven't given away too much here.
No, I don't think so. Maybe there's going to be some GT4 listeners currently racing. I'm sure there will be some. They'll be listening to our strategy leading into the last few moments. Or is it a bit of a faux pas? Are we going to actually have that many stints? Who knows?
I guess only time will tell, right?
Yeah.
Only time will tell if this is a complete bluff.
Definitely a bluff. Didn't accidentally give away our strategy at all.
Not at all.
No, not at all. Well, bye-bye.
I'm done. Mic drop. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Mike. That's great to have you in the booth, man.
Absolutely amazing stuff out there. Now, we've got to ask Adam, out there on the circuit, it is a incredible time with such an incredible field, and the drivers out there really putting in the what is the feeling down in the pits, going and listening to everyone, going to see the drivers, being out there against some of these teams that are really in for a fight for the top running orders, and to just the atmosphere in general on this event? I mean, 12 hours, NORDSCHLEIFE is already a daunting affair, but now to be part of such a legendary race, of the Drive for Dean race, 12 hours, and we're getting so close to our 6th goal that we've set during the entirety of this podcast. 2 hours and 12 minutes left of the race. We're aiming to get the 3,000. We want to match, if not better, last year, where we landed up with 3,800. That being said, Deem Anemic against Cancer, thank you very much for the 15, and bringing us to 2,885. Haven't had it on Elliot as yet, because I do want to see Adam's face when that does happen. Because I think there will be a little bit of a smile, because Adam, you took that thump a little bit earlier in the race.
Yeah. Which thump? That's the question. I've had a few. It's been a bit of a fever dream throughout today's race. So yeah. You tell me which thump was that?
Well, I mean, you've had your few of 10 seconds, 5 seconds, getting thrown at you.
Yeah, I mean, did that happen? I don't remember. I must have been so locked in, like when I'm driving, I don't see much of the screen around me. If I see a penalty, I usually say, "Oh, cool, penalty." I don't think it's me. But people have been putting penalties while I'm racing. Shame on you. Shame on you. We are here to try our best, and we're at the back of the field. That's just insult to injury. But you know what? It's all cleared and off the deck, because it's for charity and it's all going for a good cause. So, the feelings on penalties, brilliant. Like, I have, yeah, it just makes me feel nice that so many people can just reach into their pockets and just, donate to something like a really common cause. And I mentioned earlier on the stream, and so did Mia Dread as well. We all share a common experience with someone who is, currently undergoing treatment, or has undergone treatment and, achieved remission, which is fantastic. And I guess that's why we're all here. We are supporting the same cause, and seeing the numbers, nearly £3,000. I can't believe it hit 3,800 last year. And some of the biggest donation I've seen in one hit was £500 from an anonymous donator, like early on in the race. Yeah, I let's just say I'm coming back here next year. This is it's so good to see us doing this.
It looks like you're kind of getting unnerved by something. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm just kind of watching, anticipating what's going to come through on the chat, or any donations. Like, I've put Elliot in a sticky spot, and I'm just worried. Like, he's going to be feeling good, and then that penalty's going to come in. It's going to be like a drive-through or a stop-go 30, and he's going to be like, "What did I do? What happened?"
You guys are in a
also,
very weird position right now, because you are literally right behind the car ahead of you in the GT4 standings, but it's a lap ahead of you. So Elliot's in the weird spot of, if I want to try and overtake him, it's taking a lap back, and do I want to risk that?
Yeah, that's yeah, I think it's probably wise not to overtake. Let's see what happens. But if you overtake, I think the penalty's coming. So that's my feeling.
I do want to point out a few sticky situations here. Ernest Lund just lost his Lexus into the dirt. That is second place of our overall and GT3. That was originally 40 seconds up the road, and it's progressively getting worse for Mr. Lundbergs to be able to get the car going. So from 40 seconds, they're now 104 seconds back.
Ooh, yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I just saw the replay of his accident there with one of the lapped cars, and that was
lovely J-turn. Lovely.
It was an unnecessary aggressive move, I would have to say, in my opinion.
Sundberg's not one to hold his punches, that's for certain, but not quite the way you want to try and maneuver around the competition, and may have just impacted their race quite severely.
Yeah, you got to watch out for yourself, and also for the other drivers who may, be also racing their race, and you don't need to add to their. If they've already had a bad race, usually, lapping them is usually an indicator of, go easy. But I do notice the GT3s, like, naturally they're going to be coming across the most aggressive with the most horsepower under the bonnet. But I have noticed that the passings have been, let's say a bit hot under the collar. There's been a few moments where a few of the drivers, not on my stint so much, there's other stints with my team, where they've been sort of like, whether they're chasing a better time or what, like, it's not the platform to do it on, but they certainly have a better angle with the vehicle that they've got. No doubt about that, but I think patience, is in some cases is definitely warranted.
Especially in an endurance race, as you get down to the last 2 hours, this is a tough part of the race, I would say, for many to contend with. Many of the teams really. We're up to £2,009. Anonymous with a 15. A massive thank you for being part of it. We are £100 short of breaking our 6th goal in this broadcast. Now, I'm going to take us back a year. 3,800 with a little bit of change. We're going to forget about the change. We are not going to have pens. Please. No, can't have it happen. But 3,800 was last year's target that we hit. And we are looking to beat that, getting to 4,000. Now, that being said, we are getting closer and closer to that mark. We 1,000 off, and it takes £50 to go and move it up. So, I mean, this is going to be a big thing. Now, a couple of teams that can be thinking about this, and I do think it's going to be a big part, is going to come from FOMO Racing and the likes of Highway Police. The two of them have an opportunity to stop-go 30 seconds one another. 2 stop-goes is already 60 seconds. Drive down the pit lane, that already adds another 30 up to 90, and that can close that gap up rapidly. Now, whether you could save that for your pocket a little later is a possibility. That could switch out first place. In the likes of our GT4s, as we've got Philip Frings, who's in 19th position. He's having likes of Michael Johnson in the McLaren GT3 trying to get past him. He's only 36 seconds away from Lucas Collab. Now, Lucas Collab, their team, can also pull out that favorable as well. And I mean, this is going to be a huge, huge run for the drivers to move forward. I do want to also point out, we're getting a little bit of information that Mike Johnson is racing on a controller. He's not actually on a steering wheel, which does give in a bit of information of why the car seems a bit all over the show. Because if you're running on joystick, I mean, that is some incredible, incredible stuff, and to be able to work through. But it does show that he's also the finer controls that the circuit needs. He's got a little bit on the back foot, and this is now playing into the fact that he's got Philip Prince trying to go and battle to get round him in the GT4, and you've now got Alexis trying to get past around and get into the fray.
That's Steven Richardson in the Lexus. 5th place, making his way through. And the GT4 gets back past. Oh boy.
Oh, shoulder to shoulder coming through.
But this is an interesting one because you've got 2 McLarens came out at the same time with the 720S. Well, this is the 720S Evo and the 650 earlier. See the proportion changes that both cars have been made, one to allow for a little bit more balance in terms of high-speed steering, like what the 720 is. But how close and evenly matched GT4 and a GT3 can be through the corners when you've got the right drivers in the car. So you can see how Philip has been making life rather difficult for Mike Johnson, who only now has been able to put the power down and really bolster and get away from that 650.
Just gotten a nod from my teammate that there's a good battle going on for 76. Again, it's a lapped car, but for the Camaro, but it's pulled the overtake on that Camaro, which I'm not sure which position that is actually from this angle, but it's not a position taken. Still in 30th.
That is the 26th place
his first
car
run out,
at
Elliot's
Sachai.
doing an absolute blinder. So no favouritism, of course. We keep putting that disclaimer out for our team members, but yeah, absolutely none. I just wanted to bring our attention to this moment for his debut.
That is Silas Sachai that he's having, we'll call it fun with, in the Camaro.
Taking a look, we've also had Sean Skitter pulling into the pits. He's got a little bit of damage on the car for the DD4. We've been seeing so many on and off battles happening around the circuit. We've also just had an accident. 16th place car, number 11, Julie Science, actually getting his car completely rotated around. He is trying to get it going, but once again, the turning circles on these GD3s is a little bit difficult. And Andy, I mean, slow pace with the cars in GD4s and GD3s, they are usually rather nimble, them. But take us through, if you slow these cars down quite a bit, do they become more difficult, do you think, or are they more compliant?
Well, it's a tricky one to say, because if you were to slow down a GT3, those cars inherently have a lot more downforce, therefore they have better traction. Slowing it down will inevitably... Oh, there's someone that's parked on the curbside having a nice picnic, surfing the barrier. But slowing down a GT3 is probably going to make drivers more frustrated, and I think, yeah, slowing down is probably not the answer. I think it's just more allowing... If the GT4s had the same aero as the GT3, I think they'll be closer matched. But some corners, you just cannot lay the traction down on. Like watching the McLaren for Felinsky here, you'll notice that Johnson is able to pull away just on the cornering alone. Albeit with a M2 backmarker.
I'll take a look. That was Samuel Jourdain that actually landed up with a bit of impact and severely broken in the M2 class, running a little bit further down at the back of the M2 class, but still fighting to keep out there.
Yeah, that's
these are
definitely going to be a pit stop required to get that fixed up.
Yeah.
So a bit of broken pieces all around. But this is the one thing I've got to talk about the race. Is a big change up at the front. 8th place, Frederick Berghoff has gone off, and the DA Sounds Racing Memorial is completely broken. That car is in absolute pieces, and this is going to only play into the hands of the KFD team. They're running in 9th place. Christoph Peterson will get the alert to charge on as fast as possible, while 8th place in the race has completely gone and busted the car up.
Yeah,
and he's returned.
Yeah. Wow.
And lost out position.
After all this time, it's
Wow.
just hit 10 hours. 10 hours. And yeah, anything can happen, folks. Anything can happen. And it's KFD right there.
Well, this does play into the fact of Nico Smith, who is on one lap down to Frederick Bursoff. So the drive for Dean template, Nico Smith, the 13 car, and the 197 of Perry, who have the ability now, and not to count out Nathan Gray from the Los Pontos Hermanos, they have an opportunity to really put the hammer down and get closer to the 43 car. So if the 43 car, for whatever reason, stays in pits longer after the towback and the repair work, that is going to be out of the top 10. That is down to 12th position on hour 10 with 1 hour and 57 minutes to go in this. Hats off, ears off, everything completely off. We're in for a race till the end.
Yeah, this kind of race time now, it just feels a little bit more tame. If you're joining in at this kind of time, it's going to be more palatable to race in. So to think like, oh, now what's left is a start of a new race. Yeah.
Well, if you think about this, what we've got here in the last 1 hour and 56 minutes, we've got £2,900 that's been raised for the Cancer Research UK. An absolutely massive thank you to every single person that's donated thus far. It's been incredible. Even just joining here on the channel, it's been fantastic to have you guys and being engaging with us, talking, being part of the incredible virtual crowd. But we're on the road for 3,000 as our goal, and we're looking to beat last year's £3,800 raised for the Drive for Dean, and that is our goal, £3,800 to beat. And if we manage to raise 3,900, that's already a step over, and that is the main goal that we in for this race. But that being said, we're in a critical stage of the race where third place is 60 seconds between the two. Third and fourth are right on top of one another. That's just for our G. We are so close to bring the race into it. And, I mean, this is going to be a race to the end. But it's not over and can be heavily influenced by those at home to change things up, to make it work in favor of their favorite teams, their favorite drivers, and their favorite cars right here on the Drive for Dean. I've got to say, as an annual event, this is going to be one heck of a finish because 181 seconds separates ERA Highway Patrol, the Ben Hicks Highway DFD Highway Police, and the FOMO Racing. So if you work on it, this is a big run. This could be make or break to get everyone a little bit closer. This can be a decisive impact to the race. And I mean, Andy, you've seen this type of racing before. As we do see a pulled into the pits. He's got a bit of damage to the nose. And we've got likes of Andrei Pochkov in the NVIDIA RTX retaking that third place. But we've got a very, very close race. Not only in terms of the teams having fun out there, but also in great support for the charity of the Cancer Research UK.
Just got a bit of intel from the game chat. The car we're watching now, car number 43 that we saw taking a trip down the grassy knoll. They had brake prop failure, it seemed. The brakes weren't responding, and they were relying on the wall and the grass to slow them down. So that's why we saw such a dramatic end, and straight back to pit. So back out of the pit comes Berglov, without any rest. Just the only rest you get is while your car's being repaired, and then you're straight back out. That's no driver swap.
Yeah, we heard from
He keeps going.
We heard from that team that they are triple stinting the entire race, so 3-hour stints for the two drivers. And Berghoff is going to be in there for the rest of this race, which is problematic when you think that his brake pedals may have failed.
No, let's hope it's not hardware. It's just simulator. Let's just hope.
Let's hope.
Well, to go, we've got drivers from around the world. We've got teams do you know that the Cancer Research UK actually has different locations where they go and help with, they've got charity fund network to different places. And this is out in the UK, and, well, you can go and take a look. They've got Cambridge, the University of Cambridge. They've got the City of London, the King's College London, University College London, Bart's Cancer Institute, and Crick Institute. We've got the Convergence Science, Imperial College London, and the Institute of Cancer Research. Manchester's University of Manchester. Newcastle, there's Newcastle University. University of Oxford, Scotland, University of Edinburgh, and University of Glasgow. So talk about having drivers from everywhere, but even being part of the cancer research that also has got these multiple networks working towards a goal of just finding out what makes us all tick, how to sort it out, and to move forward, and also promoting information that can help guide the general layman through a very difficult time, and working out all the different heavy terminologies in the medical space as well. And you can actually go over to the cancerresearchuk.org website for all the information that you need, and broken down into nice bite-sized bites. And I honestly, as a medical personnel myself, I've looked at this and I go, how come this information wasn't accessible to me earlier in my time of studying? Because honestly, reading it now, I'm looking at it and going, it makes far more sense than all the jargon we had to cut through to be able to go and do it. So honestly, great stuff. And it's great to see that the Drive for Dean Memorial Race is helping grow and make things move forward. I do, however, see that we got a problem for the 296 driver of Prem, who was on the charge with the Camaro, has landed up a little bit broken. The number 43 car.
Ooh, very dramatic entrance of the of the Camaro, just taking it sideways through. Looks like sector 3 at the moment. No, it's possibly sector 1. It is, yeah. Oh, that is a bucking Bronco he's got on his hands right there.
He's keeping it out of the wall pretty well, to be honest.
Oh, the curse landed. Little touch, but he's good. Good.
I mean, to be honest, I was just watching a replay of like 30 seconds of that the last 30 seconds there, and he should have died about 4 or 5 times, and he didn't. So, yeah. Credit where it is due.
Now that's Carl Henderson out from South Africa. Oh no, another South African! Please get it through to the end.
There's just a comment from the chat here from RSN UBGAE. Wow, he's fine. Don't worry, just a flesh wound. He's fine. I mean, ignore the bumper, but
ignore the bumper. Ignore the fact that he can't keep the car straight. Ignore that every time he hits a curb, the car wants to roll. He's fine.
Yeah,
you know, you do the mentality of how do you check a tire? You kick it. There we go. It's round, folks. It's round. You just kick the tire. It's round. If you manage to hit the rim, it's still fine because it's attached to the tire.
Yeah, absolutely. Any bulges? Nah, there's no bulge. It's fine. No, don't worry about it. You know, just driving along, poke your head over the corner out the window. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, and RSNUBJ says it'll buff out. Yeah, I like that. Positive self-talk. That's what you need in a time of sideways. That's for sure.
You can fix it. It's no big deal.
Great.
Yeah. In the building trade,
Rose
they say
£5. Massive thank you to Rose. So we're up to £2,905 raised for the Cancer Research UK here for the Drive for Dean Memorial. We owed for £3,000 in this incredible event. So we have got one of our drivers here joining us. We got Elliot in the box. Elliot, how are you feeling?
Not too bad, actually. Not too bad. Thank you for organising this event, and it's been enjoyable for my first time. Definitely learning the Nürburgring as well. So yeah, it's been interesting.
So a lot of learning. That's good to know. But the big questions come in is sitting on such a historic track on an event, second time running. I mean, with a monstrous grid, has there been no nerves getting kicked in of like, hey, listen, this is quite big here?
I've been dreading this since yesterday, really, and since the race starts. Obviously, I've been watching Adam start the race, and just watching them, just literally blew my mind what they can do.
Don't talk about the first day.
It's obviously been an incredible one there. We did see your stint, however, very clean, very easy, not pushing too hard a little bit earlier. What was your game plan or focus to ensure that you keep going? I mean, we had both your teammates sitting here in the commentary box, and they left you stark alone.
I mean, it's probably for the best that they left me alone, because then it puts me less pressure, and I've got less expectation to meet. But other than that, it's been amazing. What can I say? Well, the challenge was to get used to the setup that the whole team used, and I've been practicing a whole night last night until 2 o'clock in the morning. So yeah, a lot of hard work has been put in, but I think the hard work has paid off today for my first appearance. I think I kept it semi-clean. My goal is basically to bring the car back home for my teammate to carry on the race, really.
Well, absolutely phenomenal work there. That's for sure. And I think, from what we've seen, it's been an incredible effort. Your thoughts of being around the M and the class racing is already a beast by itself. But having to deal around 25 kilometers of this race is just its own little challenge. How's it been for you to deal with this multi-class racing?
The biggest challenge is knowing which corner's coming up next. I mean, I literally just downloaded this track 2 days ago, so I put in quite a few hours in it, but the challenge is still there, of which turning is coming up next. And obviously, with the GT3 cars coming up really quickly, and I have to give way to them, it basically adds on the challenge. But it's a good challenge at the end of the day. It's not a daunting one.
Can I just flag something right there? There's the key words of only downloaded this 2 days ago, this particular circuit.
Yes, I know. It's literally just started ACC, I believe, just a month ago, I think.
Yeah.
So
first race Misano, I think.
I am adapting well, I think.
Yeah.
There's still got a lot of learning curve to go, but I'm progressing. Hopefully, you'll get to see me a lot more in the future, and that's what I'm hoping anyway.
I mean, with your skills, yeah. That'd be lovely. But don't talk about that, because Stephen is iRacing. And he's upset that he came over from iRacing, and now he's doing ACC. So, do you want to sort of...
Commentating iRacing tomorrow. Leave me alone here, okay?
I actually learned most of my skills from iRacing, so a lot of my debt actually owes to iRacing, and that's why I'm still playing it up till now. It's one of the best tools. What can I say? It teaches you how to not to overdrive the car. That's very important, which is what I've learned at ACC. And yeah, keeping it clean, discipline. It's all there, really.
The only thing iRacing doesn't have that currently we're getting to see is one of the best events in the absolute world, and I have to say, hands down, in the world, is the 12 hours of NORDSCHLEIFE for the Drive for Dean Memorial. I mean, That being said, anyone will leave LMU, AMS2, Project Cars, Gran Turismo, all of it. And this is the sole reason to be here is for this prestigious event on the road to the beautiful, beautiful amount of 3,000, which would be our goal, our 6th goal for the time. We've actually gone over that now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Take a look. We have just gotten 3 anonymouses come in, each with the 50. We've passed 3,000. We on to 3,055. We're on the road for 3,800. We're on the road for the amount that we set last year. We're on for it.
Amazing.
Phenomenal stuff.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Oh, man, this is gonna happen. This is gonna happen. 3,800. We gotta beat it. Gotta beat it.
Also, shout out to Blake Moore, who has rejoined the server despite being multiple laps down, and is adding on to that lap count for that big donation at the end of the race. So we have an Audi once again.
Woo! Well, as said, you know, you wanna have the best race in the world. Well, you get to be part of it. The 12 hours in NORDSCHLEIFE, the drive for Dean. Even though you're not out there on the track, you get to be a part of the event. You get to go and dictate the winning of this entire race. And wow, this is gonna be a really good one. We're getting further information that there's no setup for Blake Moore's Audi. He hasn't got a setup on the car, so he is literally safe setup. Go, go.
Hello there.
Mr. Fingler, welcome to the commentary box.
I consider. Wait one. Can I can.
You come at a very good moment, Christian.
How is my... Oh, it's taking my phone. Well, that's not helping at all. Hello there.
All things considered, it sounds pretty okay for a phone, actually.
Yeah, good enough, isn't it? I just hope it would actually catch on my head tracking device, but yeah, that's a big no. Well, I just wanted to pop by as I saw that we just surpassed the £3,000 in donations, which is absolutely mental. Like,
ain't that great?
It just goes to show that sim racing is one of those hobbies where little boys with too much money get their spare time spent.
Speak for yourself, mate.
Yeah, I've done some math, and if we continue on the trajectory that we're on, we will probably end up with what was it, 2,000? No, it's 3,200 laps. So that's gonna be around 160-ish plus euros. That's gonna be donated from my side for all the laps being completed in the end. So we are on a super good road when it comes to collecting money for the charity, really.
Great, but I still want to reach the 3,800.
Absolutely.
4,000.
Given. Let's make. I mean, okay. From the driver's perspective, yeah, you're sitting there in your driver camp talking about a strategy, and then you just realize the last hour is gonna see the most penalties because everybody's like, we need to make a count now. We can catch the car in front of us if only. But these people wouldn't like to lose their position, so more pens are going to come flying around. It's going to be mental, I think. It's going to be a wild dash to the finish line.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the standings now and how close some of the drivers are, you can kind of get an idea of who's going to get the penalty.
Yeah, let's cheat for cancer.
I have to say, in the end,
public knowledge. Yeah, it's fine.
in the end, it makes a difference, though, because on this point, I think the penalties usually, when you spoke to anyone they were perceived quite light-hearted. A lot of people were thinking about what to write in the messages, something like, did you miss a pit stop for SG30? Or, did you realize the pit board is taken out? Go have a look if you don't believe us. Stuff like that. I absolutely love it. I've come up with an idea, which I'm not quite sure. I'm going to probably make a poll on the announcements channel just a bit later on. I'm considering if we should make a Drive for Dean t-shirt for the event that we just participated in. And we could fill the back of it with the messages that have been added to the penalties and just have them, layered and sprinkled above each other on the back. And then on the front, obviously, we could have the NORDSCHLEIFE logo, something like Drive for Dean Survivor, and the logos of our supporters were on there. But we'll see. I'll put a vote out because it's a bit of work, but if the demand is there and people would like to have something to remember the race, I'd happily provide it.
Absolutely. I would love a Drive for Dean t-shirt. I would wear that. Would it be a jersey, or would it be? How would it be? Would it be a similar format to what you're wearing now, where it's like a? Because I tell you what, the start of today's race was absolutely mad for me because I had a thick knit t-shirt on and I roasted so bad. I just lost my concentration, and I need something with like sportswear, like moisture wicking technology, so I'm able to perform at my best just static.
It's always the gear, of course. It's the gear. Sure.
Yeah. Not hitting a single apex, it's the brakes.
yeah.
No.
What's racing? I don't know. Yeah.
I have to check because this polyester sporty lightweight stuff is usually quite costly. I really gonna double check. If the demand is there, we're gonna sort it out, and we could probably do something lightweight as well as just a classical cotton shirt.
Yeah.
All right, and before I head off, guys, I really want to say thank you. The entirety of the race has been super, super entertaining, and absolutely enjoyed watching along. Getting the bits and bobs that are happening on track, because you can't see all the stories. So having the stream is just an amazing tool. And on top of it, I want to say thank you to everybody still being in the server, still fighting out there. And obviously the Pens have done something spectacular, because after 12 hours, you see two M2s battling for position. You see a bunch of GT3s still pushing each other around the track. It's awesome to see, and I think this absolutely resembles the base idea that the Drive for Dean had, and that is relive the race for fun that we did the last time. Don't take it too serious, keep it clean, have a bit of fun, battle along, and no matter the outcome, we just all had a great time, because this is what it is about. And we quite often forget, because we get sucked in with competition. But from time to time, we need such events, and I'm super, super grateful that Dean at the time stepped up and was like, the occasion and the format would actually fit together. It's something that I'd really like. So yeah, I think the event does provide a good memory of it. Right, cheers guys. I'm going to drop out. I've seen that Karl Heinz has already joined, so you won't be lonely here. And props again for the commentary. Really good job here.
Before you go, Christian, he's gone now. I was going to say, Christian, you've got 47 seconds to go and make up time to Philip. That's the equivalent of 2 stop-go 30s. Just chucking it out there for first place.
Or drop €50 to get a stop penalty for the one in front.
We want 2 stop goes because you've got to be safe.
Okay.
You got to be sure that it's going to get the job done.
Yes.
For sure.
No loose ends.
By the way, the new goal is 3,800. Because why not?
Let's go.
There we go. That's it. 3,800 was last year, and we are up to 3,130. Sarah B with the 25, DGSR 789, GD3 Magnet with the 50 to give a stop go 30. Absolutely incredible stuff, and we're getting closer and closer. I want to see in the final 1 hour and 32 seconds of this race to get up to 4,000 to set a new benchmark here for the Drive for Dean event.
Drive for Dean, where pay to win is a reality.
And legal.
Exactly.
Totally legal and encouraged.
Yes. Morally speaking.
Morally correct for a change to be greedy.
Yeah.
Sarah B, thank you very much for the £25. Rose, thank you very much for the £5.
Hello, everyone. I'm here for the doping inspection.
Oh.
Oh, that's...
I gotta put on my uniform then. There we go.
That's
I'm
a
ready.
good-looking uniform.
Just for clarification, Stephen's popped on some blue bunny ears with a plaid pattern on the inside. It's very decorative and ornate. I'm impressed. That's very.
Somebody is ready for hunting.
Yeah. The rare species to capture. Yeah.
What's
What's this?
now?
He's coming back with more. Is it a glove? Oh, yeah. It's a pink marigold, ready for inspection. There we go.
My inspection gloves on. There we go. I've got my headwear. I'm safe.
It's very
Yes.
good.
Yeah.
I do have to
Good
say,
practice. Good practice.
some of the most fun racing I ever had. It's so great to race in here with all of these guys for a good cause as well. It's simply amazing, simply lovely.
We might have.
Yeah, it's always heartwarming.
Yeah. An M2 lead change here, actually, is Edward Wilkins is all over the back of leader Matthew East.
So we've got a bit of a close battle on there. But, Cole, I mean, your race out there, you've had to find it out. You had to take a look at all the racing. Your thoughts thus far in the 1 hour and 30 minutes so far?
It's been great. It's been absolutely difficult, probably because of the track and the changing conditions at the moment. The tires are screaming for help and a little bit of warmth. But it's been so much fun being in the traffic. Honestly, as an M2, it's not just about being the fastest guy on track, but just having fun with all of the other guys.
Yeah,
incredible stuff. Well, as we take a look, Edward Wilkins not having an easy time, as we do see first place of our M2s has got a stop-go 30-second penalty on top of them as well. So that's not going to help out in their favor, because the overtake here plus a 30-second means a big loss of position.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Probably the 789 will get the stop-go in the near future as well. Just putting it out there.
A prophetic vision that you've had.
Yes, that's a prophetic.
And that is the lead for the 789.
Clean take. That was textbook. All in time for carousel. Beautiful corner.
Careful, Blake. We need you piling up laps there in that Audi.
That being
Taking
said,
laps
Carl,
and chunks of grass.
Carl, with this type of event, I mean, the gravitas of it, having such a monster field racing and varied multi-class racing, GD3, GD4, M2, going out, what was the plan for the team to take on such a difficult event?
The plan for the team was to build a good setup in the beginning that everyone was comfortable with. Because I like my car's oversteering and everybody else doesn't. So we had to find a compromise between every one of us. That was the first task. And then working out a strategy that could work in the end. And just staying out of trouble. Just if you see somebody behind, just let him pass, and we will do our race. And it's worked out great so far.
It's got you in second place in the group, and within a very solid chance of a class win here.
If
So,
the others
Carl-
don't get their checkbooks out.
So, Carl, final 1 hour 27. What runs through the team? Game plan towards the end here. I mean, this is a tough end for you guys to power your way through to the end, and this absolutely prestigious race to be in.
For us, in the end, it's just about having fun, having a great time together as a team, and hopefully preparing for the next event already. That will come.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Carl, thank you very much for being with us and giving us a bit of insight into the team, and good luck powering through to the end.
Thank you for your great commentary.
Well, that's because of these two. And especially Mordred over there, who's done so far more than 10 hours, 10 and a half hours plus commentary by himself, might I add. We had
Starting
Andy,
in the
who
middle
was
of the
driving.
night. For him, starting in the middle of the night. Let's not forget that.
What an absolute legend. So,
just
I'm
saying.
very hungry, I'm not gonna lie.
Legend. We got Adam, who jumped in the car, raced around a bit. We have also got Serta, who's been out working incredibly hard as well in this prestigious event. But that being said, we're going to let you go and enjoy with the rest of the team in the final 1 hour 25. Anyone you want to say a quick shout out to? And, well, do we feel some penalties coming in a little bit towards the end here?
First of all, shout out to my friend who just had to leave. Hopefully he's not too drunk yet. And who will be watching at the moment. And yes, I see some stop-go penalties on the horizon, that's for sure.
Okay. Right. As long as it's directed in terms to your competitors. That being said, Carl Hunt, fantastic. Well, we're on the road for £3,800, folks. This is wild. This is absolutely wild. To give an understanding, FOMO Racing and the DFD Highway Police is 91 seconds. So essentially, the Highway Patrol needs 2 to 3 stop-goes to make this work in their favor. Just chucking it out there. First place. The win. And a secured win. Easy as that.
Hi, how's it going, everyone? So, I'm Nathan Gray.
Hello, Nathan.
Hey, Nathan. How's it going?
I'm alright, thanks. How are you guys?
Good, dude.
Good, and yourself?
Yeah.
Oh, good
How's the
evening,
racing out there?
Nathan Gray.
Yeah.
Good evening. And I don't know how you have been commentating for 10 plus hours. Honestly, that's insane.
Yeah.
It's like
Achievement unlocked.
Yes.
I think pizza has a lot to do with it.
No, I haven't even had the pizza yet.
Oh
no!
Now, Nathan.
Yes.
We've got to talk about your effort out there in the Aston Martin, really trying to battle out through. You've handed the car over to Flo Scub. How on earth does this all come about where you're sitting in South Africa? You've got drivers working in Germany and all across the world. And here in South Africa, we don't really get exposed to much international driving.
Yes. So how it came about, quite funny, is one day I was sitting at work and I was like, damn, I actually want to join a league. And Googled leagues and ERA popped up. And I drove a whole season. And then I actually got a message, a DM from Flo Scub himself, asking if I've got a team for the next season. and if I'm interested in joining. And then 2 days later, we hopped in a call with all the members of the team, and it was a vibe. And honestly, it's been great. I can definitely see some improvements since I've joined the team. And I mean, I've done, this is my 3rd endurance race. And when I say endurance, I mean longer than 6 hours. So overall, enjoying it.
Now, how was your stint out? We got to see a little bit where there was a scuffle up against the wall once, twice, 3 times over. How was it out there? Because you were under some serious pressure to move up through the order.
So, the first... I'm trying to remember now in which order everything happened. I think the first incident happened where I now misjudged the corner and ended up tapping Mickey Taylor. I did give the position back, so, I still feel bad about giving him such an aggressive love tap. But then I think after that, I don't know, as I was going around the one corner, I had this FPS dip. And so I think what happened is I had a Wi-Fi dip. So I ended up in the wall. Like one moment I'm on the track, next moment I'm in the barrier. And then I was like, okay, well, let's see now. And managed to drive the car a full stint with wheel alignment pointing to 3 o'clock.
We watched that. That was very interesting.
And that was difficult. I really didn't think I would survive that long. First thoughts after getting the car back on the road was, oh, now I have to go back to the pits. Great.
Always a interesting time. Well, that being said, you're in for a good position at the moment, down in 11th, 111 seconds off the back of Schmidt. What's the game plan for the team to charge your way up through the order?
So for now, it's just to keep our heads down and keep on pushing. Flo's doing this stint, and then I'll be doing the last, I don't know if it's a half a stint or whatever, I'll be doing that last little bit. But we're aiming to catch, I think like you said, it's Schmidt now, or it's either Schmidt or Al Perry or Mickey Taylor.
Schmidt at the moment, the number 13 car.
Okay, yes. So our original goal was to get a top 10 finish. So the goal hasn't changed, and it's looking more promising as time goes on.
Absolutely incredible stuff. Before I let you go and enjoy, considering you've just Googling out the league and being part of the ERA league, anything you would like to say? Because Mr. Morad here is actually your commentator for that server. So you usually get to hear his beautiful voice going and chatting away.
Yes, it's always great rewatching the race the day after or the week after, and it's always great hearing the interesting things he has to say. And he has this lively spirit. It's great.
Like being constantly wrong about who's going to win the Iron Cup.
Yeah, that's also a big one.
Every season, I'm like, I got a good feeling about this driver, and it does not happen.
You're not missing much in server 1 either. It's like, when it comes to the gold and platinum, it's like, he's going to win. Never turns out. It's a proper fallout. Seeing Blake more falling over. But Nathan, anything you want to say to anyone out there back at home at South Africa, anyone around the world tuning in to this absolutely prestigious event?
So shout out to all the LPH members, especially to Shimon and to Flo and Mike and Christian. They've been the ones especially helping me improve as time goes on. So just a shout out to them.
Incredible. Well, Nathan, go and enjoy. You guys are in the hunt. You're in the fight. It's 109 seconds. And remember, we still have our charity for penalties that is open. If you want to try and convince a team to bring you a little bit closer to that top 10 for the Drive for Dean event. It is open, it is wild, and it is completely legal on this event and help support the Cancer Research of UK, who are going and putting in a tremendous amount of work to make it all happen.
All right, thank you. We will look into it. We'll see how it goes. Thanks, guys. Enjoy your evening.
Phenomenal stuff. But Nathan Gray coming in for a bit of a chat. But joining us in the commentary box, Mr. Mordred, is a driver that all too well knows of being so close to first place. 88 seconds to be precise, if the team boss is thinking about it. And he's got a 5-second penalty on the car as well. Just putting there, that's a 5-second. We've got Tomo Malami, who usually races in Server 1, but is Chief Marshal of the ERA Highway Patrol. Tomo, welcome to the commentary box, and how are you doing?
Thank you for the opportunity for talking. And first of all, before we go on the Highway Patrol things, excellent commentating here for 10 hours. Just amazing job. Just amazing effort from your part. And yeah, the race has been amazing for so far, and the couple first stints were tough on the start, and the boys on the behind the wheel are doing amazing job now, and we've pulled a comfortable second place at the moment.
Well, a second place that can switch out in a moment.
Maybe.
Of it all. But, I mean, take us through setting up the team to ensure that you have a great fighting chance in this race. I mean, this is no easy feat. 12 hours of NORDSCHLEIFE for such a prestigious event. To be on the podium is one thing. To be within arm's reach of first place as well. I mean, this must be a lot of planning to get right.
Well, to be fair, Ben and David were going to first going with the GT4s with Ernest and WromWrom, I believe it was, and the turnout was kinda poor at first, and they decided to go with the GT3s, and that's when I came in with the Lexus idea as well. So yeah. GT4s were the first option, but we went with the Lexus, and the result is showing itself, and it was pretty okay decision.
Well, definitely a really good decision, and one person who's been enjoying the Lexus, Mr. Mordred.
Yeah,
this is your realm of stuff. You know, I'm not a huge Lexus fan, but I'm seeing a second
no. Yeah, Lexus is amazing to try. Like, it's really good around the NORDSCHLEIFE, and it's just flows through it. And by the way, this is my first race in the Nords, and I haven't driven this earlier, so it was a great experience.
We have 3 Lexuses in the top 5. It's perhaps time for you to cross over to the dark side there, Steve.
Yeah. Lexus domination, my poor fans. Yeah, I think at the start of the race we had 3 Lexus in top 4.
Yeah, at one point you guys were second, third, and fourth.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the boys have been doing the great job.
Game plan, last hour and 13 minutes in this absolutely prestigious race. And to know on the cards that the future of the race can be decided by everyone out in the virtual grandstands. We on the rise for the goal of 3,800 as our goal to match last year. We're on 3,275. We've got to say thank you to 999 to 789, gave £30. Rose with a 5. Gabriel from Team BAZ85 with 10. 999 to 789 with another 30 as well. I mean, knowing that your fate of second place is on the cards here. Now, we did say that you're 87 seconds behind first. That is £100 to decide your fate. But that also being said, you're 364 seconds ahead of third place, which can also change things, but they are only 40 seconds ahead of fourth place. I mean, that's there must be some sort of pressure coming in.
Maybe we are doing something, maybe not. We'll see. Can't show our course yet.
Okay. So there's maybe a bit of a sneaky at the end here. I mean, we've been talking about possibly seeing the dreaded time penalty of 69 seconds. Is there a possibility that we may see the 69 seconds stop go coming in from ERA Highway Patrol?
Is it possible? Maybe.
You're not showing your hand here. We're trying.
I can't comment at the moment.
I feel like the true answer is, I mean, they've got the Need for Speed Hot Pursuit car. It is time to deploy the spike script.
Yeah. Start flashing the red lights.
Big guns. You got to bring it out. Sometimes hanging back. But that being said, Tomo, you've been through in your personal life having a lot going on. This type of race that comes into play, what does it mean to you as a driver and as a team to be part of this Drive for Dean Memorial Race, such a prestigious event here on Asetek Corsa Competizione that has got proud partners such as Overtake, SimGrid, DGSR, and the likes of ERA?
That's amazing work from everyone who has been doing the work on this one. This is my first DFD event, and I'm for sure going to participate on the next one as well when it's coming up. This is just precious work, and it's for the cause. So just thank you everyone who has been doing work for this one.
Incredible stuff. Well, we're gonna leave you to join the team, and as said, it's time to start deploying the spike traps. You can't.
There is another police in the audience.
Yeah. All right. So we've there's a bit of high beams that's needed here. We're on the road to the beautiful 3,800 to match last year's event, and Tomo, good luck, officer.
Yeah, thank you. And take the another officer on the grandstands. Later, mate, and good job, everyone.
Absolutely incredible stuff. I mean, we're getting a flurry out here. We've got some incredible people for the Drive for Dean. We are on the absolute fly through. Man, we talk here to so many drivers here. Andy, you can handle our next guest because, well, we've got a very special guest joining us.
Oh, I'm tingled. So, welcome, Shootin. How are you, David Shootin? This is everyone. How's your race been?
It's been great, to be honest. I think it's been fairly smooth sailing. Mm-hmm. I've put it into the wall only once, luckily. And the pace has been great. Limburgs, Tarmo, Ben, all super quick. Ben also just took the quickest lap, so yeah, it's going very well.
That's lovely, and that's what we want to hear from all our drivers, that we're having a good time. And we've seen quite a few nasty incidences actually in our time. Tell us, what car number are you driving at the moment, and give us an insight into sort of what you've seen on the road and what you can't unsee. We've seen some things in the booth, but we can't capture it all.
Yeah, of course. We're in the 911 police car at the moment. Honestly, for us, it's been, I think, fairly okay. we've had a few moments where we've been held up quite a bit, especially if you're behind like a lap GT3 that's behind a GT4 that is behind like an M4, and then everyone is trying to pass and be careful, and it just takes so much time. But yeah, it's been fine. Unfortunately, we've had contact with one M2 and spun out. But for the rest, no major incidents with any other cars, luckily.
Yeah, that's good. That's great going, considering we are arriving at hour 11 of our 12. And to hear that's your major takeaway in that, close calls. That's you've had an incredible run out of today's race, and it stands testament being second overall. That's absolute powerhouse of a team. Great work out there.
Yeah, for sure.
Now, the question for is it next year you're coming back?
I'm pretty sure I will. Yeah, it's been so much fun. I love the NORDSCHLEIFE. It's a great event, also obviously because it's charity makes it even better. Seeing all of the people and the different types of cars and the liveries, it's a lot of fun. So yeah, I will for sure be here next year as well.
Yeah, likewise. Both in commentary and also on circuit when my team shines the Adam signal. That's usually. It's not now. I'm allowed to take a break and let my brain simmer. Have you got any more stints lined up?
Not for me, no. So Limburgs will be doing the last one. I think we all did or do 3 stints, except for Tarmo, who did 2 in the beginning. Yeah, so I won't be driving anymore. I'm just spectating, and I felt the relief after I was finished, for sure. It is a lot of fun, but it's also stressful and such a hard track. So definitely a bit of relief there.
Absolutely, yeah. Have you got any questions or anything that you would like for maybe if you had a particular driver that you would like to target for any kind of penalty at this time in the race? Who would it be, and how much would it take to make that happen?
I mean, Lewis has given us a penalty, even though they spun us out. So he might be one on the list, and obviously P1. We might be able, with some penalties, to take P1 in the end. So I've been considering it for sure, and I'm thinking about it for sure. So let's see.
There you go, live on air. Shade is thrown down the airwaves. So watch yourself, position 1. It's coming. It's coming. And we all predicted this in the booth. We predicted there was going to be somewhat of a flurry coming. But in what nature that would present itself, it's that's what makes every one of these events so unique. It's all about situation and just acting in the moment, but also remembering how, like, this whole cause, we're at to £3,300. We're £500 away, folks, from hitting our last year's end result of 3,800. Let's push. Let's get it. Let's get those pounds, and let's put it all into that fantastic cause at Cancer Research UK.
Yeah, for sure. Let's all give penalties to P1, please.
There are other cars available, but if you so happen to, if your sadistic streaks are all pointing towards P1, then yeah, I'm not going to stop you, and no one's going to stop you.
80 seconds. Stop go 30s are 3 of those, makes 90 seconds, which will push you into 120 seconds because of the length of the pit lane. Just chucking out there, that is the fight for the top running order. it's the same as if you start looking a little bit further down, like our GD4s are
Stay off my boys.
40, 50 seconds on one another. Just putting that one out there. Much like our M2s, they're a little bit more. It's 170 seconds to decide first and second place. Just, once again, just chucking it out there. Just times between drivers as we on the road. And I'm sure Mr. Shooten here is starting to sharpen those spikes a little bit more, working out, because they've got a 5-second penalty that still needs to be served.
Yeah. We will. It won't be that bad locally for us. So yeah, let's see. We might give a penalty to P2 or P1. I mean.
The other option is you can go to P3. P3 has got 8 seconds to the car behind them, which is lying in 4th place. If you really want to just take a shot in the dark.
Yeah, let's see what we'll
sabotage Lexuses.
In a couple of weeks' time, you're going to get a letter through the door from Lexus saying, "Excuse me, we are a reputable brand, and we don't appreciate being tarnished in this way in the virtual world. Can you refrain?" Yeah, that'll be an achievement.
Mr. Shooten, thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah.
Well, that being said, I mean, we have got so much going on here, Adam Mordred. It's been a incredibly close battle. Over 10 hours. We're heading into one more minute, and we've done 11 hours. We're into the final hour. We're up to 3,300. A massive thank you to Lucas Collab, who brought in with the 15 and used Verhest with the 10. Honestly, massive thank you to everyone that's been a part of it. Even if you haven't been able to donate, just by tuning in, watching, being a part of the show is absolutely incredible. Supporting the drivers, supporting the entire race, the event, and honestly, just being here, keeping us company helps keep all of us sane, or push us from insanity to sanity to insanity, do the whole full trip at this point. But honestly, to be a part of it, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys coming out on the track next year to be a part of this event as we look to make it 3 years in a row, and considering this is the second year in a row. I mean, honestly, I'm quite honored to be here. After a day after, here in South Africa, yesterday we had Mandela Day, where you had to give 67 minutes of your time to help out, do something for someone. And then we call that Mandela Day. And many of the people have gone to charities and such, and gone and helped out. And one of the things I thoroughly enjoyed was this race falls on the day after that, where here in South Africa, Mandela Day is incredibly and special, and some of our drivers are not able to do anything yesterday because it's not a public holiday. So they stuck at work, and many were scratching their heads, like Ulrich Diaga, the Griffin Sim Racing team, Nathan, all sitting, going and scratching their heads off, okay, we can't really have our Mandela Day, but the Drive for Dean Memorial event encapsulates of what that is as well, and in such a beautiful fashion. So honestly, it's a very prestigious event for everyone here in South Africa to race in this event.
Yeah, that's incredible. Getting that insight, just like on an international platform as well, like this. I didn't know about Mandela Day until it popped up on my Windows feed. It's like I feel sheltered as a UK citizen. I was not aware of this until just recently. So that's and then the situation you describe, where some people are not able to give that 65 minutes of time. Correct me if I'm wrong, is it 65 or was it 60?
67.
67. And then having an opportunity to do that the next day, that's, yeah. I'm sure that would hang heavy on someone's conscience if they were not able to do that.
Well, We got to thank you, Ben Raves, with the 30. Massive, massive thank you. We're up to 330, folks. We're on 330, 333, or 3 or what? There was a meme about it somewhere, somehow. But we are on the rise at the moment, and we're seeing a side-by-side moment for our BMW M2s. And I've got to say, these have been little cars so underappreciated, but have provided so much fun racing. And Lewis Knight is on an absolute tram to run forward. He's down in 35th position, but you can see he's absolutely sending him, Mordred. I mean, what is your thoughts on this? I mean, this is amazing to me, because this is a little car that you go, no, I don't want to drive, it's too slow. But it's got some epic racing.
It's a great car to drive. I enjoy them a lot. Oh, hang on. Baz Rez is not happy about losing that lap, and he's gonna put. Oh, well, that's an overcook into the arena, and Lewis Knight says, "Thanks, fine. I don't know why you were fighting with me to begin with."
Yeah. Cue the smash, the super smash. You know, counts. On that little love tap.
Yeah.
What would you say? Would you say?
Oh no, Lewis,
a
you're
knockout?
off the track. Lewis, you're very off the track. Lewis, you need to find the black stuff. There you go.
Blasphemy.
There you go.
Oh man. Okay. Right. So if we had to talk in terms of a fight, that wouldn't quite be a knockout. That would be if I was playing Pokemon, that was like doing a headbutt move, but you could land up getting confusion afterwards.
Yep.
And it just doesn't help you for the next like 3 turns. You bug it.
You just end up slapping yourself, right?
A couple times.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
And you land up actually, you know, nothing's worse. I don't know how many people have actually played Pokemon in this regard, where you get confused. Your Pokemon's confused. It's one of your high level ones, and he keeps knocking himself, but you know he's got low HP and literally knocks himself out. There is no better, like, you sit there and go, what am I doing with your life?
And there it is, ladies and gentlemen, the insight of a Pokemon trainer, whichever platform that was. It's yeah, I vouch for that. That's a very hard place to be.
I mean, all I know about Pokemon is I could name the first 150, and then I gave up.
There's nothing wrong with that. But are you starting with 000? That is the question.
No, I'm starting with Bulbasaur. Thank you very much.
Okay, so you're starting with what?
Bulbasaur to me.
Oh man, not giving away our age here, hey.
I'm pretty sure I'm the oldest, so.
We are
or maybe I just feel that way because of my lack of hair.
No, it's improved aerodynamics. Less resistance is what you need to be going for.
I don't mind. I mean, when I had hair, I didn't do anything with it. I was the Dad's gonna give you a buzz cut. Yeah, fine. That's acceptable.
It's cheaper. There we go.
Yeah, that was his motivation. Mine was just I don't care to do anything with the hair. All right, quick
I've only had like
easy parenting that.
Quick top 3 rundown as we get to the final hour here. The 211 still leads the way. That is the FOMO Racing DFD boys. Currently in the car is Borhan Edian. In second place, we heard from them. We heard from them a couple times. The 911 boys, the DFD Highway Patrol. Ben Hicks is possibly leaving the car for, I'm blanking on his name, Limbergs? We'll take that over for the final. In third place, we have Vladimir Danilov in the NM boys, the 55 car. And then in the GT4 side of things, we have the 757 in the lead. Philippe Ferlitsky in the 757 Motorsports car. The number 30 is still chasing them, about 50 seconds, give or take, away from first place. That is being driven at the moment by Martin Spitzer. And in third place is, I don't know how to say that name, somebody save me, Dutch Understeer Squad in third place. That's the number 9 car.
Neverhazen.
There we go.
Yes.
Luke
Neverhazen.
The Luke part I was going to get.
Maybe I said it wrong that he threw himself off the circuit.
He did throw himself off the circuit. Out of pure spite.
Pure excitement at the name was... someone called his name and he was like, and you threw him off his line. That was it.
And then in the M2 category, we have the 789 car, the DGSR GT3 Magnet, driven by Edward Wilkins, who, if I was on that team, I would have him driving to the end of this race, because when he's been in the car, good things have happened. When he's not been in the car, they've lost the lead. like repetitively. So I would have him in the car till the end, in my opinion. Second place belongs to the 142 of Matthew E. Smash Motorsports. The gap is substantial. So I think that one is... I don't want to caster's curse it, but that's a little bit safe. Which means donations. Make that happen. And in third place, we have Marek Dvorak in the number 999 car, right up behind Matthew E. So second place is definitely still up for grabs, with the DGSR Mobile Chicane car literally pushing the MASH car into these corners.
One way to do it's in Tom O'Malley going and shouting in, enjoying for the ERA Highway Patrol. They are 148 seconds trying to ace for the lead at the moment on this great charge. And we do have our 6th place car, the D4D DGSR Victor Ferreira, landing off into the dirt. Not quite what you want to have, especially towards the end of the race, but drivers starting to feel the fatigue kicking in towards the end of this, and it looks like the mist starting to come down on the circuit as well to make things rather tricky.
Just to add a comment as well, as we're turning into dusk, some of our, the ambient and track temperatures, they're plummeting. Ooh. I don't know what is on the screen at the moment, but it's... Oh, and that's
15 degrees per the on-screen numbers.
Yeah, that's going to be quite challenging for some of the tire pressures that everyone's been enjoying. A very steady temperature across the day, and now we're arriving into dusk. That's almost like 9 degrees different, and I don't know if some of our drivers are going to get caught out by this. I'm sure they can see it's getting dark, and then
from peak
together like,
from peak we're down 12 degrees, so that's the change we've seen. And Dvorak, by the way, moving up into second place in the somewhat unconventional method of pushing east off the track. And well, I don't know. We'll see if stewarding action takes place on that one.
And on the very important note, we're on the road for that 3,800 to match last year. We've got 49 minutes, folks, to start getting those penalties in. If you want to be a part of the action, you want to dictate to the action, you want to make sure that we go racing in a very interesting fashion. Well, we're up to 3,330 pounds donated for the Cancer Research UK. An absolutely huge amount of massive thank you to you all. That is our 6th goal that we broke through. Our 7th is to match last year with 3,800, and we can only get it done by you, the drivers, the teams, the spectators, to make it all happen, to go and accelerate it. And we haven't got much time left in this race. 48 minutes remaining to make or break these drivers, to move them up through the order. This will be where you don't want to see pit stops coming in. You don't want to get the stop to go 30 seconds. You don't want to see, because in the last 20 minutes, that's the final pit stop for any of these teams and drivers. They will literally fuel save it to the end. And, well, we're so close to the mark. I mean, Andy, you are out there in the car, knowing your fate is in the hands of others. What is your thoughts for you and your team, as there's only £470 remaining to break our 7th goal, to match last year's time of £3,800 raised for the Drive for Dean Memorial Race?
I know at this point in time it's going to be my Makarov, who we've had on the chat for a few times, and he's had quite a bit of experience in sort of the night and dusk racing, and we sort of agreed as a collective, let's put someone on the track who is less likely to be caught out by some of that lower temperatures out on the circuit. So in terms of looking at the team in isolation, I feel confident that I'm not that trying to broach the name of the team name, but he is 100% the most skilled out of all of us, and I'm very comfortable that he's sat in the driver's seat to take us home. However, if anyone in the chat or watching wants to do us a dirty and give us a penalty, please don't. But if you are, just be nice, please.
If you're gonna do it properly. You know, if you want to go down, you want to go down in a blaze of glory, like riding a shark with a whole bunch of TNT strapped to you while you're coming out of an airplane into a volcano. And if you caught that reference, well done.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that Felinsky still needs to do a stop go 30. It'll be a nice little present if he saw another one flying underneath the stop go 30. You know, we're small fry. We're 30th overall. But if you want to give us a penalty, that's fine.
It's cool. 39 added there, so it's a stop go 30 and a stop go 39.
If that's a penalty, yeah, I think he just brought a whole new penalty to the table.
No, we actually got confirmation. For every £1, it's 1 second. And that is why we hooked in. You can go for 21 for multi 21 when you're swapping, or you can go for a 69.
Oy.
Or you can get life's answers. The question, the answer to life, as Mordred said,
which is 42.
All the enlightenment
I mean,
we need.
All the enlightenment, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. I arrived when you started talking about the penalty system in terms of every pound donated. I still need to be